Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale working the graveyard shift at a gas station. A customer tried to pay with teeth is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first tooth hit the counter like a dropped breath mint. It made this tiny, dry click against the laminate beside the lottery scanner, not loud enough to wake anybody in the back, or set off alarms, or become a story by itself. Just click. Then, a second one rolled out of the man's palm and tapped the plastic sneeze guard we'd put up during COVID and never bothered taking down. For a second, I thought they were candy. Those little chalky mints old people keep loose in coat pockets. Then one spun on its route and stopped in the weak light above the register, yellow at the base, dark in the grooves, too real to be anything else. The man smiled at me with lips pressed tight. I was working the graveyard shift at a Shell station off Route 30 outside Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The kind of place that sells coffee thick enough to stain a spoon and hot dogs that rotate under orange heat lamps until they look laminated. My name is Evan Rusk, 26 male, and I'd taken the job 3 months after quitting a warehouse position where the forklift horns and shouting supervisors had started crawling under my skin. Nights were easier. Nights had rules. Mop the salt slush by the doors. Count the Marlboro cartons. Restock the cooler. Smile at truckers. Don't argue with drunks. Don't leave the register unattended unless the doors are locked. The last rule was my own. I didn't tell people that part. I told them I liked the quiet. At 2:17 in the morning, the station hummed like it was plugged into a different planet. The drink coolers buzzed behind me. The ceiling vents breathed out air that smelled like dust, fryer grease, and whatever pine cleaner I'd used on the bathroom floor half an hour earlier. Outside, rain made black beads on the fuel pumps, and the canopy lights turned everything silver and flat. The pumps, the trash cans, the wet asphalt, the empty highway beyond the lot. Every few minutes, a semi hissed past in the distance, tires dragging water off the road with a sound like tearing paper. The man stood on the other side of the counter in a brown work jacket darkened at the shoulders by rain. He had a red knit cap pulled low, a gray beard trimmed unevenly along his jaw, and hands that looked raw from soap or weather. 48 maybe. Male. He smelled faintly of damp wool and chewing tobacco, though I didn't see any tobacco in his mouth because he kept that tight smile sealed. He had placed 3 teeth beside a pack of Winstons. I looked from the teeth to the cigarettes and then back at him. "That's not money," I said. His eyes moved to the card reader, then to me, then down at the teeth. He seemed disappointed, not surprised. "Got more," he said. His voice was soft, almost apologetic. The kind of voice people use in church basements when they ask where to put the folding chairs. "Sir, I can't take that." He nodded once, slow. Rainwater slid off the brim of his cap and dotted the counter. "Just the cigarettes. Cash or card? No cash, then card, no card, The lottery machine behind me spat out its scheduled test receipt with a sudden mechanical chatter, and both of us flinched. Mine was small. His was. His whole left shoulder jerked up toward his ear, and for one ugly second, his smile cracked open. I saw the gap then. Not one missing tooth, not three. A black, wet mess along the bottom row, as if someone had taken pliers to the front of his mouth and done a lazy job of it. He pressed his lips closed again. The teeth on the counter sat between us. I should have told him to leave. I know that now. Any normal person would say that, and they'd be right. But normal person is usually just somebody hearing the story afterward, warm and safe, with time to decide how brave they would have been. In the moment, there were other things. The man hadn't threatened me. He hadn't raised his voice. He looked hurt, maybe confused, maybe high on something, and the gas station had cameras in the corners, and a silent alarm under the counter that my manager had shown me twice, but never tested in front of me. Also, there was my fear, the one I'd been trying to sand down into a quirk. I hated being responsible for the moment something tipped. Ever since my father died of a heart attack, while I stood in the garage pretending not to hear him call my name, because I was angry about some stupid argument, I had developed this rotten instinct to freeze when a situation required a firm answer. My mother called it thinking too long. My ex called it going away behind your eyes. At the warehouse, it had turned into a problem. A pallet had come loose from a high rack, and instead of yelling fast enough, I watched it drop and crush a man's foot. He kept the foot, mostly, but the sound of bones inside a boot was why I sold gas and cigarettes at 2 in the morning now. So I stood there with 3 teeth on my counter and tried to make the world small enough to manage. Look, I said, keeping my voice even. I can't sell you cigarettes without payment. I can call someone for you if you're hurt. Ambulance, police, somebody you know. His face changed at the word police, not dramatically. He didn't lunge or curse. His eyelids just lowered, and his wet fingers curled around the pack of Winstons until the cellophane squeaked. No police. Okay, then ambulance. No, you're bleeding. He touched his mouth like he'd forgotten it belonged to him. A little red came away on his knuckle. He stared at it with flat curiosity. The bell over the door jingled behind him. Both of us turned. Maya Bell came in wearing her blue EMT jacket over pajama pants tucked into rubber boots. Hair jammed under a Phillies cap, one hand holding her phone and the other curled around the keys to her old Subaru. Maya was 31, female, and worked nights with Lancaster EMS when she wasn't helping her mother with appointments or stopping in for burnt coffee after long calls. She had a way of walking into places like she was already halfway through solving a problem. Tired eyes, steady hands, a mouth that didn't waste words unless she was teasing you. She paused just inside the door and took in the scene. Me behind the counter, the man in the wet jacket, the cigarettes, the teeth. Evan, she said, calm enough that it scared me more than if she'd shouted. You okay? Yeah. The man looked at Maya's jacket and stepped back from the counter. She saw his mouth then. Her expression tightened, but only around the eyes. Sir, she said, my name is Maya. I'm an EMT. Did someone hurt you? He shook his head. Did you fall? Another shake. Are those your teeth? He looked at the counter. The teeth shone under the buzzing register light. Some, he said. The words settled on my neck. Maya glanced at me fast. Not panic, assessment. Some, she repeated. The man seemed to realize he'd made a mistake. His hand went into his jacket pocket, reached under the counter before I knew I'd moved. My fingers found the silent alarm button. It was a rubber square set beside a roll of quarters and the old flashlight with dying batteries. My thumb hovered over it. The man pulled out a folded paper instead of a weapon. He laid it beside the teeth. It was damp and soft at the creases. A gas receipt from our station. Same Shell logo. Same address. Printed earlier that night at Pump 4. 2:03 a.m. 14 minutes before he walked in. Fuel grade, regular. Amount, $8. Paid cash. The receipt had writing across the back in blue pen, the letters blocky and pressed so hard the ink had bled through. No car, no phone, no cops. Buy time. Maya read it upside down. I saw her jaw shift. Where's your car? I asked. The man said nothing. Pump 4, Maya said quietly. Outside, Pump 4 stood empty under the canopy light. Rain blew in sideways, making a mist around the hose. No car, no person. Just the green handle clicked back into place, and a small puddle spreading under the trash can. I remembered hearing the pump beep earlier while I was in the bathroom. Not unusual. People pumped gas all night and left without coming inside. But I hadn't heard a car pull away. Or maybe I had and hadn't noticed. The coolers always hummed. The highway always sighed. Night shift made your brain sort sounds into background until something reached out and touched you. The man tapped the receipt with one wet finger. Cigarettes, he said. Maya stepped toward him, slow enough not to corner him. Sir, what's your name? He stared at her. Mine's Maya. That S. Evan. We're not trying to make this worse. He made a sound that might have been a laugh if his mouth had been whole enough to shape it. Wet, small. Worse already happened. A pickup truck rolled into the lot then, headlights washing across the windows and turning all three of us into reflections for a moment. The man flinched again and moved sideways toward the coffee station. His elbow knocked a display of beef jerky. Plastic packs swung on their hooks. One fell. I watched the truck stop at Pump 2. A big diesel Ford with a landscaping company logo ghosted on the door. The engine kept running. The man's breathing changed. Not loud, not dramatic, but it went shallow and fast. His shoulders lifting under the wet jacket, his eyes locked on the truck through the window. Maya saw it too. Evan, she said, still looking at him. Who's outside? I don't know. Regular. No. The driver's door of the truck opened. A man climbed out, hood up, head down against the rain. He was tall and broad through the shoulders, maybe mid-30s male, wearing a neon yellow rain shell and work pants dark at the cuffs. He moved with the irritation of somebody who didn't want to be awake, slamming the door harder than necessary. He didn't look into the store right away. He went to the pump, jabbed at the screen, then patted his pockets. The man by the coffee station whispered, "No." Maya took another step toward him. "Do you know him?" "No," but his eyes said yes. The front door opened again before Maya could ask more. The driver came in with rain glittering on his jacket. He was named later, but in that first moment, he was just a big man with muddy boots, a shaved head, and a face scrubbed pink by cold. He glanced at Maya, then at me, then at the man near the coffee station. His expression didn't change much. That was the worst part. "Bathroom open?" he asked. I looked at the man in the red cap. His hands were shaking. "Yeah," I said, "down the hall." The driver gave me a tight nod and walked past the aisles toward the back, leaving wet prints on the tile. As he passed the man in the red cap, he didn't slow down, didn't look at him, didn't speak. The man in the red cap lowered his head like he expected a blow anyway. Maya tracked the driver until he disappeared into the hall. A second later, the men's room door opened and shut. The store felt smaller after that. The hum of the coolers grew teeth of its own. The hot dog rollers clicked and turned. A drop of water fell from the red-cap man's jacket cuff and hit the floor by his boot. Maya moved beside the counter, lowering her voice. "Press it," she said. My thumb was still over the alarm. "I don't know what's happening." "Neither do I. That guy didn't do anything." "Press it anyway." The man in the red cap heard us. His eyes jumped to my hand under the counter. "No cops," he said. Maya turned her palms outward. "Then tell us what you need." He swallowed, and his throat worked like it hurt. "Back door," I blinked. "What? You got a back door?" "How do you know that?" He looked toward the bathroom hall. From behind the closed men's room door came the sudden roar of the hand dryer. Anne in the red cap used the sound to speak quickly, words slipping through his damaged mouth. "They're taking people from the lots. Rest stops, stations. Men mostly. Some girls, work vans, old houses. They make you call home. They make you," he stopped, breath catching. His eyes flicked to the teeth on the counter. I got out. Maya's face went still in a way I recognized from seeing her handle a drunk woman with a head wound one night. Her emotions went somewhere private. Her hands and eyes stayed here. "Who is they?" she asked. The dryer cut off. The store went back to humming. The bathroom door opened. The driver came out drying his hands on his rain shell. He looked down the aisle at us, and this time his eyes settled on the man in the red cap. He smiled, not big, not friendly, just enough to show he'd found what he'd come in for. "Everything okay up here?" he asked. The man in the red cap stepped backward into the coffee station. His hip bumped the metal cabinet. Foam cups shivered in their sleeve. Maya said, "He needs medical attention." The driver kept smiling. "Yeah, he does." I pressed the silent alarm. At least I think I did. My thumb pushed the rubber square until it flattened, but there was no beep, no light, no confirmation. Nothing changed. The cameras kept staring from the corners. Rain kept ticking at the windows. Somewhere in the ceiling, a ballast buzzed like a trapped insect. The driver looked at me. "You got a phone back there, boss." I lifted the cordless handset from its cradle before I could think better of it. The display was blank, dead. The landline had been cutting out all week whenever it rained. My manager, Denise, had said she'd call the provider. Then she'd said she'd call again. Then she'd left a handwritten note under the register. "Use cell if phone acts up." My cell was in my backpack in the employee office, past the bathrooms, past him. Maya had hers in her hand, but the driver saw it too. His gaze dropped to it. "You getting service?" he asked. Maya didn't answer. The man in the red cap whispered, "Please." The driver's smile faded. Tommy, so that was his name. Tommy, the man in the red cap, late 40s, male, soaked and injured, and trying to buy cigarettes with pieces of somebody's mouth, flinched like the name had been thrown. The driver took one step forward. Maya shifted between them. "Don't," she said. It was a small word, but she made it hard. The driver stopped. For the first time, annoyance moved across his face. "Lady, this is family business." "No," Maya said, "it is." I became aware of the back door then, not as an idea, but as a real thing. A gray metal exit beyond the stockroom, wedged behind cases of bottled water and a dolly with one bad wheel. It opened into the narrow service lane where the dumpster sat. From there, you could cut behind the car wash and reach the drainage ditch along the road. I'd propped it open once during a smoke break and gotten yelled at because Denise said the cameras didn't cover that side. The back door was an escape. It was also where the cameras didn't cover. The driver looked from Maya to me, measuring us. Maybe deciding whether we were scared enough. Maybe deciding how much noise he could make before anyone outside cared. The diesel truck idled at pump 2, its engine knocking through the glass. No other cars came down Route 30. No sirens. No headlights except the trucks and the long smears of traffic far away. My hand found the old flashlight under the counter. The man called Tommy pressed both hands against his mouth now, eyes wet, shoulders curled inward. Maya didn't look away from the driver. "Evan," she said, "is there another exit?" The question hung there. The driver's eyes sharpened. I could lie and say no. I could keep us in the bright part of the store, under cameras that might or might not be recording, with an alarm that might or might not have worked, waiting for police who might or might not come. Or I could tell the truth and lead an injured man toward a dark stockroom and a door no one could see from the road. Tommy shook his head once, not at Maya, at me, like he knew both choices were bad, but one of them still had a little air inside it. I looked at the teeth on the counter. 3 small pieces of evidence, roots drying under fluorescent light. Then I looked toward the back hall, where my phone sat useless in my bag, and toward the service door beyond it, and at Maya's, steady shoulders planted between a hurt man and the one who had followed him in. "There's a back door," I said. The driver's jaw tightened. Maya nodded once without turning around. "Then we choose fast," she said. Maya made the decision before I did. "Move," she said, not shouted, not whispered, just a clean command, the kind that came from doing chest compressions on kitchen floors while family members screamed behind you. Tommy didn't move. He had backed himself into the coffee station, so hard his jacket had knocked the metal stirrer tray sideways. Brown plastic straws lay scattered around his boots. His hands were pressed over his mouth. Blood had seeped between 2 fingers and darkened his beard in a crooked line. The driver stood near the end of aisle 2, between the motor oil and the gum, his wet yellow jacket bright enough under the fluorescence to hurt my eyes. "Bad idea," he said. Maya kept her body angled in front of Tommy. "You stay where you are." The driver laughed once through his nose. Or I put you on the floor." I believed her for half a second. She had that kind of voice. Then I saw her hands. They were steady, but empty. Her phone was in her left palm. Her right hand hovered low, ready to push, grab, block. She was an EMT, not a cop, and the driver had 6 inches and maybe 70 pounds on her. I had the flashlight. That was it. A dead landline. A silent alarm that might have done nothing. A flashlight with batteries I didn't trust. Outside, the diesel truck kept idling at pump 2. The engine knocked and trembled through the glass. Every few seconds, its headlights flickered against the rain on the windows, and the store seemed to pulse. I reached for the register phone again, stupidly, because panic makes you repeat failed steps. The handset was still dead. No dial tone, no screen. I dropped it back into the cradle too hard. The driver's eyes moved with the sound. "Easy, boss. My name's not Boss," I said. It came out thin. He smiled. "Okay, Evan." My name tag was pinned to my polo. EVAN. Black letters on a little yellow shell badge. I had never noticed how readable it was from across the store. Maya did not look away from him. "Evan, get your cell. It's in the office." "Then get it." The office was behind the counter, through the short hall by the bathrooms, past the blind corner where the mop sink smelled like mildew and old bleach. The same direction the driver had just come from. I knew that hallway with my body. 12 tiles to the office door, 3 steps past the men's room, stockroom at the end. I also knew how easily somebody could stand there and block it. The driver lifted his hands, palms out, playing reasonable. "Look, nobody needs phones. Tommy gets in my truck, we leave, and you two finish your little shift." Tommy made a muffled sound behind his hand. Maya spoke without turning. "Is that what you want, Tommy?" He shook his head so violently his cap slipped down over one eye. The driver's jaw tightened. For a second, the friendly mask went away, and what showed under it was tired, mean, and impatient. "That's enough," he said. "You already made a mess." A buzzer screamed from the register. All 4 of us jumped. The fuel console lit up red. Pump 2 authorization request. The driver's truck. He had come inside to prepay or authorize, or maybe he had done it by mistake when he jabbed at the screen outside. The machine beeped again, sharp and needy. Pump 2 authorization request. The driver glanced at it. So did I, and in that tiny shared distraction, Tommy bolted. He didn't run well. He stumbled sideways around Maya, knocking into the snack rack, sending bags of chips slapping and sliding to the floor. His boots slipped on the wet tiles near the entrance mat. He caught himself on the end cap of windshield washer fluid, then lurched toward the counter. Not toward the front doors, toward me. "Back," he gasped. "Back." The driver moved after him. Maya hit him first, not with a punch. She stepped into his path and shoved both palms into his chest, hard enough to stop him for one beat. The driver's boots skidded. His shoulder hit the candy shelf. A row of peanut butter cups dropped onto the floor. Then he grabbed her sleeve. It happened fast and ugly. His fist closed around the blue EMT jacket near her wrist, and he twisted. Maya hissed. Her phone clattered onto the tile and slid under the gum rack. I came out from behind the counter with the flashlight raised before I could talk myself out of it. "Let go." The driver looked at me like I'd insulted him. Maya drove her knee into his thigh. Not his groin, not movie perfect, just the meaty outside of the leg. He grunted and released her sleeve. "Go," she snapped at me. I shoved the swinging counter gate open and grabbed Tommy by the arm. His jacket was soaked. Cold water soaked into my palm. "Come on. Receipt," he mumbled. "What? My receipt?" He twisted back toward the counter. The teeth were still there beside the damp paper. The Winstons sat behind them, absurd and untouched. "We don't need it. Need it," he said, and there was enough terror in his voice that I let go of him for half a second and swept the receipt and the teeth into a blue plastic coin bag from under the register. My hands were clumsy. One tooth bounced off the counter and dropped near the trash can. I almost left it. Almost. Then the memory hit me without warning. The warehouse floor, the pallet dropping, my mouth not opening fast enough. Men shouting afterward. The injured worker looking at me not with hatred, but with confusion, like he couldn't understand why I hadn't warned him. I bent for the tooth. "Evan," Maya shouted. The driver had recovered. He shoved the gum rack aside with one arm, and the metal display shrieked against the tile. I snatched the tooth, dropped it into the bag, and ran. Tommy was already through the short employee gate, limping down the hall toward the office. Maya backed after him, keeping herself between us and the driver. She had grabbed a metal tire pressure gauge from a display hook, holding it like a baton. The fuel console kept beeping behind us. "Pump 2, authorization request." Then another sound cut through it. A phone vibrating against tile. Maya's phone, under the gum rack. She looked toward it. So did I, the driver noticed. He stepped on it. Not hard enough to smash it completely, but with slow pressure. Plastic cracked. The screen lit up bright, fractured, then went dark under his boot. Maya stared at him. "You're making this worse for yourself," she said. He leaned forward slightly, rain dripping from the point of his hood. "You don't know what worse is." I pulled Tommy through the hallway. The store lights hummed above us. Behind the public bathroom doors, the air smelled like wet paper towels and urinal cakes. N's room door, still swinging a little from the driver's earlier visit, tapped softly against its frame. Tap, tap, tap. The office door was on the left. I fumbled the keypad. "Code," Tommy said. "I know the code." My fingers hit the wrong number. The keypad flashed red. I swore under my breath. Behind us, Maya backed into the hallway. The driver followed at walking speed now, no hurry. That was worse than running. He had figured out the shape of the place. Front door behind him. Narrow hall ahead. Us boxed between the office and the stockroom. "Evan," Maya said. "I know." I punched the code again. Red. My fingers had gone damp and stupid. The driver smiled. "You lock yourself out of your own room." "Shut up," Maya said. The third time, I forced myself to breathe through my nose. 4 digits. Denise's birthday. She told everyone not to write it down, then taped a birthday card from her daughter beside the office fridge. Green light. The office door clicked open. I pushed Tommy inside first. The room was barely bigger than a walk-in closet, with a desk, a rolling chair, a dented filing cabinet, and my backpack under a coat hook. The air smelled like printer toner and stale microwave popcorn. I dropped to my knees and grabbed my bag. My cell phone was in the front pocket. No service. One bar flickered, vanished, came back as a useless little lie. "Come on," I whispered. Maya backed into the doorway, blocking most of it. "Can you call? No service." "Try anyway." I dialed 911. The screen showed calling, then call failed, of course. The station sat in a shallow dip off the highway, and service inside had always been garbage unless you stood near the front windows or walked out by the propane cage. Denise had complained. Corporate had shrugged. The Wi-Fi worked most nights, except when the router did what it was doing now, blinking amber on the shelf above the desk. No internet, no landline, maybe no alarm. I had spent weeks telling myself the cameras and buttons meant I was safe. It turned out they were just objects with lights on them, and even the lights were unreliable. Tommy lowered himself into the rolling chair and bent forward, elbows on knees. Blood spotted the floor between his boots. Maya glanced back at him. "Tommy, I need to look at your mouth." "No time. Listen to me. If you keep bleeding, no time." The driver stopped outside the office door. He didn't try to push past Maya yet. He looked over her shoulder at Tommy, then at me. "You got 5 seconds," he said. "Bring him out. I leave you two alone." Maya laughed softly, but there was no humor in it. "That's your offer. That's my polite offer." And the impolite one, he leaned one shoulder against the doorframe. "You're standing in it." I held my phone higher, as if height would fix anything. 1 bar, no bar, 1 bar. Call failed again. My thumb shook over the screen. Tommy noticed and reached into his jacket. I recoiled, and I hated myself for it. He froze, eyes wide. Slowly, with 2 fingers, he pulled out a key fob. Not a normal car key. A black plastic rectangle with 2 buttons, cracked down one side and wrapped with duct tape. "Truck," he said. The driver's face changed. Maya saw it. "What truck?" she asked. Tommy looked at me. "Outside. Not his." "You said no car." "Not car, truck, box truck. Behind wash." Car wash sat on the far side of the station. A single bay automatic that broke down every other week. Behind it was a gravel strip, a dumpster, and a chain link fence separating the property from a drainage ditch and a line of winter bare trees. Customers weren't supposed to park back there. Sometimes delivery drivers did anyway. Sometimes kids smoked there after midnight because the cameras didn't see it. The driver stepped away from the doorframe. "Tommy," he said, warning in every syllable. Tommy flinched but kept talking. "Keys work, maybe. I took them." The key fob trembled in his hand. Maya's eyes cut to me. "Back door leads there." "Yeah." "Is the door alarmed?" "No," I swallowed. "It sticks, though." "Of course it sticks." The driver took a step forward. Maya raised the tire gauge. "Stay out." He looked at it, then at her. "You ever actually hit somebody with one of those?" "No," she said. "But I've treated people who got hit with dumber things." For a second, I almost smiled. It came and went like a match in rain. Then the store went dark. Not completely. The emergency lights over the front entrance blinked on in weak red squares, and the drink coolers behind the counter clicked off one by one. The humming stopped so suddenly my ears filled with the rain and the diesel truck outside. Somewhere in the station, a battery backup began chirping. The fuel console died mid-beep. The fluorescence in the hall flickered, flashed once, and went out. Maya swore. The driver did not sound surprised. was what I noticed. He had not looked up when the power dropped. He had not startled. He just kept his eyes on Tommy. Outside, the lot lights under the canopy stayed on for another few seconds, powered separately or dying slower. Then 2 of them went out with dull pops. Pump 2 remained washed in the truck's headlights. The rest of the lot fell into rain and red reflections. My private fear, the one I tried to keep folded and hidden, opened fully inside my chest. The situation had tipped, again, and I was holding the phone, holding the key fob with my eyes, holding too many choices in my head. Call from the front windows, run for the back door, lock ourselves in the office, hand Tommy over and live with it. Every option had a trap in it. Every second spent choosing made the next option worse. Maya turned her head just enough to speak to me. Evan, decide. The word hit harder than if she'd slapped me. Not because it was cruel, because it was accurate. The driver moved. Maya swung the tire gauge. He caught her wrist, and they slammed into the filing cabinet with a crash that shook the office wall. Tommy cried out and tried to stand, but the rolling chair shot backward and hit the desk. I grabbed the old flashlight from my pocket and clicked it on. A weak cone of yellow light spilled over everyone. The driver had Maya pinned half sideways against the cabinet, twisted, trying to free her arm. His other hand came up toward her throat, not choking yet, but finding control. I hit him, not well. I brought the flashlight down on his forearm, and the plastic casing cracked against bone. He barked in pain and released Maya long enough for her to shove him backward into the hallway. "Go," she shouted. This time I didn't think. I grabbed Tommy under one arm, took the key fob from his shaking hand, and pulled him out the side of the office toward the stockroom. Behind us, Maya slammed the office door into the driver's shoulder. He cursed. Something fell off the desk. The backup chirp kept going, small and maddening. The stockroom was black except for my dying flashlight. Cases of soda were stacked against one wall. Boxes of chips leaned in towers that always looked one bad sneeze away from collapse. The back door waited at the far end, gray and dented, with a push bar and a handwritten sign Denise had taped above it. Deliveries only. Keep clear. It was not clear. A dolly loaded with 2 cases of bottled water sat in front of it. I shoved it. The bad wheel jammed. "Move," Tommy rasped. "I'm trying." The flashlight flickered. Behind us, Maya stumbled into the stockroom, breathing hard. She had lost the tire gauge. Her left sleeve was torn. The driver was right behind her, one hand pressed to his forearm where I'd hit him. He looked angry now, not annoyed, not pretending, angry. The back door push bar rattled under my hand. Stuck. I threw my shoulder into it. Pain burst across my collarbone. "Nothing." "Again," Maya said. We hit it together, me and Maya, while Tommy braced himself against the soda stack and made a thin animal sound through his teeth. The door popped open 6 inches. Cold rain blew in through the gap, and from outside, behind the car wash, came the heavy slam of another vehicle door. Then another. Voices. At least 2 men. Maybe 3. The driver behind us smiled in the dark. Tommy grabbed my wrist with bloody fingers. "Too late," he whispered. Maya looked at the narrow gap, then back toward the store, then at me. The back door opened onto the risk we had chosen. The hallway behind us held the one we already knew. And from somewhere outside in the rain, a man called, "Dale." "You got him," the driver answered before any of us could stop him. Back here, the back door was only open 6 inches, but the rain found us through it. Cold drops hit my cheek and the side of my neck. The smell of the service lane came in with them. Wet gravel, old cardboard, dumpster rot, and the sour soap from the car wash drain. Beyond the gap, I could see almost nothing except the blue-gray shine of pavement and the corner of the dumpster hulking beside the fence. Behind us, Dale stood in the stockroom aisle with one hand pressed to his bruised forearm. The weak emergency light from the hallway edged his yellow rain jacket in red. He had just called out to the men outside. Back here. Those 2 words changed the whole shape of the building. Before that, the stockroom had felt like an exit. Now it felt like a funnel. Maya grabbed the metal shelving beside the door and shoved it hard. "Close it." "What?" I said. "Close it." Tommy made a broken noise. "No, truck. They know we're here now," she said. "Close it, Evan." Dale took 1 step toward us. Smart lady. I kicked the dolly's bad wheel loose with my heel and yanked the back door shut. The metal door clanged into its frame, but the latch didn't catch cleanly. It bounced open an inch. Maya slammed her shoulder into it. This time it held. Someone outside hit the other side almost immediately. The door bucked against Maya's back. She grunted and dug her boots into the floor. A man outside laughed. Another said, "Move the trash can." Dale smiled from the aisle. "See, now you're boxed." The stockroom had 2 ways out, the back door behind us, and the short passage that led toward the office, bathrooms, and sales floor. Dale stood in that passage. To our left were shelves of paper towels, motor oil, and cases of soda. To our right, the walk-in cooler door sat shut, its rubber gasket sighing in the power outage. Straight behind us, the back door kept twitching under outside pressure. I lifted the flashlight. The beam flickered across Dale's face. Maya breathed through her teeth. "Cooler." "No," Tommy said at once. "It has a door into the store." I shook my head. "No, just shelves. It's a dead end. It locks. From outside sometimes. It's old." "Then no cooler," she said. Dale glanced toward the office. "You got maybe 30 seconds before they pry that door." I hated that he sounded calm, like he was describing weather. Maya looked at me. "Front doors. Past him. Can they unlock from inside?" "Yeah." "Can we get around him?" I looked at the stockroom shelves, the narrow aisle, the stack of water cases, the dangling mop handle. Tommy doubled over with blood on his beard. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to be the kind of person who saw roots instead of walls. Dale's boot slid forward. Maya snatched a gallon jug of windshield washer fluid from a shelf and threw it at his face. It missed his face and hit his shoulder. The jug burst against the wall, blue fluid splashing across his jacket and the tile. Dale cursed and stumbled sideways. "Go," she said. We went. Attempt 1 was the front doors. It was stupid, maybe, but it was the only visible idea. Maya shoved past Dale first, slipping in the spilled washer fluid, but staying upright by slamming her palm against the wall. I grabbed Tommy by the back of his jacket and dragged him after her. He was heavier than he looked, and his legs didn't trust the floor. Every few steps his knees dipped, and I felt his weight drop into my arm. We burst through the hall by the bathrooms. The store ahead lay in emergency red, and rain reflected gray. The front windows faced Route 30. The doors were 25 feet away across open tile, past the coffee station, past the register, past the scattered chips and candy Dale had knocked down. Outside, his diesel pickup still idled at Pump 2, headlights aimed at the glass. Pump 4 stood empty. The canopy lights were mostly out now, except one blinking fixture near the air pump. Maya ran for the front doors. I had almost forgotten about the locks. Almost. A graveyard shift habit. After 2 a.m., I kept the front doors locked and buzzed people in if I didn't like the look of them. It wasn't official policy. Denise hated it. But after a drunk college kid threw a bottle at me in December, I'd started doing it anyway. Tonight, when Dale came in, I must have hit the release from behind the counter. After that, in the confusion, the power died. The magnetic lock had failed safe. The physical deadbolt had not. Maya hit the push bar and the doors rattled. Locked. Keys, she snapped. Register drawer. Get them. Dale came out of the hallway behind us, one hand sliding along the wall for balance, blue washer, fluid dripping from his sleeve. The back door banged again in the stockroom. The men outside had found something heavy. I ducked behind the counter. The register screen was black. I pulled open the drawer manually with the hidden latch underneath, fingers scraping through loose pennies, coupons, a box cutter, rubber bands. The keys were not there. They were on my belt. I stood up so fast I hit my hip on the drawer. Maya stared at me. I fumbled the ring from my belt loop. The keys jingled too loudly. Dale saw them. He moved faster than I thought he could. Maya stepped between us, but he didn't go for her. He grabbed a wire display of sunglasses from the counter and flung it sideways. Cheap plastic frames exploded across the floor. Maya slipped on them, not enough to fall, but enough to lose the half-second she needed. I got the key into the front deadbolt. It turned halfway, stopped, wrong key. There were 9 keys on that ring. Office, stockroom, cigarette cage, propane lock, manager's cabinet, front deadbolt, back deadbolt. 1 key I'd never identified. My fingers went dumb again. Evan, Maya said, with Dale almost on her. I'm trying. Tommy had backed toward the coffee station. He was staring out the window, not at Dale. His eyes widened. Not front. What? Not front. A pair of headlights rolled slowly into the far entrance of the lot, the one near the car wash. For one sharp second, I thought it was a sheriff's cruiser, and hope rose in me so fast it hurt. Then the vehicle turned, and I saw the high square back of a white box truck. No markings. No side windows. It crawled past the dark car wash and stopped behind Dale's pickup, blocking the lane between the pumps and the road. Misdirection first, then understanding. Not help, a wall. Maya saw it too. Forget the door. Dale grabbed for my key ring. I yanked back. 1 key snapped against my palm. The ring split open, and keys sprayed across the counter and floor. Damn it, I said. Maya shoved the register monitor into Dale's chest. It wasn't mounted anymore, just sitting on its base. He caught it badly, and the plastic cracked under his hand. I grabbed 2 keys from the floor, no idea which ones, and hauled Tommy toward the end of the counter. Attempt 1 had failed before the lock even opened, but it revealed something that made the store feel smaller than any locked door could. There were at least 2 vehicles now. Dale's pickup at Pump 2, the box truck near the car wash entrance, men at the back door. They weren't chasing Tommy randomly. They were closing routes. We ran toward the cooler aisle. Side exit, Maya asked. No side exit. Windows. Bathroom window maybe, big enough for a raccoon. Great. Dale came after us, breathing harder now. He had a cut under one eye from something, maybe the monitor, maybe flying plastic. It made him look less like a man pretending to be normal and more like what he was. We ducked down aisle 1, the one with jerky, batteries, phone chargers, and headache medicine. The shelves made a narrow tunnel. At the far end was the beer cave door, glass, unpowered, fogging at the edges. Tommy stumbled and went down hard on one knee. The sound he made was worse than a shout. It was small and strangled, all the pain squeezed inward. I pulled at him, and he batted my hand away. Wait, we can't wait. My knee. Maya dropped beside him for 2 seconds, quick hands, quick eyes. Can you stand? Tommy nodded, then shook his head, then nodded again. He looked like a man answering from underwater. Dale entered the aisle behind us. Maya grabbed a shelf of motor oil and pulled. For a second, nothing happened. Then the cheap metal pegboard buckled. Bottles of oil dropped and split against the floor, black and amber puddles spreading between us and Dale. Careful, she said, pulling Tommy up. Dale stepped into the oil anyway and nearly went down. His shoulder smashed into the shelf, and the whole aisle clattered. He caught himself with both hands, swearing. It gave us space. Not much. Enough. Attempt 2 was the office computer. It sounds ridiculous now, but in the moment it made sense. The office had a hardwired panic system panel mounted near the desk. Denise had once shown it to me because corporate required the training. In case the register alarm failed, hold the 2 buttons until the light went green. It used a separate line, she said. More reliable, she said. I hadn't thought of it because the first alarm, the one under the counter, was easier. Also because I had been busy not getting killed. We can trigger the panel, I said. Maya was half carrying Tommy, one arm under his shoulder. Where? Office. That's back toward him. Not if we cut through the cooler. The beer cave had a staff side door that led into the walk-in cooler, and the walk-in cooler opened to the stockroom. Most customers thought it was just a glass fridge wall, but behind it was a narrow refrigerated room where we stocked drinks from the back. The cooler was a dead end if you didn't know the latch. I knew the latch. We pushed through the beer cave door. The air inside was colder than the store and quickly losing its bite without power. Bottles and cans lined metal racks in rows. Bud Light, Ewingling, Coke, energy drinks, gallon jugs of milk. No one should buy at a gas station after midnight. The floor was wet with condensation. The flashlight beam bounced off aluminum and glass until the whole little room seemed to glitter. Tommy sagged against a rack of 2 liters. Keep moving, Maya said. I can't. Yes, you can. You don't know what they do. Maya leaned close to him. Then don't make us find out. That worked better than comfort. We moved through the cooler to the staff door. I lifted the latch and eased it open into the stockroom. No one stood directly outside. The back door was still closed, but the top hinge had bent inward. Every hit from outside made the frame jump. Metal scraping sound came from the other side, like a crowbar or tire iron being worked into the gap. I could hear men talking. Doors wedged, hit near the latch. Dale said back here. Their voices were ordinary. That was the worst part. Local accents, workmanlike annoyance. Men discussing a jammed bolt, not 3 frightened people inside. Maya whispered, "Office." We crossed the stockroom low and fast, passing within 10 feet of the back door. My shoes slid on wet concrete and spilled soda syrup. Tommy's breath whistled through his damaged mouth. I could smell iron now, blood mixed with cold coffee and floor cleaner. At the office, I went straight to the alarm panel. No lights. I pressed both buttons. Nothing. I pressed harder. Nothing. I looked under the desk at the router and battery backup. The little backup chirped again, then died mid-chirp. Someone had cut more than power, or the backup had simply been neglected for years, the way everything in that place was neglected, until it failed at the worst possible moment. Maya read my face. No, cell. I raised my phone near the office window, the tiny one that looked into the stockroom. 1 bar appeared. I dialed 911 again. This time it rang. Once. Maya's eyes locked on mine. Twice. A dispatcher's voice began, clipped and distant. 911. What is your... The call dropped. I stared at the screen. Call failed, but not before something had gone through. Maybe location, maybe not. Maybe just 2 seconds of an open line from a gas station in a dead pocket during a storm. Maya grabbed my wrist. Again, before I could, Dale's voice came from the sales floor. Evan, he knew where we were. Of course he did. Oil on the floor. Open cooler door. Us making noise like animals in a duct. Evan, he called again, softer. You got a lady bleeding in there. Maya looked down. Her forearm was bleeding through the torn sleeve where he had twisted her wrist and scraped her against the cabinet. Not bad enough to kill her. Bad enough to matter. Her hand trembled once, then clenched. Tommy saw it and began to cry without sound. Tears ran down into his beard and mixed with blood. Dale spoke from closer now. Tommy doesn't even know what he stole. Tommy whispered, "Don't listen." What did he steal? Maya asked anyway. Tommy shook his head. The back door crashed inward another inch. Dale said, "Ask him whose teeth those are." I felt the coin bag in my pocket, heavy and horrible. Maya's face did not change, but her voice did. "Tommy." "No, whose teeth?" Tommy covered his mouth again. His hand shook so badly his fingers clicked against his own remaining teeth. "They made me pull them," he said. The office seemed to tilt. "From who?" I asked. He shut his eyes. The answer did not come. A new sound came instead. 3 hard knocks on the front glass. Not the back, not Dale. The front. Maya and I looked toward the sales floor. Through the dark aisles and red emergency glow, I saw a figure outside the front doors, standing in the rain with both hands raised. A woman, maybe, hood up. She knocked again and leaned close to the glass. For 1 second, my mind gave me the version I needed. A stranded customer, a witness, someone who would see Dale and call for help from the road. Then lightning flickered far off, not dramatic, just a pale pulse behind the clouds, and I saw what she held against the glass. A driver's license. Tommy's driver's license. She smiled when she saw me looking. The misdirection folded into something worse. Dale was close enough now that I could hear his shoes tack against the oily floor. "You see her," he called. "That's June. She's nicer than me. Open the door and she'll explain." Tommy whispered, "She is." Maya looked at the office, the stockroom, the cooler door, the back door breaking inward, the sales floor where Dale was approaching, the front glass where June waited with Tommy's license. I saw her map it all in her head and hate every route. "We can't stay," she said. "Where?" She looked at the cooler. "No," I said. "We can lock him out from the inside, maybe for a minute, and get where?" I knew before I answered. I didn't like knowing. "The roof hatch," Maya blinked. "There's a roof hatch in the stockroom, above the delivery shelves, for maintenance. Ladder, no fixed ladder, steps, stool, and shelves. That's insane." "Yeah." The back door gave a shriek as metal warped around the latch. Dale appeared in the stockroom entrance, half lit by my flashlight. Behind him, through the sales floor windows, June still held Tommy's license against the glass like a ticket. Maya took the key fob from my hand and shoved it into Tommy's jacket pocket. "Can you climb?" Tommy stared at her. "Can you climb?" she repeated. "I don't know. Find out." Point of no return did not arrive with music or a speech. It came as a hinge tearing loose. The back door burst inward, slamming into the dolly and knocking it sideways. Rain and cold air flooded the stockroom. Two men pushed through the gap, both in dark work jackets, one carrying a tire iron, the other with a flashlight strapped to his cap. Behind them, the service lane opened into the gray blur of the car wash and the hidden box truck beyond it. Dale stepped forward at the same time. Front blocked, back breached. Sales floor watched by June. Office useless. Phones useless. There was no retreat left to choose. I shoved the step stool under the delivery shelves, looked up at the square metal hatch in the ceiling, and understood that the only way out was into a place none of us knew how to move through safely. Maya boosted Tommy toward the shelves. "Climb," she said. And this time, even Tommy didn't argue. Step stool folded under Tommy's weight before he made it to the second shelf. It didn't collapse all at once. First came a metallic pop, like a cheap umbrella turning inside out. Then one leg buckled, and Tommy's good foot slid off the rubber tread. His hands clawed at the edge of the delivery rack. Bottled tea cases shifted above him, plastic crinkling, cardboard scraping metal. "Maya," I shouted. She got under him fast, too fast, and took most of him across her shoulder when he dropped. They both went down. Tommy hit the concrete on his side. Maya hit knee first, then elbow, and the sound she made was a sharp breath pulled through clenched teeth. The roof hatch sat above us in the dark ceiling, square and useless, maybe 8 feet up, maybe 9, while the back door hung open behind us and rain hissed into the stockroom. Dale moved in from the office side. The two men from outside pushed in through the broken back door. One had the tire iron held low in his right hand. The other wore a headlamp strapped over a ball cap, its beam cutting through the room in hard white slices. For half a second, everybody stopped. Not peace, not mercy, just recalculation. The man with the tire iron was older than Dale, maybe 50, male, broad around the middle, with a patchy beard and a black Carhartt jacket gone slick with rain. The younger one with the headlamp was maybe 28, male, narrow-faced, jittery, breathing through his mouth like he'd run from the box truck to the door and hadn't expected a fight. June was still somewhere out front. I couldn't see her from the stockroom, but I could picture her standing in the rain with Tommy's license held up to the glass like proof she owned him. Dale pointed at Tommy. Him, now. The older man stepped forward. Maya tried to push herself up and failed. Her left knee didn't want to hold. She grabbed the shelf, face tight and pale in the flashlight glow. I had one hand on Tommy's jacket and the other around my cracked flashlight. The beam kept blinking, making every movement look chopped into pieces. Tommy's bloody fingers scrabbled against the floor. Don't let them take me. The older man with the tire iron looked at me. Kid, get clear, kid. That should have made me angry. Instead, it made me feel 12 years old, standing in my father's garage doorway, hearing his breathing go wrong, deciding I had one more second before I had to move. One more second. One more second. Until the choice was gone. Maya turned her head toward me, not pleading, not ordering, just looking. Evan, decide. I threw the flashlight at the headlamp. It wasn't brave. It wasn't planned. It was a panic answer to too many men and too little room. The flashlight spun end over end and hit the younger man's headlamp with a plastic crack. The lamp jerked sideways, blinding the older man for a second. The flashlight clattered to the floor and went out. Darkness dropped hard. The stockroom didn't go black. Emergency glow leaked from the hall. The open back door showed gray rain and the pale side of the dumpster. Headlights from Dale's pickup pushed faint bars through the car wash lane. The clean beam was gone, and in that dirty half-light, everyone became shape and breath. Maya moved first. She grabbed one of the stacked water cases and shoved it off the shelf toward the older man's legs. It burst on the floor, bottles rolling everywhere. He cursed as his boot came down on one and shot sideways. The tire iron slammed against the concrete instead of a skull. I hauled Tommy backward toward the cooler door. Not roof, he gasped. Cooler. Maya understood before I finished saying it. The roof hatch was a trap unless we had time. We didn't. The cooler wasn't a way out, but it gave us a door. A door could buy seconds. Dale lunged. I ducked or tripped or both. His hand caught the back of my polo and tore the collar halfway down my neck. I spun out of it and slammed my shoulder into the rack of soda. Pain flashed white across my collarbone from where I'd hit the back door earlier. Tommy shoved past me, limping, hands out. The cooler door was 10 feet away. Might as well have been across the county. The younger man got his headlamp straightened. Its beam snapped back on and hit Maya full in the face. She threw up an arm. Hold her, Dale said. The older man grabbed Maya around the upper body. She fought him like she had been saving the last of herself for that exact second. She hooked her boot behind his ankle and drove her weight sideways. He didn't fall. He was too big. But he staggered into the broken door, and the tire iron dropped from his hand. It landed near me. Everything in me wanted to grab it. Everything in me knew what grabbing it meant. The younger man reached for Tommy. Tommy twisted away and fell into the cooler door with his shoulder. It swung open, spilling warmer than it should have been air, and the smell of milk, beer, and wet cardboard. I snatched the tire iron. It was heavier than I expected, cold, slick from rain. Dale saw it and stopped for exactly one breath. "Don't," he said. My hands shook so badly the iron tip wobbled. I didn't want to hit anyone. Not really. People say they would, but people also say a lot of things under bright kitchen lights. In that stockroom, with my breath stuttering and Tommy bleeding and Maya pinned near the door, I wanted an adult to come in and tell us where to stand. No adult came. Dale stepped toward me. I swung low. The tire iron caught him across the shin. He screamed, a real scream, not a threat, not a curse. His leg folded under him, and he went down on one knee, both hands reaching for the place I'd hit. I felt the impact up through my wrists into my elbows. I nearly dropped the iron. The younger man stared at Dale, stunned. Maya used it. She twisted out of the older man's grip, grabbed a bottle of washer fluid from the lower shelf, and smashed it against the doorframe. Blue fluid splashed over his face and eyes. He roared, stumbling backward into the rain, hands over his face. "Cooler," she shouted. We piled in. Tommy first, me behind him, Maya last, limping badly now. I slammed the cooler door and threw the inside latch. A second later, Dale hit the other side. The metal door jumped against my hands. "Open it," he shouted. Maya leaned beside me, shoulder against the door, breathing in short, rough pulls. Tommy collapsed against the drink racks, knocking a row of energy drinks over. Cans rolled and dropped, one after another, metal tapping concrete. Tap, tap, tap. Few seconds, the cooler held. Inside, the air was close and chemical cold, though the refrigeration had died. The glass customer doors lined one wall, showing the sales floor beyond. Dark aisles, red exit sign glow, rain smeared across the front windows. We were behind the drinks now, visible only if someone looked closely through fogged glass. The staff door was behind us, with Dale pounding on it. The customer side had a row of hinged glass doors that opened into aisle 3. "Can we get out through there?" Maya asked. "Yes, do it." I moved toward the glass doors, then stopped. Through the fogged, cooler glass, I saw June inside the store. She had come through the front. That meant one of two things. Either she had a key, or Dale had left the front lock damaged enough for her to force. She stood near the coffee station, hood down now, rain shining and dark hair cut blunt at her chin. She was 40 or so, female, with a narrow face and a calmness that made Dale look sloppy. In one hand, she held Tommy's driver's license. In the other, a phone, a working phone. She lifted it and took a picture of the cooler doors. The flash popped. Tommy flinched so hard his shoulder struck the rack. "No," he whispered. "No, no." Maya looked through the glass. "She's calling someone." June tapped the phone screen with her thumb. "Not emergency fast. Message fast." Dale hit the staff door again. The latch bent inward. "Maybe police are coming," I said, though I didn't believe it. Maya gave me one look. Right. The 911 call had lasted 2 rings and a breath. Even if it went through, even if they traced it, even if a unit was close, we were in a rural dip off Route 30 during a storm with no power, and too many doors between us and help. We needed to end it ourselves. Not win, not hero stuff. End it enough to survive. Maya's eyes moved to the glass doors, then the sales floor, then the fuel pumps outside. The truck at pump 2, she said. What about it? Still running, I listened. Through the pounding, the rain, the rattling cooler racks, I could hear it. The diesel knock, steady and stupid outside. Yeah. Can you shut off pumps from the counter? With power, maybe. Not now. Emergency fuel shutoff. I stared at her. She stared back. The red button, she said. Stations have them. I knew the button. Everyone knew the button in the way people know where fire extinguishers are without picturing them until smoke appears. It was mounted under the counter by the register wall. Big red mushroom button. Emergency pump stop. Denise had told me never to touch it unless there was fire, spill, impact, or some idiot smoking while fueling. I looked through the cooler glass toward the counter. 20 feet across the sales floor. June near the coffee station. Dale behind us. 2 men recovering in the stockroom. Maybe more outside. Okay, I said. Pressing it stops fuel, not the truck. No, Maya said. But if pumps shut down, alarms might trigger. Local system. Maybe exterior lights. Maybe it logs. Maybe it gets attention when power cycles. I don't know, I'm reaching. That's not a plan. It's a thing to do. Dale slammed the staff door again. The latch screws whined. Tommy spoke from the floor. Box truck, we turned. He had pulled the stolen key fob from his jacket. His fingers were slick with blood, but he held it out toward me. What about it? I asked. Button. There are 2 buttons. One locks, one lift. Lift, back lift, hydraulic. They used it. Swallowed, face twisting with pain. People inside. Maya went still. I felt the cooler shrink around us. How many? She asked. Tommy's eyes went glassy. Don't know. 1 alive when I left. 1 alive. The words moved through the cooler and changed everything again. Before that, Tommy had been the person we were trying to save. Now, there might be someone else behind the car wash inside a white box truck, parked in the rain, with June and Dale, and the others circling the station like it was normal business. Maya lowered her voice. Tommy, are you sure? He nodded once. Dale hit the door again. The top hinge bent. Maya closed her eyes for half a second. When she opened them, she was back in EMT mode. We need noise, she said. Big noise. I looked at the key fob, then at the front counter, then at the cooler glass. A plan assembled itself in pieces I didn't like. Maya, can you move? Not fast. Tommy, he gave a wet laugh that broke into a cough. No, then I go. Maya shook her head. No. I know the counter. I know the button. And then I keep going. Where? I looked through the front window past June, past the pumps to Dale's pickup. His truck is running. Maya understood and hated it immediately. You don't even have keys. It's running. Maybe locked, maybe not. Evan, Dale's voice came through the staff door. I'm done asking. The latch split with a bright little crack. I opened the nearest customer cooler door. It creaked. June's head turned. I stepped out into aisle 3 with the tire iron in one hand and the blue coin bag in the other. June did not scream. She did not act startled. She looked at me with mild annoyance, like I had brought her the wrong change. You don't want to do that, she said. I really don't, I told her. Then I threw the coin bag at her face. It hit her cheek and burst open. Teeth and the damp receipt scattered across the tile. One tooth skittered under the coffee station. Another bounced against her boot. The receipt stuck wetly to her jacket. For the first time, June reacted. Not fear, fury. She looked down at the teeth, and whatever those pieces meant to her, whatever proof or shame or leverage they carried, it broke her calm. She lunged for them. I ran for the counter. Dale came through the cooler staff door behind me with a crash, shoulder first, half falling into the drink racks. Maya slammed a glass cooler door into him from the other side, catching his injured leg. He howled. I rounded the end of aisle 2, slipped on the oil still spread near the motor oil shelf, and went down hard on my left hand. Pain cracked through my wrist. I lost the tire iron. It slid under the snack rack. June was on her knees by the coffee station, grabbing teeth with bare fingers, swearing under her breath. The sight of it was so wrong, so horribly practical, that my stomach clenched. Dale shouted, "Stop him." The younger man with the headlamp appeared from the stockroom entrance. I scrambled up and ran behind the counter. The emergency pump stop button was under the lip of the counter, mounted beside the fuel console. I slammed my palm into it. A horn began to blare outside, not loud enough to wake the world, but loud enough to cut through rain and diesel and men shouting. The canopy lights flickered once. A red beacon above the pump island spun weakly, throwing broken light across the wet asphalt. Pump emergency stop. The dead fuel console screen blinked once, came alive on battery or reserve, and began screaming in electronic pulses. June looked up. The younger man looked toward the windows. Maya shouted from the cooler, "Evan, go." I vaulted the counter badly. My hip caught the edge and spun me sideways. I landed on my bad wrist and nearly blacked out from the pain. The world narrowed to tile, rain smell, red light, my own breath sounding like it belonged to somebody behind me. But I got up. The front doors were still locked. I had broken the key ring. I didn't have the right key, so I took the box cutter from the open register drawer, turned to the glass panel beside the door, and swung the metal lottery ticket stool through it. The first hit cracked it. The second hit punched a hole wide enough for rain and alarms and the smell of diesel. Glass fell inward and outward in glittering chunks. My hand slipped when I reached through. A shard opened my forearm from wrist toward elbow, not deep enough to kill me, but deep enough that blood ran hot into my palm. I found the thumb turn on the other side and twisted. The door opened. Cold air hit me full in the face. I ran into the rain. The lot was a mess of red flashing light, headlights, water, and shadow. Dale's pickup sat at pump 2, engine running, driver's door closed, but not locked. The white box truck blocked the car wash lane to the right, its rear end facing the service area. Behind the station, I heard men shouting near the broken back door. I ran for the pickup. June came out behind me, screaming something I couldn't understand. The driver's door opened. I climbed in. The cab smelled like wet work gloves, fast food wrappers, and cigarette smoke. The seat was pushed too far back. My feet barely found the pedals. The dash was lit, keys in ignition. A phone mount on the vent. A half-empty bottle of orange soda in the cup holder. I threw it into drive. For 1 second, I thought about hitting the road, just leaving. The thought was so clear it sickened me. Then I looked through the rain-smeared windshield and saw Maya in the doorway, dragging Tommy out through the broken front entrance, both of them limping, both of them outlined by the red pump alarm. And beyond them, behind the car wash, the white box truck waited. One alive when I left. I turned the wheel. The pickup lurched forward. I did not know how to drive a truck that size well. I had driven my mother's old Corolla and a warehouse forklift I hated. The Ford jumped under my foot and clipped the edge of the pump island with a crunch that snapped plastic trim and threw me against the seat belt. June ran toward the truck. I kept going. The pickup crossed the lot toward the car wash lane, tires hissing through puddles. A man in a dark jacket stepped out from behind the box truck and raised both hands like that would stop 2 tons of Ford. I swerved. The pickup's front corner clipped the dumpster instead, metal screaming, and the impact threw my bad wrist into the steering wheel. The box truck's rear lift was down halfway. The stolen key fob had worked, or someone had been using it, or they'd left it that way in the confusion. The rear cargo area was open to the rain. Inside, in the red flicker from the pump alarm, I saw plastic sheeting, moving blankets, a coil of rope, and a person curled against the left wall. A woman, bare feet, silver duct tape around one wrist, the other hand free, and raised weakly to shield her face from the lights. I slammed the pickup into park badly, half on gravel, half in the service lane. The engine kept running. I jumped out and nearly fell. Maya and Tommy were not behind me yet. June was. Dale was limping out of the station, one hand braced against the doorframe, face twisted with pain and rage. The older man with the tire iron came around the side of the box truck, eyes still streaming from the washer fluid. No police, no saviors, just rain and bad choices. I climbed onto the lift gate. The woman inside was maybe 20, female, with a swollen eye and tape residue across her mouth. She wore a convenience store hoodie from some other place, one I didn't recognize. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. "I'm Evan," I said, because Maya had done that with Tommy, and it had sounded like the first civilized thing all night. "I'm getting you out." The older man grabbed my ankle. I kicked backward and hit his face with my heel. He yelled and pulled harder. I dropped to one knee on the lift gate and grabbed the cargo strap bolted inside the truck. My wounded forearm slid against metal, and blood smeared across the floor. Maya reached us then. She had Tommy's stolen key fob in her hand. "Down," she shouted. I didn't understand. She pressed the button. The lift gate jerked. The older man, still holding my ankle, lost his footing as the platform began to rise instead of lower. His grip slipped. He fell backward into the gravel, hitting hard. The lift motor whined, straining under my weight and the shaking platform. Maya slapped the button again. The lift stopped waist high. "Get her," she shouted. I crawled into the cargo area and cut the duct tape from the woman's wrist with the box cutter. My hands were so slippery it took 3 tries. She whimpered when the blade nicked her skin. "Sorry," I said. "Sorry." Dale was close now, limping fast, one leg dragging from where I'd hit him. Tommy stepped into his path. It should have been impossible. Tommy could barely stand. His mouth was ruined. His knee was wrong. But he stood between Dale and the truck with his shoulders hunched and his hands empty. Dale stopped, almost offended. "Tommy," he said. Tommy spat blood onto the gravel. Then he drove his shoulder into Dale's bad leg. Both men went down. It wasn't clean. Tommy screamed when his knee twisted under him. Dale punched him once in the side of the head before Maya reached them with the tire iron I had dropped inside and swung it into Dale's forearm. Same arm, same place I'd hit with the flashlight. Bone didn't crack loud like in movies. Dale's scream did. Maya dropped the tire iron immediately after, as if it burned her. The young woman in the truck clung to me as I helped her onto the lift. She couldn't put weight on one foot. Her ankle was swollen purple. I lowered us awkwardly with the fob while June came around the pickup, holding something in her hand. A knife, small, folding, practical. Maya saw it too late. June grabbed her from behind and put the blade against the side of her neck. Everything stopped again. Rain ran down Maya's face. She froze, breathing hard through her nose. June's hand was steady. "Keys," June said. I held up the fob. "No," she said. "Truck keys. Dale's pickup keys. In the ignition behind me." The young woman beside me was shaking so hard her teeth clicked. Tommy lay on the gravel, trying to get up and failing. Dale curled around his arm and leg, still dangerous, but not standing. The older man groaned near the lift. The younger man with the headlamp hovered by the broken back door, suddenly much less eager now that alarms were blaring, and glass was broken, and everything had become visible from the road. "Give them to me," June said. Maya's eyes met mine. Not again. Not another choice. A horn sounded from the highway. A semi passing on Route 30 slowed, its air brakes coughing. The driver had seen the flashing pump alarm, the broken glass. Maybe the pickup smashed near the car wash. Maybe people in the rain. June heard it too, her comm cracked. Now I reached into the pickup cab. My fingers closed around the keys. Then I looked at the dashboard. The truck was still in park, engine running, front end angled toward the box truck. The driver's door hung open. The emergency brake was off. The gravel sloped gently down toward the drainage ditch behind the car wash. I took the keys halfway out. The engine cut. June smiled. I threw the keys as hard as I could into the drainage ditch. Her head turned. Maya moved. She did not spin out of the knife like an action hero. She jerked her shoulder down and drove the back of her head into June's face. The blade cut her neck anyway, a short red line just below the jaw. June stumbled. Maya slipped in the gravel and went down on both hands. I grabbed the pickup's open door and shoved with everything I had. The truck rolled, slow at first, then faster. Its front bumper hit the box truck's lift gate with a low metal boom, pinning it at an angle and shoving the open cargo bay sideways toward the dumpster. The lift motor screamed, then died. The box truck rocked hard enough that the younger man by the back door ran clear. The pickup kept rolling another few feet until its rear wheels dropped off the gravel lip into the drainage ditch. It stuck there, nose up, useless, blocking the service lane and trapping the box truck from backing out cleanly. June lunged at me, Tommy, still on the ground, grabbed her ankle with both hands. She fell face first into the gravel. The knife skittered away. Maya kicked it under the dumpster. Then the semi on Route 30 laid on its horn. Long, angry, public. Another car slowed behind it. Then another. Headlights began gathering on the road, pointing toward us through the rain. The first siren came faintly from the west, maybe 30 seconds later, though it felt longer. Maybe the 911 call had been enough. Maybe the pump alarm had triggered a monitoring call. Maybe the semi-driver had called it in. Maybe all three. It didn't matter yet. What mattered was that Dale heard it. So did June. So did the others. The younger man ran, not toward us, not toward the box truck. He ran behind the car wash, into the trees along the ditch, headlamp bobbing until rain swallowed it. The older man tried to stand and couldn't. Dale rolled onto his back, teeth clenched, eyes fixed on Tommy with a hatred so personal it seemed older than the night. June pushed herself up on one elbow, blood running from her nose, and laughed once. "You think this ends it?" No one answered her. The sirens grew louder. Maya crawled to the young woman from the truck and pressed a hand gently against her shoulder. "Stay with me. What's your name?" The young woman tried twice before sound came out. "Kayla," Maya nodded, swaying slightly. Blood ran down her own neck in a thin line and disappeared under her collar. "Okay, Kayla, I'm Maya. You're out." Tommy lay on the gravel between Dale and the truck, shaking in the rain. I crawled to him because standing seemed impossible. He looked at me with swollen eyes. "Did I do it?" he asked. I didn't know what he meant. Escape. Stop them. Save Kayla. Make up for whoever those teeth belonged to. So I said the only thing I could. "Yeah." His face folded. Not relief exactly. Something smaller and more broken. Police lights finally washed blue and red across the wet lot, turning the gas station, the broken front glass, the scattered teeth inside, the blocked box truck, all of it into something that looked staged until you smelled the rain and blood and diesel. Dale did not get up. June stopped laughing when the first deputy came around the corner with his weapon drawn and shouted for everyone to show their hands. I raised mine. My left wrist wouldn't lift all the way. Maya raised one hand and kept the other on Kayla's shoulder. Tommy tried to raise both and failed. The deputy yelled again, louder, because from his angle we were just bodies and blood, and a knife somewhere under a dumpster, and a truck in a ditch. Don't move. So we didn't. We stayed on the gravel in the rain, hands up or trying, while the sirens came closer, and the night finally filled with witnesses. And behind us, inside the station, one of the teeth I'd thrown at June lay under the coffee station, missed by everyone, drying beside a puddle of spilled creamer. The first deputy put me on the ground because he had to. I knew that later. I understood it once the scene had been photographed, measured, bagged, marked with little yellow tents, and turned into something that could be written in reports. At the time, all I knew was that I was kneeling in gravel with rain running down my face and blood cooling on my forearm, and a man with a gun was shouting at me to get flat. So I got flat. My left wrist screamed when I tried to lower myself. I rolled onto my side instead, cheek pressed into wet stones, one hand up, the other tucked against my chest because it wouldn't open anymore. The gravel smelled like oil and dirty water. Somewhere close, Tommy was crying without making much sound. Maya kept saying, "She's a patient, she's a patient, she's a patient," until another deputy finally understood that the woman curled near the back of the box truck was not part of it. Kayla wouldn't let go of Maya's sleeve. The deputy closest to me moved past in a crouch, his flashlight beam shaking over the pickup, sunk nose first near the drainage ditch. The white box truck pinned sideways, the lift gate jammed halfway up, the broken back door of the gas station, Dale on the ground with his arm bent wrong against his chest, June face down with one cheek pressed into the gravel, and both hands cuffed behind her. The whole scene looked impossible under police lights. Not supernatural, not even cinematic, just ugly and wet and badly lit. A second patrol car skidded into the lot, then an ambulance, then another. Within minutes, the empty highway station became crowded with idling engines, radios, boots, reflective jackets, and people asking the same questions from different angles. Who owns the Ford? Where's the knife? Anybody else in the truck? Who called it in? Where's the clerk? I tried to say, "I'm the clerk," but my teeth were chattering too hard. A paramedic I didn't know, a broad-shouldered woman named Reese, 39, female, wrapped a foil blanket around my shoulders and took my arm in both hands. She was gentle until she couldn't be. "This is going to hurt. It already does. Then it's going to hurt more honestly." She rinsed the cut on my forearm with saline. I looked away and saw the front of the station. Glass broken beside the door, snack racks toppled, emergency lights pulsing weakly, rain blowing in through the gap. The store had become a place I recognized only in pieces. Coffee station, register, cooler doors, lottery sign. All the normal objects were still there, but they looked embarrassed to be part of it. Maya sat on the bumper of the first ambulance, while another medic pressed gauze to the cut below her jaw. She kept trying to stand. "You're not working this call," the medic told her. "I know. Then sit." "I am sitting." "You're doing sitting wrong." Maya gave him a look that would have scared me on any other night, but she stayed down. Her left knee was swelling under torn fabric. Her forearm had been bandaged in a thick white wrap. The cut at her neck looked small from where I was, which somehow made it worse. A 1/4 inch to the side, and the story would have belonged to somebody else. Tommy was loaded into the second ambulance. He fought them at first, not with strength. He didn't have much left. He just kept twisting away from hands, mumbling, "No cuffs, no cuffs." I helped. A deputy, female, maybe early 40s, took off her rain hood and crouched where he could see her face. Her nameplate read DHARRIS. "You're not under arrest right now," she said. "You're going to the hospital." Tommy stared at her like language had become unreliable. She repeated it. "You're going to the hospital." His swollen mouth moved. "Kayla, she's going too. Alive." "Yes." He turned his face toward the ambulance ceiling and started shaking. They thought it was cold. Maybe part of it was, but I'd seen something in him give way when he heard that word. Alive. Kayla left last. She was conscious, but only in pieces. She answered some questions, and disappeared under others. Her name was Kayla Mercer, 22, female, from York. She had stopped at a rest area on US 30 after her shift at a warehouse bakery, not far from the river. Her left ankle was sprained badly, maybe broken. One wrist was raw where tape had cut into skin. When the paramedics lifted her, she grabbed Maya again. Maya leaned close despite the medic trying to keep her still. "You're going with them," Kayla whispered. "I can't ride in both ambulances. Please." Maya looked at the cut glass, the box truck, Dale being searched by deputies, June sitting upright now with blood drying under her nose, calm again in a way that made my stomach tighten. Then Maya said, "I'll be at the hospital." Kayla stared until she believed her. Only then did she let go. The deputies found the knife under the dumpster where Maya had kicked it. They found rope, tape, disposable gloves, a pry bar, a stained moving blanket, and 3 phones wrapped in aluminum foil inside the box truck's cab. They found a small cooler that did not contain food. I heard one deputy swear when he opened it. Then another told him to shut it until evidence techs arrived. Nobody said teeth. Not at first. The teeth inside the station became a separate problem. The coin bag had split open when I threw it at June. The receipt was stuck to her jacket and peeled off with tweezers by a crime scene technician who arrived in a county van at 3:11 a.m. 2 teeth were recovered near the coffee station. One was near the front mat. Another had rolled under the cigarette display. I told them there had been 3 originally, then remembered I had picked one off the floor, then remembered Tommy had said some, and the number stopped feeling firm in my head. Deputy Harris took my statement in the back of the ambulance while Reese splinted my wrist. "You said he tried to pay with teeth," Harris said. "Yeah, human teeth," I laughed once. "It came out wrong. I didn't ask." She looked up from her notepad, not unkindly. "I have to be exact." "Yes," I said, "human." And the note on the receipt said what? No car, no phone, no cops by time. Whose handwriting? I don't know, Tommy's maybe. Did he say why he came to this station? I looked at the Shell sign flickering above the canopy. One of the yellow panels buzzed and died, leaving the S half lit. He bought gas here before he came in, or somebody did, pump 4. Did you see the vehicle? No. Did you hear it leave? I opened my mouth. Nothing came. The truth was, I didn't know. I had been in the bathroom. I had heard the pump beep. Maybe I had heard tires. Maybe I had heard only rain and the hand dryer and the long road noise that filled the spaces between thoughts. Harris waited. "I don't know," I said finally. She wrote that down. Not knowing looked very small in ink. Dale went to the hospital under guard. His real name was Dale Brenner, 36, male, from Columbia, Pennsylvania. June was June Weller, 42, female, no fixed address, according to the first radio chatter, though later reports said she had used at least 3 apartments and 2 storage units under other names. The older man with the tire iron was arrested at the scene. The younger man with the headlamp vanished into the trees along the drainage ditch, and deputies with flashlights searched the wet brush until dawn. They found his headlamp snagged on a branch. They did not find him that night. A state trooper took photos of my broken front glass, while Denise, my manager, arrived in a raincoat over pajama bottoms, and stood at the edge of the tape with both hands over her mouth. Denise Alvarez, 54, female, had run that station for 11 years with the defeated competence of someone who knew exactly which freezer leaked and which employees lied about being sick. I had seen her angry, tired, sarcastic, even once crying quietly in the office after a call from her son. I had never seen her look small. When they finally let her near me, she hugged me too hard, then held me at arm's length and stared at the bandage on my arm. "You pressed the alarm?" she asked. "I think so." It didn't call out. I figured. The company's going to say the storm knocked it out. Did it? She looked toward the fuel console, the dead register, the broken router. "I don't know." That was the official phrase of the night. I don't know. At 5:48 a.m., the rain weakened to a mist. The sky behind the car wash turned the color of dirty dishwater. Morning traffic began to move along Route 30 as if the world had reopened on schedule. Commuters slowed to look at the patrol cars and the blocked pumps. A man in a minivan rolled down his window and asked a deputy if the station was selling coffee. The deputy just stared at him until he drove away. I was taken to Lancaster General after that. 6 stitches in my forearm, a sprained wrist, maybe a hairline fracture they couldn't confirm until swelling went down, bruised ribs, bruised shoulder, a shallow cut across my palm from the glass. Nothing dramatic enough to impress anyone, but enough that every movement reminded me I had a body and it had limits. Maya had 12 stitches near her jaw, a sprained knee, bruising along her wrist, and a concussion mild enough that she argued with the doctor about the word mild. Tommy had oral trauma, 2 cracked ribs, a torn ligament in his knee, dehydration, and chemical burns on one wrist from something nobody explained to me. Kayla had a fractured ankle, bruised ribs, and the kind of exhaustion that made nurses lower their voices when they entered the room. I saw Maya in the ER hallway around 8. She was in a wheelchair she clearly hated, hair loose around her face, hospital blanket over her shoulders. I was standing by the vending machines with my arm in a sling, trying to buy water with one hand. "You look terrible," she said. "You look like you got hit by a gas station." She almost smiled. Almost. I pressed the wrong vending button and bought iced tea instead of water. Neither of us corrected it. The bottle dropped with a heavy clunk that made both of us flinch. We stood there in the fluorescent hospital light, surrounded by normal sounds, rubber soles squeaking, monitors beeping, someone coughing behind a curtain, a nurse laughing softly at a desk. It should have felt safer than the station. In some ways it did. In others, the brightness felt rude. "They found a woman alive," I said, because I needed to hear it again. "Kayla," Maya said. "Yeah, she's in surgery for her ankle now." She kept asking about Tommy. "Tommy," Maya nodded. She said he loosened her tape before he ran, said he told her he'd bring help. I looked down at the iced tea bottle. My bandaged fingers had left a red smear on the plastic. "So he did." "Yeah." Neither of us said anything for a minute. Then Maya said, "You froze less than you think." I laughed, but it hurt my ribs, so I stopped. "You don't know what I think. I know you moved. That's not the same as being brave." "No," she said. "It's more useful." I kept that. still keep it. The police interviewed me 3 more times over the next week. Once at the hospital, once at my apartment, once back at the station, which was both the worst and most necessary one. They walked me through the path, counter to hall, office, stockroom, cooler, sales floor, front door, pumps, car wash, service lane. They used yellow markers where teeth had been found and blue markers where blood had been found. They asked me about every sound, every sentence, every hand movement I could remember. Some answers got easier. Some got worse. They identified 2 of the teeth through dental records tied to a missing man from Maryland named Patrick Sloan, 41, male, a refrigeration repair contractor, whose van had been found abandoned at a rest area 10 days earlier. The other recovered teeth were not his. At least one belonged to an unidentified female. The police did not tell me more than that, but I learned enough from local news headlines to know the investigation grew beyond our county fast. Dale and June did not confess. Tommy did, sort of. He told police he had been taken at a truck stop near Harrisburg after agreeing to help jump-start a van. He said the group used people for money, threats, forced calls, bank withdrawals, sometimes worse. He said they made victims hurt each other to break them down and to make them afraid to talk. The teeth were proof, punishment, currency inside a system no decent person would invent. He had grabbed some after they made him pull them from Patrick Sloan. He thought if he escaped with proof, someone might believe him. Then he reached our station. No car, no phone, no cops. By time. He had written it on the receipt while hiding behind the car wash, using a pen he found in the box truck cab. He chose cigarettes because that was what he could say with his mouth ruined and his mind half gone. Something normal, something small, a reason to stand at a counter under lights. Working the graveyard shift teaches you how many people ask for help without saying help. I quit 2 weeks later. Denise said she understood. Corporate sent a form email about counseling resources and property damage review. The station reopened after 10 days with new glass, a repaired back door, fresh cameras, and a laminated sign near the register reminding employees not to manually lock the front doors during business hours. The emergency pump stop was replaced. The landline was fixed. The alarm company claimed the silent alarm had never transmitted because of storm-related service interruption. Denise forwarded that email to me with no message except 3 question marks. I didn't answer. I drove past the station once in April in daylight because I thought daylight would shrink it. It didn't. A family minivan was at pump 2. A landscaping truck was at pump 4. A woman in scrubs came out carrying coffee and a banana. The hot dog rollers turned under their little orange lamps. The Shell sign was whole again. Everything looked ordinary. That was the problem. The world had not learned a lesson. The road kept taking people places. The pumps kept taking cards. The clerk inside, a college kid I didn't know, leaned on the counter and looked at his phone between customers. I wanted to pull in and tell him to check the landline, check the alarm, keep his cell on him. Never ignore a man who says no cops too quickly. Instead, I kept driving. Maya went back to work before her doctor wanted her to. Of course she did. She texted me a picture of her stitched jaw one night with the message, "Scar makes me look decisive." Tommy entered protective custody after surgery. Kayla's family gave a short statement on the news, asking for privacy and thanking the bystanders who intervened, which made Maya snort when I showed her. "Bystanders," she said. "That's generous." The younger accomplice with the headlamp was found 3 weeks later, not in Pennsylvania, but outside Toledo, picked up on a stolen vehicle warrant. He had changed his hair, shaved his beard, and still had a healing cut above his eyebrow where my flashlight had knocked the lamp sideways. That should have felt like closure. It did, in a paperwork sense. But closure is a word people use when they want pain to become organized. Mine didn't. For months, I heard small sounds wrong. A mint hitting a table, a key ring dropping, a cooler motor kicking on. Once in a diner, an old man laughed with his mouth open, and I saw a dark gap where 2 lower teeth were missing. I had to leave before my food came. Another time, at a grocery store, someone's phone flashlight swept across a shelf of canned drinks, and I ducked so hard I banged my shoulder on a freezer door. The body keeps a map of places the mind tries to rename. Stockroom, cooler, counter, back door. I still have the scar on my left forearm. It runs pale and crooked from the base of my thumb toward my elbow, with 2 little raised spots where glass stayed in longer than it should have. My wrist aches when rain comes in. Maya says that sounds fake and old man dramatic, but hers does too, and we both know it. The last time I spoke to Deputy Harris, she called to clarify one detail for trial prep. "Do you remember how many teeth you saw on the counter before you put them in the bag?" she asked. 3. "You're certain?" I closed my eyes and saw them again. Click, roll, stop. 3 on the counter, I said. "But Tommy said he had more. Did you see more?" "No." She paused long enough that I heard office noise behind her. A printer, someone talking. Normal life doing its rude little dance. "Why?" I asked. "We recovered 4 from the store," she said. 2 in the coin bag area, 1 near the cigarette display, 1 under the coffee station. I threw the bag. They scattered. "I know." "So?" Another pause. Inventory later found 1 additional tooth in the register drawer. I sat with the phone against my ear and looked out my apartment window at a bright afternoon. Kids riding bikes past the parking lot, a dog barking from somebody's balcony. In the drawer, yes, that's impossible. "I'm not saying it isn't explainable," Harris said carefully. "I'm asking whether you placed one there." "No." "Did Tommy?" "I don't think he got behind the counter." "No, he didn't." She didn't say anything else. Eventually, she thanked me and ended the call. The trial would explain most of it, I told myself. Evidence gets moved. Scenes get chaotic. People miscount. A tooth could have bounced, could have been kicked, could have stuck to someone's shoe and dropped later when the drawer opened. There are always realistic explanations if you need them badly enough. I do need them. Most days, I believe them. But every now and then, I think about that first sound, that tiny dry click on the counter, and the way Tommy smiled with his lips pressed shut, like a man offering the only payment he had left. And I think about the register drawer, closed until I opened it, full of pennies, rubber bands, a box cutter, and keys that scattered when my hands failed me. I think about one extra tooth lying among the change, waiting there in the dark metal tray while I reached past it for a way out. Then I remind myself the world is ordinary. Cars need gas, coffee burns, doors stick, alarms fail. People do terrible things to other people and leave evidence in places nobody wants to look. That's enough horror for any life. It has to be. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing I noticed was the fog on the inside of the freezer door, not the outside. That happened all the time when the compressors kicked hard, and the shop's front windows were still sweating from a warm September morning. But this was on the inside, beaded up in a clouded oval about chest height, like somebody had stood in there and breathed against the glass. I wiped it with the heel of my hand, because that was easier than thinking about it. My name is Nora Keene, 29, female, and I'd been working at Haskett and Son Butchers in Erie, Pennsylvania, for almost 6 years by then. The shop sat on West 8th, not far from Frontier Park, wedged between a barber who played old Motown too loud and a tax office that only seemed open during months when everybody was already miserable. We did steaks, sausages, soup bones, holiday hams, the sort of place where regulars came in knowing exactly how thick they wanted their pork chops, and which cashier had gone to high school with their nephew. I liked the rhythm of it. That was the truth. The saw, the paper, the twine, the slap of wrapped meat on the counter, the bell over the front door, the cheap radio above the sink crackling through traffic reports from I-90. Every task had a shape and an ending. Trim this, grind that, label the trays, clean the knives until the steel flashed under the fluorescent tubes. There were no surprises, not if you paid attention. And I paid attention too much. That was my private problem. I noticed small wrong things and then carried them around until they got heavy. A door not shut all the way, a smell that didn't belong, a customer touching the counter twice before asking a question. My father used to call it being tightly wound, like that made it cute. After he died, it wasn't cute anymore. It was just the way I moved through the world, always waiting for a machine to fail, a floor to give, a person to turn mean when nobody else was looking. So when I saw breath fog on the inside of the freezer door at 6:17 in the morning, I wiped it once and told myself the gasket was bad. Then I heard something shift behind the racks, a soft, wet drag. I stopped with my hand still on the glass. The walk-in freezer was old enough to have moods. It groaned when the defrost cycle started. It It ticked in the walls after deliveries. The fan belts squealed if the temperature outside jumped too fast. Any butcher shop has noises that would sound personal if you heard them alone. But after years, you learn which ones mean money and which ones mean trouble. This one was neither. It had weight to it. A side of beef in a plastic shroud hung from the rail nearest the back wall, swaying just slightly. I watched it. It settled. "Compressor," I said out loud, because there was nobody else there yet. And sometimes saying the boring answer first helped keep your head from filling in the rest. The overhead fan rattled, scattering cold air across my face when I pulled the door open. The smell came out first: metal, old frost, cardboard, fat. Beneath that, the faint sourness of pork blood in the catch pan somebody should have emptied the night before. I stepped inside just far enough for the automatic light to blink awake. Everything looked normal in the flat blue-white glow. Boxes of chicken quarters stacked on the left. Vacuum-packed briskets in gray tubs. Lamb ribs on the middle rack. The hanging beef along the rear rail, tagged and stamped from Tuesday's delivery. No person, no animal, no impossible thing waiting behind the cartons. I could see my breath. The freezer door hissed behind me, not closed, just resting against its own seal. I hated being in there with the door unlatched. Hated the idea of it swinging shut. I knew it had the inside safety release. I had tested it myself after a maintenance guy named Ron joked that people only got trapped in walk-ins because they were too stupid to push the big glowing handle. I still didn't like it. Something ticked. Then again, a small sound, spaced unevenly, coming from the lower shelf. I bent down. A vacuum pack of beef cheeks sat on a tray near the edge, the plastic tight and glossy. A trapped bubble under the wrap rose, flattened, then rose again. The meat inside shifted with it, a slow pulse from one end of the package to the other. I didn't scream. I didn't leap backward. I just stared, my brain shuffling through explanations with the useless panic of someone patting empty pockets for keys already in their hand. Gas. That was one. Spoilage could puff packaging if something had gone bad. Temperature abuse. Bacteria. Bad seal. All explainable. All possible. Still, I reached out with 2 fingers and touched the plastic. It pressed up against me. Not much. Not dramatically. Just enough. My hand jerked back and knocked the tray below it. A rack of wrapped short ribs slid sideways and slapped the metal shelf, hard enough that I banged my shoulder turning around. "Nora," the voice came from outside the freezer. I almost answered too loud. In here, Tom Haskett, 58 male, stepped into view, wearing his usual navy fleece vest over a white butcher coat that never stayed white past 8 in the morning. Tom owned the shop now, technically the son in Haskett and Son, though his father had been dead for 12 years, and Tom had never bothered to change the sign. He was broad in the shoulders and soft around the middle, with square hands, a bad left knee, and a face built for looking disappointed in produce prices. He also had the kind of calm people mistook for kindness until they owed him money. "What are you doing standing in the cold?" he asked. I pointed to the shelf. "This pack's swollen." He came in squinting. "Which?" "The cheeks." He picked it up before I could tell him not to, pressed his thumb into the bubble. The plastic squeaked. "Yeah," he said, "bad seal. It moved. Because you poked it." "No, before that." Tom looked at me, then at the package, then back again. He had known me long enough to decide whether I was joking before I finished talking. "How long you been here?" 20 minutes. "You eat breakfast." "That's not what this is." I didn't say it was. He turned the package over, reading the label through frost crystals. "Came in Tuesday. Lot numbers fine. Temperature log, 34 in the cooler. Freezer's at 2 below. Then it's probably just gas. Gas doesn't push back." He let out a breath through his nose. The freezer fogged around his mustache. "Everything pushes back if it's under pressure." Tom carried the package out like it was nothing but a customer complaint, and I followed because I didn't want to stay in there alone. The shop outside felt too warm and too bright after the freezer. Stainless tables, knife magnets, red cutting boards stacked by size. The front display case was still dark, except for the emergency strip light glowing under the glass. On the sidewalk beyond the front windows, a city bus sighed at the stop and pulled away, leaving a woman in a tan coat standing with a paper coffee cup and no interest in the weird little world behind our locked door. Dropped the beef cheeks into the quarantine bin under the prep sink. We used it for anything questionable before logging waste. "There," he said. "Gone." I waited. He washed his hands, dried them on a towel, and turned toward the office. "That's it?" I asked. "That's it until Weiss gets in. I'll have him check the invoices. You're not calling the supplier. At 6:20 in the morning, no. If there's contamination, one bad seal isn't contamination." It was breathing. That landed wrong. I heard it when I said it. Tom stopped with one hand on the office door frame. The radio above the sink spat static, then came back with a commercial for winter tires. Somewhere in the wall, the freezer compressor coughed and settled into a steady hum. "Don't use words like that," Tom said, quieter now. "Tom, no, I mean it. We got a health inspection sometime this month. We got 3 restaurants waiting on orders by noon. We got 6 deer processors trying to book freezer space already, and it isn't even season yet. So don't stand in my prep room before sunrise saying meat is breathing." His voice wasn't angry exactly. It was tight, afraid of cost, afraid of reputation, afraid of one strange package becoming paperwork. I knew that fear. Haskett and Son had survived COVID by selling freezer bundles out the back door and taking Venmo from people who didn't know a chuck roast from a ribeye. It had survived a recall scare 2 years ago when a distributor mixed labels, and every phone call sounded like a lawsuit warming up. Tom had remortgaged his house once. Everybody knew because his wife, Marcy, had told the whole shop after 3 glasses of boxed wine at the Christmas party. "I'm not trying to start trouble," I said. "Then don't." The front bell rattled, even though the door was locked. We both turned. A face appeared close to the glass. Young, pale, framed by a black knit cap. Then a hand knocked twice, impatient, but not hard. "That'll be Eli," Tom said, as if grateful for interruption. Eli Brandt, 22 male, was our newest hire, a line cook refugee from a seafood place on the bayfront who had quit after a fryer fire took off most of his left eyebrow. He had narrow shoulders, quick hands, and a habit of talking when he was nervous, which meant he talked almost all the time at work. Tom said Eli was green, but trainable. I thought Eli was trying so hard not to be useless that he missed half of what was happening right in front of him. Tom unlocked the door and let him in. "Morning," Eli said, stepping around the mat with his backpack half-zipped. "Sorry, the 26 was late. Some guy got on with like an entire trash bag of cans, and then the driver, apron," Tom said. "Right, yeah." Eli looked at me while he shrugged out of his jacket. "You okay?" I hated that he noticed. "Fine." "She found a bad seal," Tom said. "Nothing dramatic." Eli froze with one arm in his apron. "Bad seal like bad, or bad like we have to clean the grinder again. Bad like throw it in the bin and move on." I watched Tom's face while he spoke. He didn't glance at the quarantine bin. That was deliberate. The next half hour almost repaired the morning. Almost. Work has a way of sanding strange edges down. Eli filled the display case with breakfast sausage links and maple patties. Tom checked invoices in the office, cursing softly at paper. I broke down 2 pork shoulders for a restaurant order, the knife finding seams in the muscle by memory. The shop warmed as the ovens next door at the bakery started up, and the smell of yeast drifted in whenever someone opened the back hallway. By 7, Grace Morty arrived. Grace, 34, female, was our counter lead and unofficial human shield against customers who wanted to argue about prices they had seen at Walmart. She was short, sharp-eyed, and always dressed like she might leave work and go directly to court. Black jeans, clean boots, hair pinned tight, silver hoops small enough not to violate food safety. Grace had 2 kids, 1 ex-husband, and a laugh that could cut through the meat saw. She came through the back with her phone tucked under her chin, saying, "Ma, I know, but if Luca has a fever, he can't go to school. That's not my rule. That's the state of Pennsylvania." He listened, mouthed "kill me" at me, and went into the office to put her purse away. The bell over the front door chimed at 7:30 on the dot. We opened. Customers made everything ordinary again, which was maybe why I resented them that morning. Mr. Feld came in for liver and onions, and Grace talked him out of buying too much because he lived alone and always pretended he had company coming. A woman from Mill Creek wanted 8 pounds of ground chuck separated into 1-pound packs. 2 construction guys bought pepper sticks and energy drinks from the little cooler by the register. Eli dropped a roll of butcher paper and went red to the ears when Grace said, "Relax, Brant, nobody died." Only I looked at the quarantine bin. Once, twice. At 8:12, the lid clicked, not popped, clicked, like something inside had shifted against it. I was trimming silver skin off a tenderloin when it happened, and the blade stopped so suddenly, I nicked my glove. The cut didn't reach skin, but I felt the pressure of it against my fingertip. Grace glanced over. "You good, the bin?" "What about it?" Before I could answer, Tom came out of the office carrying 3 pink order slips. "Nora, after you finish that, pull the veal bones for Bay House. Eli, grind 10 pounds chuck, 5 brisket. Grace, can you call Tony and tell him his lamb S in?" The bin clicked again. This time Eli heard it. His head turned. Tom kept talking, and somebody turned the radio down. I can't hear myself think. Tom, I said. He looked at me hard enough to make me stop. Not in front of customers. That was what his face said. Grace's eyes moved between us. She was good at reading rooms. Too good. What's going on? Nothing, Tom said. Eli, because Eli couldn't help himself, said, Is it the bad seal? Grace lowered the order pad. What bad seal? The customer at the counter, a heavy-set man in a penguin's hoodie, leaned slightly to listen. Tom's jaw flexed. I smiled at the customer with my mouth only. We had a package puff up in the freezer. Happens sometimes. That part was true enough to pass. Grace didn't buy it. She waited until the customer paid and left, then turned the deadbolt on the front door with the sign still flipped to open. Grace, Tom said. Nope. We're not doing mystery meat before lunch rush. She pointed at the bin. Open it. Tom rubbed both hands over his face. For God's sake. But he opened it. The package of beef cheeks sat at the bottom of the white plastic bin, still glossy, still sealed. The bubble under the wrap had grown. It lifted the label into a curved ridge. Condensation dotted the inside of the plastic. Eli whispered, That is nasty. It's spoilage, Tom said. Grace leaned closer, not touching it. Then why is it moving like that? The bubble rose. Held, lowered. A slow, shallow swell. In the front of the shop, the bell chimed again as someone tried the locked door. A woman peered in, confused by the open sign and the bolt. Grace ignored her. Tom picked up a boning knife from the table. Don't, I said, I'm venting it. Tom, don't cut it open in here. It's meat, Nora. It's contaminated meat. Then we clean. Grace stepped back. Maybe put it in the sink first. Tom shot her a look, but carried the package to the deep prep sink. Eli grabbed the sanitizer bottle like that would help. I stayed where I was, a few feet away, hands curled, listening to the plastic squeak under Tom's grip. He pierced the corner with the knife tip. A thin hiss escaped, not loud, not theatrical. A tired little sound, like air leaking from a bike tire. Then came the smell. Eli gagged and turned away. Grace covered her nose with her sleeve. Tom dropped the knife into the sink with a clatter. It wasn't rot. I need to be clear about that. Rot has a sweetness to it, a spoiled soup thickness that gets behind your teeth. This was sharper, animal and chemical at once, like pennies, wet hay, and the inside of a cheap cooler left shut all summer. The meat inside the package contracted, all at once. The whole piece tightened under the plastic, drawing inward from the edges. Eli said, Nope. Tom backed up so fast his bad knee clipped the lower cabinet. Jesus. The word hung there with the freezer hum behind it. For a few seconds, nobody moved. Outside, the woman at the locked front door knocked with her car keys. Tap, tap, tap. Normal irritation. Normal morning. She had no idea 4 adults were standing in a butcher shop prep room staring at a piece of meat that had just reacted to being cut. Grace recovered first. That was who she was. Okay, she said, voice thin but steady. We're closing for an hour. No, Tom said automatically. Yes, she pointed toward the front. I'll tell them equipment issue. Eli, put the case lights off. Nora, wash your hands. Tom, call the supplier. Tom didn't move. Tom, he stared at the sink. Tom, she said again, softer. Call, he swallowed. We's isn't here yet. We's called her, 46 male. was our delivery driver and part-time cutter, a former volunteer firefighter with a gray buzz cut and a permanent squint from years of driving into lake-effect snow. He usually arrived around 8:30 after dropping his daughter at school. Weiss was practical to the point of rudeness, the kind of man who would patch a leaking pipe with duct tape and then lecture you for buying the wrong duct tape. If anyone could walk in and make this stupid again, make it just spoilage or pressure or some livestock disease we should have learned about in a training video, it would be him. "We don't need Weiss to call the supplier," Grace said. "No," Tom said, "but differently now." "No, he picked up the overflow order yesterday." I looked at him. "What overflow order?" Tom rubbed his mouth. He suddenly looked older than he had 10 minutes before. "Extra beef. Cash and carry from Danton Meats down in Meadville. Restaurants have been asking for cheeks, oxtail, odd cuts. Our regular distributor was short." Grace stared at him. "You bought off-book meat." "It wasn't off-book. I have an invoice. From a USDA plant." Tom didn't answer quickly enough. Eli set down the sanitizer bottle with a plastic thump. "Is that illegal?" "No," Tom snapped. "Not if the paperwork's clean." "And is it?" I asked. He looked at me then, and there it was. Not guilt exactly, something more common. A man who had made a small compromise because money was tight and the day was busy, and usually nothing happened. Usually, the front knocking stopped. The woman walked away. Through the window, I watched her mouth something into her phone, annoyed enough to leave a bad review maybe, not scared enough to call anyone. Grace took her own phone from her back pocket. "I'm calling the county health department." Tom's head whipped around. "Hold on." "No, Grace, hold on." She paused with her thumb over the screen. Tom looked from her to the sink, then to the closed freezer door at the back. "We need to know if it's just that package." Nobody liked that sentence. The freezer compressor kicked louder. A low vibration ran through the wall and into the stainless tables. From inside the walk-in came a faint metallic clink, as if one hanging hook had nudged another. Eli whispered, "Please tell me that was the fan." I thought of the fogged oval on the glass, the swaying beef, the shifting sound behind the racks, the little pulse pressing back against my fingers. My flaw, my fear, whatever you want to call it, was that I could not leave a wrong thing alone once I had seen it. Even when common sense said step back, shut the door, call someone with gloves and authority, I needed to know the shape of the danger. Not because I was brave, because uncertainty made my skin feel too tight. Grace still had her phone raised. Tom had his hand on the freezer handle. The choice sat between us, ugly and practical. Lock the place down and call the county before we understood what we were reporting, or open the freezer and check the rest of the meat ourselves. No one said it out loud. Tom opened the freezer door an inch. Cold air rolled across the floor and wrapped around our ankles. From somewhere inside, behind the hanging beef, came another soft, wet drag. Tom opened the freezer door wider, then stopped like his own hand had betrayed him. Cold air spilled out in a low white sheet and slid under the prep tables. It carried the usual freezer smell with it. But now there was something else mixed in, faint and mean. The same penny and hay bite that had come from the cut package in the sink. Nobody stepped forward. That should tell you something about us. We worked with dead animals every day. We split ribs, trimmed fat, cracked bones on the saw, wiped blood out of the drain channels before it had a chance to dry brown. Grace had once cleaned up after a delivery crate broke open and dumped chicken livers across the hallway like wet marbles. Eli had burned half his eyebrow off in a kitchen and finished the dinner rush before going to urgent care. Tom could stick his arm elbow deep into a hog cavity and complain about baseball at the same time. But for a few seconds, none of us wanted to cross that strip of cold floor. Tom said, "We're only looking." Grace had her phone in her hand. That's what people say before they do something dumb. "I need to see if the rest of the order's affected. You need to call the county." "And tell them what?" Tom snapped. "My employee thinks the meat is breathing. They'll send someone by next week if we're lucky. And by then every restaurant from here to Presque Isle is calling asking where their order is. Then tell them we have suspected contamination." "From one bad pack," I said. "It's not one bad pack anymore." Tom looked at me, and in his face, I saw the thing I hated most about small businesses and families, and any place where money and pride share the same room. He knew I was right. He also knew being right could ruin him. Eli stood near the grinder, arms crossed tight over his chest. "Maybe we just throw out the Danton stuff." Tom turned. "Do you know how much is in there?" "No." "Then don't talk." Eli's mouth shut hard. He looked down at his shoes. That was Tom's first misstep, not because Eli mattered less than the meat, but because fear travels faster when someone makes you feel stupid for having it. Eli backed away from the conversation after that. He stayed in the room, but not in it. I noticed because I did that too when people older than me got loud. Grace noticed too. "Don't bark at him because you bought sketchy beef." Tom's face flushed. "You don't know what I bought." "I know you didn't answer when Nora asked about USDA paperwork." He opened his mouth, but the phone rang in the office. All four of us jumped a little. The sound came sharp through the open doorway, 2 short rings and a pause, the old landline with its cracked plastic handset. Tom stared toward it like it might give him an excuse. "Answer it," Grace said. He didn't move. So I did. The office was barely big enough for a desk, a filing cabinet, and the old chair Tom had reinforced with duct tape around one arm. Invoices were spread across the desk in uneven piles. The computer monitor showed our ordering software frozen on a loading wheel. The air smelled like coffee grounds and printer heat. I picked up the phone. Haskett and Son. A man said, "This Nora." I hesitated. "Who's calling?" "It's Wheeze. Put Tom on." Wheeze Calder's voice had its usual gravel, but there was road noise under it. A lot of road noise. Wind buffeting a cracked window. Tires hissing on wet pavement. "Where are you?" I asked. "Peach Street, near the old Kmart. I need Tom." I looked through the office doorway. Tom was still by the freezer, one hand on the door. "He's here. Tell him don't use the Danton meat." My fingers tightened on the receiver. "Why?" A horn blared on Whee's end. He swore away from the phone. "Nora, listen. Don't open anything else from that load. Don't cut it, don't grind it, don't sell it. Keep the freezer shut." I turned slowly toward the prep room. Tom saw my face and came toward me. What? I covered the mouthpiece. It's Wheeze. He says don't use the Danton meat. Tom grabbed the phone from me. Wheeze, what the hell are you talking about? I couldn't hear Wheeze's words clearly, just the shape of them, fast and strained through the receiver. Tom listened, his jaw working. When? He said. Who told you that? Grace came into the office doorway. Eli hovered behind her, pale around the mouth. Tom said, No, you should have called me last night. More road noise. Then Tom's face changed. It was small. A blink held too long, his lips parting without a word ready. What do you mean, missing? He said. Grace and I looked at each other. Tom pressed the phone harder to his ear. Wheeze, slow down. Missing from where? The freezer compressor kicked off in the prep room. Its sudden absence left the whole building feeling too exposed. I could hear the drip in the 3-bay sink. The faint electric buzz of the case lights Eli hadn't turned off. Grace breathing through her nose. Tom said, No, you come here first. We must have argued. Because I said come here first, Tom barked. You're 10 minutes out. Just get here. He slammed the handset down. Grace said, Who's missing? Tom didn't answer right away. Looked at the invoices on the desk, as if the answer might be printed there in a font he could blame. Danton's night manager, he said finally. Guy named Louis Bell. Eli's voice came from behind Grace. Missing. We's heard from a driver at Gordon's this morning. Danton had some kind of incident last night. Louis didn't clock out. His truck S still there. State police came around asking questions. Grace lifted her phone again. That's it, I'm calling. Tom put a hand out. Wait. No. Grace, no, Tom. Missing manager plus bad meat plus you hiding paperwork. That is not a wait situation. I wasn't hiding paperwork. You were hiding something. He swallowed that one. His anger drained, leaving something sweatier behind. I paid cash for part of it. The sentence landed like a dropped knife. Eli whispered, Dude. Tom glared at him, but weakly. I said, Why? Because Danton had overstock, and I needed margin. They gave me an invoice for the inspected sides. The offal and specialty cuts were separate. Separate how? Grace asked. Tom looked at the floor. Tom, she said, no label tags. Grace laughed once, no humor in it. You unbelievable idiot. His head came up. You think I don't know that? The words echoed off the tile. Behind him, the open freezer door started to beep. A thin, repetitive alarm, door ajar, door ajar, door ajar. I moved past him and pushed the door shut. The seal caught with a soft suck. The beeping stopped, and in the quiet after it, my phone buzzed in my back pocket. I took it out. A text from Bay House Grill. Need veal bones and cheeks by 9:30. Chef is already here. You still good? I stared at it, then checked the wall clock. 8:23. The concrete problem arrived without drama, which is how most real problems arrive. Not with music, not with a scream. Just a time and an obligation, and the realization that whatever you decide next will be wrong in at least one way. Bay House was one of our biggest accounts. They bought bones, cheeks, marrow, sausage trim, odd cuts nobody else wanted, and they paid on time. Their chef was a loud woman named Dana who could smell excuses through a text message. If we canceled a same-day order without explanation, she'd call Tom, then 3 other restaurant owners, then possibly the health department herself. Grace read the text over my shoulder. Good. Tell them no. Tom's eyes snapped to mine. Don't. Cannot sell them cheeks, Grace said. I'm not selling Danton cheeks. Then what? We have some regular stock. Enough. He didn't answer. Eli said very carefully, the grinder order has brisket from the regular delivery, right? I looked toward the prep table where Eli had set out tubs for the morning grind. He'd pulled from the cooler, not the freezer. Regular distributor labels, Tuesday dates, clean packaging. That should have helped. Instead, my attention caught on the freezer door again. A faint mist had begun forming at the lower edge of the glass window. Not chest height this time. Lower, near knee level. Grace followed my gaze. Tom said, we need to separate the Danton product from the rest. Bag it, mark it, hold it, then call. Call first, Grace said. If we call first, they tell us to stop everything. They might lock down all inventory, even the clean distributor stock. Maybe they should. And if it's nothing, we lose thousands, maybe the shop, over a bad seal and a rumor from a driver. I felt anger stir in me then, hotter because it had nowhere safe to go. We said keep the freezer shut. Wheeze isn't here. He picked it up, and I own the place. That was Tom's second misstep. Bigger. Grace's expression went flat. Ownership doesn't make bacteria less dangerous. Tom looked like he wanted to say something cruel and managed not to. He gripped the back of the office chair until the metal legs squeaked against the floor. I knew his fear. I did. The shop was his father's name on a sign, his mortgage, his whole life measured in pounds sold and bills delayed. But I also knew mine. My father had died because 3 men at a plastics plant smelled hot wiring for 2 days and kept saying they'd report it after the weekend. A breaker failed. A fire started inside a wall. By the time the alarm system triggered, the loading bay was already black with smoke. Small, wrong things grow teeth when everyone agrees to step around them. That memory had been sitting in me all morning, quiet but awake. The fog, the swollen pack, Tom saying, don't use words like that. Tom saying, we're only looking. I heard my father's old lunch cooler snap shut in my head. Saw his name written in Sharpie on a strip of masking tape. I said, I'm not touching anything from that freezer until we call. Tom blinked at me. Nora, no, Nora, I need you. I know, that made it worse. Grace stepped beside me. I'm calling the county. This time Tom didn't stop her. Not exactly. He said, use the office phone, not your cell. Why? So it's on the shop record. She stared at him for a beat, then nodded once. It was the first sensible thing he'd said in 10 minutes. Grace picked up the landline and started dialing Erie County Department of Health from the emergency contact sheet taped above the desk. Her voice shifted when someone answered, becoming clipped and professional. Hi, this is Grace Morty at Haskett and Son Butchers in Erie. We need to report suspected contamination in frozen beef product and possible unlabeled inventory from a secondary supplier. Tom flinched at unlabeled. Eli whispered, are we all going to jail? I said, no. I hoped that was true. Grace listened, then closed her eyes. Yes, we can hold. Hold, Tom said. She covered the receiver. They're transferring me. He laughed under his breath. Of course they are. The front bell chimed again. This time, nobody had locked the door after the woman left. A man came in wearing a black bay house grill jacket over kitchen whites, phone in hand, irritation already arranged on his face. Chef Dana had sent one of her prep cooks. He was Marco Ruiz, 31 male, a lean, sleep-deprived restaurant worker with forearms scarred from oven racks, and a Red Bull tucked into his jacket pocket. I'd seen him twice a week for months. He was usually friendly in the exhausted way restaurant people are friendly before noon. "Hey," Marco called. "You guys hiding back there?" Dana's losing her mind. Grace held up a hand from the office, still on hold. Tom stepped into the front. "Marco, we've got an equipment issue." Marco looked past him at me, then at Eli, then at the prep room floor where the freezer fog still clung low and white. "Equipment issue. Cooler alarm," Tom said. "Give us 20 minutes. "I don't have 20. We've got stock on the stove, and Dana said if I come back without bones, I'm walking into the lake." "It'll have to wait." Marco rubbed his face. "Can I at least get the veal bones?" "No," I said before Tom could answer. Everyone looked at me. Marco's eyebrows lifted. "Okay." I forced my voice down. "Sorry, we're holding product until we know what's safe." Tom's face tightened. Marco took one step back, not scared exactly. Alert. Kitchens teach people to hear the difference between delay and danger. "What happened?" Grace spoke into the phone again. "Yes, I'm still here." "Yes. Suspected contaminated beef. Unlabeled secondary supplier. Possible exposure limited to freezer inventory, but we're not sure." Marco heard enough. "Jesus. Did we get anything from that batch yesterday?" Tom said. "No, too fast." Marco saw it too. "What did we get yesterday?" he asked. Nobody answered. His phone buzzed in his hand. He looked at the screen, then showed it to us without meaning to. "A text from Dana. Where are you? I need to tell her something," Marco said. Tom moved toward him. "Tell her we're delayed." "Tom," Grace warned. Marco backed toward the door. "I'm not lying to my chef if there's bad meat. Don't make this bigger than it is." "I don't know what it is." "Neither do we," I said. That shut everybody up for half a second. Then, from the freezer, came a sound I still don't like remembering. Not breathing. I won't call it that. Not yet. It was a series of soft compressions, spaced close together, as if air was being forced through wet cloth. "Huh, huh, huh." Then a scrape along metal. Marco heard it. His eyes went to the back. Eli took a step away from the grinder. Said into the phone, "I need someone to tell me whether to evacuate the building." The person on the other end started talking. Grace's face changed. "What?" Tom asked. She held up one finger, listening hard. "Okay, yes, we can do that. No, we haven't sold any of the affected product this morning. I don't know about yesterday. We need to check invoices." "Yes, we'll close immediately." Tom said, "Immediately." Grace ignored him. "How long for an inspector?" A pause. Her mouth tightened. 2 to 4 hours. Tom let out a sound halfway between a laugh and a groan. Grace said, "There's also a report of a missing manager at the supplier." Another pause. "No, I don't have confirmation. A driver told us. The supplier is Danton Meats in Meadville." Tom stared at the floor. Grace wrote something on an invoice with a pen from the desk. "Yes, we'll hold. Yes, we'll document. Yes." She hung up. "Well," Tom asked. "They said close the shop, stop all sales. Isolate the suspected product. Keep employees on site if possible for statements. And don't dispose of anything. They're contacting state agriculture and trying to reach Danton. 2 to 4 hours, Tom said. That's what they said. Marco was already texting. Tom pointed at him. Do not post anything. Marco looked offended. I'm texting my chef. Then tell her equipment issue. No, Grace and I said at the same time. Tom's shoulders sagged. Eli said, what about the freezer? Grace checked her notes. They said keep it closed unless there's a safety risk. The lights flickered. Once. The whole shop blinked gray. The case lights buzzed, dimmed, came back. The radio reset with a burst of static. Somewhere above us, the HVAC clicked off and on. We all looked up. Erie had old electrical bones. The shop's breaker panel was in the back hall, and half the building had been rewired by men who probably believed labels were a luxury. Flickers happened in storms during heat waves, when the barber next door ran too many clippers and a space heater on the same circuit. But that morning was clear. The lights flickered again. This time the freezer alarm chirped. Tom pushed past us toward the digital temperature display mounted beside the door. It flashed, went blank, then came back reading 8 degrees F. That was 2 below 20 minutes ago, I said. It spikes when the doors open. It wasn't open that long. Grace stepped closer. Is the compressor running? We listened. Nothing. No hum, no vibration in the walls. The freezer alarm chirped again, then began its steady beep. Tom slapped the side of the control box. Come on. Don't hit it, Eli said, then seemed surprised he'd spoken. Tom ignored him and opened the breaker panel in the back hall. The metal door squealed. He checked the switches with the urgent little motions of someone pretending he knew more about electricity than he did. Breakers not tripped, he said. The display changed to 9 degrees F. Grace said, if that freezer warms up, whatever is in there starts thawing. Not in 2 hours, Tom said. You don't know what's in there. Marco stood by the front door, phone pressed to his ear now. Dana says she's coming down. Tom turned. Absolutely not. Marco shrugged helplessly. I can't stop her. That was the time-sensitive problem, fully formed now. The county inspector was hours away. The supplier might be tied to a missing person. A major restaurant knew enough to start asking questions. And our walk-in freezer had just stopped running, with several 100 pounds of questionable meat inside. We needed to keep the shop closed, preserve evidence, prevent anyone from taking product, and keep the freezer cold without opening it. Simple list. Impossible morning. Tom grabbed his keys from the office desk. I'll call Ron, the maintenance guy, I asked. He knows the compressor, Grace said. They said don't disturb anything. The compressor is not evidence. If the freezer contains contaminated product, the temperature matters. And if it warms, everything gets worse. He was right. I hated that he was right. Tom dialed Ron, paced, got voicemail, cursed, dialed again. Eli taped a handwritten closed equipment issue sign to the front door, while Marco stepped outside to wait for Dana. Grace took photos of the cut package in the sink, the quarantine bin, the temperature display, the invoices, Tom's hands shaking when he tried to sort the Danton paperwork and dropped half the stack. I stood by the freezer with a roll of blue painter's tape and sealed the door seam-like that could keep the morning from leaking out. The temperature display climbed to 11 degrees F. Behind the door, something tapped once against the metal rack. I backed away. Eli saw me. "Nora, don't come over here." Of course he came over. The tapping came again. Low, 3 taps this time, not rhythmic enough to be code, not random enough to be settling. Eli's face had gone shiny with sweat despite the cold rolling from the door. Could it be like pressure changes? "Yes," I said. "You don't believe that." "I'm trying to." Grace came out of the office. "Weiss is here." A white refrigerated van pulled into the alley behind the shop, brakes squealing. Weiss climbed out before the engine fully stopped. He wore a denim jacket over his work shirt, and his face was the color of old paper. He didn't come in through the back with his usual coffee and complaint. He stood by the open van door, looking at us through the hallway. Tom went to him. "Tell me exactly what you heard." We shook his head. "Not out here." He stepped inside and closed the back door behind him. The shop suddenly felt crowded. Weiss Calder, 46 male, had the compact, weathered build of someone who had carried heavy things wrong for too many years and learned to keep doing it anyway. He was usually hard to rattle. That morning, his eyes kept moving to exits. "I picked up yesterday at 4, we said. Lewis loaded me himself. Said they were clearing product after a cooler failure." Tom stiffened. "You didn't tell me that. You wanted cheap. Cooler failure doesn't mean unsafe if it stayed in range." Grace said, "Did it?" We looked at her. "I don't know." Tom's voice dropped. "What else?" We swallowed. Lewis had a cut on his arm, wrapped in a towel. Said a hook slipped. He was acting wrong, jumpy. Kept saying he needed everything gone before night crew came in. My skin prickled under my sleeves. Then this morning, Weiss continued, I get a call from Nate over at Gordon S. Says state police are at Danton. Lewis's wife called because he never came home. His pickup's still parked behind the plant. There's blood by the loading dock. Eli whispered, "Human blood." "Nobody told me human," we said. "Just blood." Grace pinched the bridge of her nose. "Okay, that's enough. We need to wait outside." "No," Tom said. "If we leave, someone could come in. Then lock the doors." The freezer alarm changed pitch. Not louder, lower. A warning tone. The display flashed HI temp. Tom turned toward it. Damn it. Then the freezer door shuddered in its frame. One hard bump from inside. The tape I had placed across the seam peeled loose at the top and fluttered. Nobody spoke. The second bump came harder. Metal rang. Something heavy swung on its rail and struck the inside of the door. Weiss moved first. He grabbed the handle and held the door shut with both hands. "Help me," he said. Tom grabbed beside him. Eli just stood there, frozen. "Eli," Grace shouted. He jolted and moved, pressing his shoulder against the door. The third hit knocked all three men back an inch. Grace was already calling 911. I stood uselessly with the roll of tape in my hand, staring at the safety release mechanism visible through the little glass window, watching it tremble from the impacts inside. Grace said into the phone, "We need police and fire at Haskett and Sun Butchers on West 8th. Possible contamination, freezer malfunction, and something heavy shifting inside the walk-in." The dispatcher must have asked a question. Grace looked at us, then at the door as another wet scrape dragged along the other side. "No," she said, voice steady by force. We do not know if anyone is inside. Weiss turned his head slowly. Tom looked at him. Then I understood the complication before anybody said it. Louis Bell was missing from the plant. There had been blood by the loading dock. Weiss had picked up unlabeled meat from that same place, loaded by Louis himself while hurt and scared. And now something inside our freezer was striking the door from the inside. The county inspector was hours away. The police were minutes if we were lucky. The freezer was warming. The door might not hold. Tom's hands tightened on the handle. We said, if there's even a chance somebody's in there. Grace lowered the phone from her mouth, eyes wide with a terrible kind of agreement. I looked at the taped seam, the fogged glass, the emergency safety release trembling inside. The next hit bowed the door just enough for a thread of freezer air to cut across my face. We had called for help, but help was not in the room yet. And the only way to know whether we were holding back spoiled meat, a wounded person, or evidence of something worse was to open the door ourselves. I'll continue directly from the freezer door crisis, keeping the danger procedural and physical rather than supernatural. And I'll leave the central answer unresolved for the climax. Thought for a couple of seconds, Weiss kept both hands on the freezer handle like he was holding back a dog. Don't open it blind, Grace said. Tom's knuckles were white against the stainless steel. If there's someone in there, they haven't used the safety release, she said. Why? That stopped him for half a second. The freezer door had a narrow rectangular window at eye level, thick glass with wire mesh inside it, scratched cloudy from years of being wiped with the wrong rag. Through it, all we could see was pale vapor and the front edge of a hanging quarter of beef. The safety release handle glowed faintly on the inside, a green plastic paddle mounted waist high. It trembled each time something shifted beyond it, but it had not been pushed. The shop had a simple layout. Front door on West 8th, counter and display case facing the street, prep room behind it. Office tucked to the right, walk-in cooler, and walk-in freezer along the back wall. Then a short hallway leading to the alley and receiving door. If you stood where I stood, near the prep table with the roll of blue tape in my hand, you could see almost every way in or out. That should have made me feel better. It did not. Grace stayed by the office doorway with her phone against her ear. Police and fire are en route, she said, then listened. Yes, we're keeping the door closed for now. Marco hovered by the front counter, still close enough to bolt through the customer entrance if he had to. Eli had his shoulder pressed to the freezer door beside Weiss and Tom, but his face was turned away, eyes squeezed shut like a kid holding up the losing end of a couch. I put the tape down and grabbed the long meat hook from the rack by the sink. Tom saw me. What are you doing? If we open it, we need distance. We're not spearing anybody. I know that. Then put it down. I did not put it down. That was our first attempt, controlled opening, just enough to see. Grace hated it, but the freezer temperature had climbed to 18 degrees F, and the impacts had stopped for the moment. The door still shivered now and then, not from force, but from whatever the failed compressor was doing inside the walls. A dull thud ran through the frame every few seconds. We said, crack it 2 inches. I'll hold the handle. Tom, you look low. Nora, use the hook to keep anything from swinging out. Anything, Eli said. Boxes, we said. Meat, whatever shifted. Grace lowered her phone. Dispatcher says do not enter. We're not entering, Tom said. That is not what they meant. He ignored her. We pulled the latch slowly. The rubber seal resisted with a sticky sigh. The door opened half an inch, and air burst through the gap hard enough to flutter the order slips on the desk behind us. The smell came with it, sharper now, warmer, a wet mineral stink that crawled into my sinuses. Eli gagged and lost pressure on the door. Hold, we sparked. I am. No, you're not. The gap widened. Something slid inside, not toward us. Sideways, heavy and soft. The hanging beef on the front rail drifted into view, turning on its hook. Behind it, one of the lower wire racks had collapsed. Boxes lay split across the floor, their cardboard darkening where thaw had started. A tub of offal sat tipped against the wall, plastic lid bulging outward. Tom crouched, trying to see past the swinging beef. Lewis, he called. Nobody answered. A sound came from the back left corner, a scraping, then a low, wet exhale. Eli made a noise in his throat. I pushed the meat hook through the gap and caught the front quarter of beef by the shroud, stopping its swing. The plastic wrap felt slick through the metal, not frozen hard the way it should have been. Tom leaned lower. I can't see. Then close it, Grace said. 1 second. The fallen rack shifted again, and the tub lid popped. It did not explode. It did not burst open like something from a movie. It just flexed outward with a rubbery click, and a strip of red-gray tissue slid over the rim and slapped onto the freezer floor. Eli screamed. He actually screamed, high and startled, and jerked backward so hard his heel hit the floor drain. He went down on one hip, knocking over a bucket of sanitizer. The door pulled from Wee's grip. For one ugly second, it swung wide enough for the freezer interior to open in front of us. I saw the back wall, the collapsed rack, the tub, smear across the floor, dark and glossy, the strip of tissue twitching in the moving air from the dying fan. Then we slammed the door shut with his shoulder. The latch caught. Everyone froze. Eli was on the floor in a widening puddle of sanitizer, breathing too fast. It moved. It moved. It was the fan, we said. You don't know that. The fan was still spinning down. That thing came out of the tub. Because the lid popped, it moved. Grace crouched beside Eli without stepping in the spill. Are you hurt? He touched his hip, then his elbow. No, I don't know. But his hand was shaking badly enough that Grace took it and turned it palm up. A thin red line crossed the heel of it where he had scraped himself on the edge of the floor drain. Sink, she said. Now, I'm fine. Sink. That was Grace. When fear got too big, she made it smaller by assigning tasks. Eli stood, limping, and crossed to the hand wash sink near the prep table. His face had gone gray. Grace ran water over his scrape, then scrubbed it with soap while he hissed through his teeth and tried not to look embarrassed. Tom stared at the freezer door. The rack came down. No kidding, Grace said. If the Danton product was on that rack, it is not our job to sort it now. It is if it's leaking. Grace looked at him like she might throw the soap dispenser. Tom, we have police coming, fire coming, health department coming, and maybe state agriculture. Stop trying to manage this like a bad Yelp review. Marco spoke from the front. Dana's outside. Of course she was. Through the front window, I saw a silver Subaru pull crookedly to the curb. Dana Klein, 42, female, executive chef at Bay House Grill, got out still wearing her white coat under a black rain shell, even though it was not raining. She had a phone in one hand and the blunt posture of a woman who had built a career out of not being ignored. Marco unlocked the front door before any of us could stop him. "Marco," Tom snapped. "She's my boss," Marco said. Dana stepped inside and stopped immediately. Her eyes went from the closed sign to Eli at the sink, the sanitizer spill. We braced near the freezer, Grace with bloody paper towels in her hand, and Tom looking like a man who had aged 10 years in an hour. She did not ask for her order. She said, "What product did we get from you yesterday?" Tom closed his eyes. Grace answered, "Possibly some Danton specialty cuts. We're verifying." Dana looked at Tom. "Possibly. I'm checking invoices. You better check fast, because I served beef cheek ragu last night to 62 covers." That was the second attempt. Trace and contain the product. It should have been simple. Pull yesterday's invoices, compare lot numbers, call customers, document who got what. That was food safety work, boring and brutal. It runs on paper, not panic. But Tom's separate cash purchase had broken the clean chain. Some of the Danton product had been entered properly. Some had not. Some was labeled only with masking tape and Tom's handwriting. Some had been trimmed and portioned after delivery, then moved into clear tubs. The office became a war room too small for the war. Grace sat at the desk with the landline, calling the county back and writing notes in block letters. Dana stood over Tom while he dug through invoices. Marco leaned against the filing cabinet, texting Bay House updates to the sous chef. I stood in the doorway, watching both the office and the freezer, because I could not stop splitting myself between paperwork and whatever was inside that room. Eli sat on an overturned milk crate by the sink, his scraped hand wrapped in gauze, eyes fixed on the floor. We checked the back hallway every few minutes, not for police, for something else. "What are you looking for?" I asked him the third time. He kept his voice low. "The van. What about it? I left it running." "So, it's refrigerated," I understood. "You want to move product into it." "Not want, might have to." I looked at the freezer display. 24 degrees F, still cold technically, but rising. We can't move evidence. We can't let it thaw into soup either. Before I could answer, Grace said, "Nora, what did we sell yesterday after 5? I went to the computer. The ordering software had come back online, but it lagged every time I clicked. My fingers felt thick on the mouse. I pulled transactions by time, printed the list, then realized the printer had jammed. Of course, I opened the paper tray, found a crushed receipt lodged under the roller, and cut my thumb on the metal guide trying to pull it out. Not deep, just enough to bleed bright red into the crease. I wrapped it in a paper towel and kept working because everyone else already had a crisis, and mine was only skin. Grace noticed anyway. "Glove it." "I will, now." I gloved it. We found 3 restaurant deliveries tied to Danton product. Bay House, a Polish bar on Parade Street, a hotel kitchen near the convention center. We found 2 retail sales that might have included trim ground into yesterday's bargain burger packs. Tom went quiet after that. Dana called her restaurant and told them to stop serving anything from our delivery. Her voice stayed level, but her free hand gripped the edge of the desk until her fingers blanched. Pull the ragu, bag it, label it, do not throw it out. And tell front of house we're 86ing it because of a supplier issue. Supplier, not Haskett, not yet. Tom looked up at her then, surprised. She did not look back. Don't thank me. I'm deciding what I know. Sighed, a siren sounded faintly, then faded the wrong direction. Eli laughed once. Too loud, not for us. No one else laughed. Then came the misdirection. A pounding started from the back hallway. 3 blows against metal. Everyone stopped. We turned first, grabbing the nearest thing available, which happened to be a steel sharpening rod. I picked up the meat hook again. Grace stepped out of the office with the landline still in her hand. Tom whispered, "Back door." The receiving door opened into the alley. It had a deadbolt, a push bar, and a small square window reinforced with wire. Through the hallway, past the breaker panel and the mop sink, I could see movement behind that window. A dark shape. Then another pounding. Eli said, "Nope, no, nope." We moved down the hall slowly, sharpening rod raised like a baton. "Police," Grace called, no answer. Another pound. The door rattled in its frame. Tom said, "Don't open it." We glanced back. "If it's fire, it's not fire." Then a voice came through, muffled and furious. "Open the damn door. I'm freezing out here." We lowered the rod. Tom muttered, Ron DeMarco, 62 male. The maintenance technician Tom had called and apparently reached after all. Stood in the alley in a grease-stained Carhartt jacket with a tool bag at his feet and a cigarette tucked behind one ear. He had parked behind Wee's van, blocking it in, and looked personally offended by the entire morning. "Been knocking for 5 minutes," Ron said when we let him in. "You people got a gas leak or a murder?" "Freezer S down," Tom said. Ron looked past him at all of us. "And you called the whole town. Possible contamination," Grace said. Ron took 1 step backward. "Contamination like mold or contamination like I need a lawyer." "Don't touch any product," Grace said. I wasn't planning to lick it. For 30 seconds, the absurdity of Ron's arrival almost broke the tension. Almost. He smelled like cold air and cigarettes, and he complained about his knees while pulling a voltage tester from his bag. It was human, irritating, normal. Then he checked the freezer control box and stopped complaining. "Power's good," he said. Tom leaned close. "Then why isn't it running?" Ron tapped the display. 27 degrees F. Controller's calling for cold. Compressor isn't answering. In English. Either compressor relay failed, overload tripped, or the unit seized. "Can you fix it?" Ron looked at the freezer door. Something inside scraped softly against metal. He looked back at Tom. "Not without getting to the evaporator and lines." "Which are inside," I said. "Some are," Grace said. "No one is entering that freezer." Ron held up both hands. "Fine by me." Tom's face tightened again, that desperate shop owner math doing sums behind his eyes. "Can you bypass anything from outside?" "Maybe. But if the compressor seized, bypassing won't do squat." And if you've got a contamination issue, I'm not cracking lines until somebody official tells me I can. That attempt failed too. No quick fix. No cold restored. The trap tightened by degrees on the digital display. 29 degrees F. The police arrived first. 2 eerie officers through the front door, with hands resting near their belts, because Grace's 911 call had included the words, "possible person inside." Officer Lynn Park, 38 female, had calm eyes and rain-dark hair tucked under her cap. Officer Matt Voss, 27, male, looked newer, broader, and less sure how to hold his face in a butcher shop that smelled wrong. Grace briefed them. She did it better than Tom would have. She stuck to facts, times, names, what we had touched and what we had not. Park took notes. Voss kept looking at the freezer door. "So you heard banging from inside?" Park asked. "Yes," Grace said. "Voices?" "No." "Any employee unaccounted for?" "Not ours," we said. "Supplier's night manager is missing." Park's pen paused. "Who told you that?" we explained. Park and Voss exchanged a look. That look changed the air more than any of the sounds had. Park stepped aside and spoke into her radio. She mentioned Danton Meats. Meadville, possible connection. Then she told us all to move to the front of the shop. Tom objected. "If the freezer warms, sir," Park said, "move to the front." He moved. Fire arrived next, then EMS, then a county health inspector who must have broken several traffic laws because it had not been 2 hours. Her name was Dr. Helen Baird, 51, female, though she introduced herself as Baird, County Health. She wore hiking pants, a navy jacket, and blue nitrile gloves she pulled on before entering the prep room. Her face did not change when Grace summarized the cut package, the smell, the missing supplier manager, the freezer failure, and the banging from inside. That worried me. People who don't react have usually seen worse. Baird said, "Nobody opens that door without respiratory protection." Tom said, "We don't have that. Fire does." A firefighter checked the freezer window with a flashlight. The beam struck fog, plastic shrouds, the front rail. Nothing else. "Thermal camera," another firefighter said. They brought one from the truck. That was the third attempt, and for a moment, it seemed like the one that might save us from deciding anything ourselves. No opening the door, no guessing, just technology. A screen to tell us whether there was a person-shaped heat signature inside the freezer. The firefighter pressed the camera to the glass. On the small display, the freezer interior appeared in ghostly blocks of color and gray. Most of it was cold, dull, expected. The front beef quarter was warmer than it should have been. The collapsed rack area showed irregular patches. Then a brighter shape appeared low near the back wall. Not human-shaped, not clearly animal either. An uneven mass, warmer than the floor, shifting slightly as cold air curled around it. "What is that?" Tom asked. The firefighter adjusted the angle. "Could be thawed product. Could be a person," Grace asked. He did not answer fast enough. Officer Park said, "Can you see movement?" Maybe thermal drift. Maybe movement. Maybe. The freezer door thumped from inside, not as hard as before, but enough. The firefighter stepped back. Voss swore under his breath. Baird looked at Park. "If there's a possible person inside, that's rescue. But if this is a biological contamination scene, we need containment. Park said, fire decides rescue. Fire looked at EMS. EMS looked at the door. The decision moved around the room like nobody wanted to be holding it when it went off. Then the back alley erupted in shouting. Marco, who had drifted toward the front windows, said, "There are more cops outside." Officer Park moved to the front and looked out. Her radio crackled at the same time. "We caught pieces, Danton. Search warrant vehicle. Blood. Human remains not confirmed. Human remains not confirmed." Those words made the shop tilt. Tom sat down hard on the bench by the customer waiting area. For the first time all morning, he looked like he might cry. Not from sadness. From the complete collapse of every excuse he had built. Baird turned to Wheeze. "What exactly did you transport?" Wheeze's mouth opened, then closed. "Meat," he said. "What cuts?" "Beef sides, offal cheeks, oxtail, some tubs marked trim." "Marked by whom?" "Lewis." "And did you watch him load all of it?" Wheeze looked at Tom, then away. "No, that was new," I said. "Wheeze." He would not look at me. "I went to use the bathroom," he said. 5 minutes. Maybe 7. When I came back, 2 tubs were already in the van. The room tightened again. Baird said, "Which tubs?" "I don't know." Grace covered her mouth. The freezer alarm kept beeping. 32 degrees F. At 32 degrees, frozen things stop being safely frozen. They begin to change state, slowly at first, then all at once. Baird made the call. "We need to open, photograph, identify visible contents, and determine whether there is a person inside. Nobody touches product unless necessary for rescue. Fire leads. Police document. Health observes." She looked at us. "Everyone not essential leaves the prep room." I should have gone. I really should have. But Officer Park asked, "Who knows the freezer layout best?" Tom looked at me before he looked at himself. I hated him for that. Then I hated myself because he was right. I knew which racks were left, which rails ran back, where the floor dipped by the drain, where the light switch sometimes failed if you hit it too softly, where the inside release stuck if frost built up under the plate. "I do," I said. Grace grabbed my sleeve. "Nora, I won't go in." That's what everyone keeps saying before going farther in. "I'll stand at the door." Her grip stayed for 1 second, then let go. Firefighters suited with masks. Not full hazmat, but enough to make the rest of us look naked. Baird gave me a mask too, an N95 that smelled like paper and my own nervous breath. My cut thumb pulsed inside its glove. My head hurt from the alarm. We stood near the back hall, pale and silent. Eli sat in the front by the display case, wrapped in a shock blanket EMS had given him even though he insisted he didn't need it. Marco and Dana stood together near the window, both on their phones. Tom hovered behind Officer Park, useless without being able to command anything. The freezer door was unsealed. The latch lifted. Cold, rotten air pushed out. The firefighters opened it 6 inches, then 12. The front quarter of beef swung lazily on its hook. I pointed. Rail runs straight back, then left. Racks on both sides. Drain in the center floor, about 4 feet in. Collapsed rack is back left. One firefighter braced the hanging beef with a pike pole. Another shone a light low. Visible spill, he said. Multiple containers compromised. No person at threshold. They opened wider. The strip of tissue from the tub moved again. Eli made a strangled sound from the front. But this time, in the beam of the flashlight, we saw why. Air from the open door was pushing it. The strip was thin, half-thawed, stuck at one end to the tub rim. It lifted and fell with the draft like a red flag. Misdirection. Explainable. Horrible, but explainable. For one breath, relief loosened my knees. Then the firefighter aimed his light deeper. Something was wedged behind the collapsed rack, not moving now. A black work boot, human-sized. The room went still except for the freezer alarm and the hiss of masks. Officer Park said, "Stop." Nobody stopped breathing, but it felt close. The boot was partly hidden under a fallen box of trim, toe angled toward the back wall, sole scraped white along the edge. Above it, just visible between the rack wires and plastic tubs, was dark fabric. A pant leg. Baird whispered, "Oh God." Tom said, "Lewis." The firefighter stepped one boot inside. The floor gave a wet crack under him. "Careful," I said. "Drain dip." He adjusted. Then the interior light flickered out. The freezer went dark. At the same moment, something heavy dropped from the overhead rail. The front beef quarter tore loose from its hook and crashed into the firefighter's shoulder, knocking him sideways into the collapsed rack. Metal screamed. Boxes burst. The door slammed open all the way, striking the outer wall. The firefighter shouted. Officer Voss lunged forward. Grace yelled my name. And from somewhere under the fallen rack, the black boot jerked backward into the dark. Not a twitch from air. Not a swinging package. A pull. The point of no return came in the next half second, before anyone had time to decide who was brave and who was stupid. The fallen firefighter was inside the freezer. His partner went in after him. Officer Voss followed, and I saw the inside safety release plate jammed behind the torn plastic shroud of the fallen beef, wedged half depressed, holding the door from latching correctly and trapping the rescue team in the threshold zone if the heavy door swung back. I stepped forward and grabbed the door edge with both hands. "Nora, do," Grace shouted. But retreat was already gone, because now there was definitely a person inside. There was definitely movement. And the people who had come to save us were in the freezer with whatever we had been trying not to name. The first firefighter went down hard enough that the sound seemed to split the room in two. Before, after, his shoulder hit the collapsed rack, and the rack folded another 6 inches under him with a shriek of metal. Plastic tubs slid. Boxes burst open. Something wet slapped onto the freezer floor. The front quarter of beef lay half in the doorway now, its torn shroud bunched around the hook like a ripped sleeve. "Mayday," his partner shouted. Firefighter down in the walk-in. Officer Voss was already past the threshold before anyone could grab him. "Nobody else in," Officer Park barked. But the words came too late. Voss slipped on the thawing slick just inside the door and caught himself on the left-hand rack. His shoulder slammed into the metal hard enough to rattle every pan and tray stacked there. He stayed upright, but barely. I had both hands on the freezer door edge, boots braced against the prep room tile. The door was heavier than it looked, and the broken safety release inside kept catching against the torn plastic shroud from the fallen beef. Every time the door shifted, it tried to swing inward, then outward, like it could not decide whether to trap them or throw them back at us. "Hold that door," Park yelled. "I am." My cut thumb throbbed inside the glove. The rubber had split at the crease. I could feel cold air pouring over the wound, sharp as alcohol. Grace came up beside me. "Tell me what to do. Keep it from bouncing." She planted her shoulder against the outside of the door. Her face was close to mine, pale under the fluorescent lights. She smelled like hand soap and fierce sweat. Inside the freezer, the firefighter who had gone down groaned. That was good. Groaning meant air. His partner, a woman with HERNANDZ printed on the back of her coat, hooked her hands under his armpits and tried to drag him backward. "He's pinned," she said. The fallen beef quarter had rolled against his legs. The collapsed rack pressed across his left boot. Beyond him, half hidden in steam and shadow, the black work boot jerked again. Not backward this time, sideways. Then a hand appeared from under the rack. Human, bare, gray-pink. The fingers scraped at the floor, nails broken, knuckles dark with dried blood. Eli made a sound behind me, small and crushed. "Person alive," Voss shouted. "We have a live victim." The room changed again. Alive meant we had to move. Alive meant risk became duty. Alive meant no one could pretend this was only product anymore. Dr. Baird snapped on a second pair of gloves over the first. "Do not touch exposed tissue without protection." Officer Park turned on her. "If he's alive, we're touching him." "I know," Baird said. Her voice broke on the second word, then steadied. "But you need to know what you're touching." Tom stood 3 steps behind the firefighters, useless and shaking, his hands opening and closing at his sides. "Lewis." The hand scraped again. A voice came from inside the freezer, so thin I almost missed it beneath the alarm. "Don't." Everyone stopped except Hernandez, who was still trying to free her partner. Officer Voss crouched low, flashlight beam bouncing over the floor. "Sir, can you hear me? Don't let him." The words dissolved into a wet cough. We pushed forward from the back hall. "That's Lewis." Park caught him by the chest. "Stay back." "That's him." I said stay back. We looked like he might shove past her, but then Lewis coughed again, and the sound did something to him. He stepped backward instead. His face collapsed inward. "I left him," we said. Nobody answered. There was no room for guilt yet. Hernandez looked over her shoulder. "I need this beef off him." The fallen quarter weighed more than a person. Maybe 180 pounds, maybe more, slick with thaw and plastic. It had landed at an angle, wedging the firefighter's lower leg against the base of the rack. The firefighter's name was Miller. Someone yelled it from the doorway, and he answered through clenched teeth. "My ankle stuck," he said. "Can't feel my foot." "Don't move," Hernandez told him. Wasn't planning on dancing. It was such a stupid line that for half a breath I nearly laughed. Then the freezer door shifted again, and Grace grunted, pressing harder. "Nora," she said, "it's slipping." The safety release plate inside had caught deeper in the torn shroud. If the door swung wide, it would pin against the wall and block half the opening. If it swung shut, It could crush whoever was trying to crawl out. I looked for the meat hook. It was on the floor near the prep sink, out of reach. "Eli," I said. He didn't move. "Eli." His eyes snapped to me. "Hook, bring me the hook." He stared at the freezer like he hadn't understood the word. Grace shouted, "Eli, now." Then, stumbling around the sanitizer spill, grabbing the long hook with both hands. His bandaged palm left a faint red mark on the handle. He brought it to me, but stopped short. "I can't," he said. "You already did. I can't go near that. You don't have to." I took it from him and slid the curved end through the gap near the safety release. My arms shook from the angle. I hooked the torn plastic shroud and pulled. It stretched, but did not tear free. "Harder," Grace said. "I'm trying." Tom stepped in without a word, grabbed the hook below my hands, and pulled with me. For 1 second, we were on the same side of something. The plastic ripped loose. The door swung smoother. Grace caught it with her shoulder. I jammed the hook through the inside handle bracket and used it like a brace against the floor. "It'll hold," I said, though I did not know that. Inside, Hernandez and Voss worked on the beef quarter. They could not lift it, not cleanly. The floor was too slick, the space too tight, and Miller's leg was trapped underneath. "Need leverage," Voss said. We looked toward the prep room. "Gambrel bar." Tom blinked. "The gambrel bar," Weiss repeated. "By the saw." Tom ran. The meat saw stood along the left wall of the prep room, beside the knife magnet and the stainless table where I'd been trimming tenderloin less than an hour earlier. Above it hung several gambrel bars, heavy steel spreaders used for carcasses. Tom pulled one down and almost dropped it on his foot. "Give it here," we said. Park grabbed his sleeve. "You are not going inside. I know how to move carcasses. You are not going inside." He looked at her, then at me. "Nora does." I hated him for that too, but he was right again. My body moved before my fear caught up. I took the bar from Tom. It was cold and greasy in my gloves. Grace said, "No, I'm not going all the way in." She grabbed my arm. "You keep saying that." I looked at her hand on my sleeve, then at the freezer. Miller's foot is under it. Her grip tightened. Then she let go. I stepped over the threshold. The cold hit different inside. Outside, it rolled over your skin. Inside, it pressed into your teeth. The smell was worse too, layered and close. Thawed blood, chemical refrigerant, sour cardboard, raw fat warming too fast. And under it, all the human smell of sweat and panic. The floor was slick. My boot slid an inch. "Drain dip center," I reminded myself out loud. Hernandez glanced up. "You staff." "Nora, I know the room." "Then stay where I can see you." I moved only 2 steps in. The fallen beef quarter lay between Miller and the door. His face was visible now through the gap between Hernandez's arm and the rack. He was sweating inside his mask, eyes squeezed shut. Voss had one knee braced against the rack, trying to keep it from settling further. Fast would be great. I slid the gambrel bar under the beef quarter, using both hands and my knee. The meat shifted, soft and massive, not breathing, not alive, just heavy thawing muscle responding to pressure and gravity, the same way the beef cheeks had responded under the swelling gas in the package. That should have comforted me. It didn't. "On 3, Hernandez said. 1, 2, 3. I levered down. Hernandez pulled Miller. Voss shoved the rack. The quarter lifted maybe 3 inches. Miller screamed, a raw, shocked sound. "Stop," Hernandez shouted. I froze. Miller panted. "No, no, do it, do it." His foot was not free. The rack was still biting down across his boot, and the beef was pressing the rack into him. Behind the collapsed rack, Louis Bell moved. His face came into the flashlight beam. I wish it had been less human. That sounds terrible, but it's true. A monster would have been easier to look at. Louis was human in the worst possible way. Late 40s, male, blue around the lips, cheeks scraped raw, one eye swollen almost shut. His work shirt was soaked dark from his left shoulder down to the wrapped arm we had mentioned. The towel around that arm had frozen and thawed into a stiff red cuff. He blinked at us like he was seeing through water. "Don't cut it," he whispered. Baird had come to the threshold now, mask on, eyes locked on him. "Louis, my name is Helen. We're getting you out." "No," he rasped. "Don't cut it." "What shouldn't we cut?" Park asked from behind her. Louis's good hand clawed at the floor. "Trim tubs." Tom made a small sound. Dana, from somewhere near the front, said, "Oh my God." Louis coughed again. Pink saliva dotted the freezer floor. Baird said, "He needs EMS now." "We need Miller out first," Hernandez said. The freezer alarm changed from beeping to a continuous tone. The display outside, visible through the doorway, flashed 38 degrees F. Ron shouted from the prep room, "Compressors overheating." "You smell that?" I did. "Not just meat now. Electrical heat. Hot plastic." The freezer control box buzzed beside the door. A thin thread of smoke curled from its lower seam. "Kill power," Ron yelled. "Breaker panel." Tom ran for the back hall. The lights inside the freezer flickered once, twice. Then they went out. Everything became flashlight beams and breathing. Grace's voice came from the doorway. "Nora, I'm here. Stay talking." Such a Grace thing to say. Practical even in terror. If I kept talking, she knew I was conscious. If I stopped, she would come in after me. I said, "I'm still here." Tom shouted from the hallway, "Which breaker?" Ron cursed. "The one labeled freezer, genius." "They're all labeled freezer." Of course they were. Old building, bad wiring. 3 faded labels, 2 written in different ink. The smoke thickened near the control box. Officer Park said, "Everybody out." "Miller's trapped," Hernandez snapped. "I know," Voss coughed hard. "We need another lever." I looked around. Back left rack collapsed. Left wall boxes split. Center drain clogged with slush and red water. Right side rails still hanging. The overhead hook that had dropped the beef quarters swung empty, tapping the rail with a small, steady tick. Tick, tick. A sound I had heard before when the beef first swayed. The hook itself had not failed. The rail bracket above it had bent. Why? I aimed my flashlight up. The overhead rail was chained to a ceiling bracket that had torn halfway free. The falling beef quarter had not just been bad luck. The rack collapse had shoved something upward or sideways, torquing the rail until it spat the hook loose. If another bracket failed, more hanging meat could drop. Right above Voss. "Move right," I shouted. He looked up too late. The next hook slid along the rail with a metallic scream. Hernandez grabbed Miller's shoulders and flattened herself over him. Voss threw himself backward. A smaller hanging section, maybe 70 pounds, maybe 90, fell from the right rail and hit the floor where his knee had been. Slush splashed up my apron. Voss stared at it, then at me. "Thanks," he said, breathless. No one had time to feel good about that. The fallen piece had shifted the weight on the rack. Miller's boot came loose an inch. Hernandez saw it. Again. Nora again. I got the gambrel bar back under the beef quarter. My arms burned. My cut thumb felt split open now, warm inside the glove despite the freezer air. Voss grabbed the far end of the bar with me. "On 3, Hernandez said. Lewis whispered, "Don't let him take it." Park leaned in from the threshold. "Lewis, who?" His eye rolled toward Tom. "No, not Tom, past Tom, wheeze." We stepped backwards so suddenly he hit the prep table. Tom turned. "Wheeze." Lewis's voice came thin and broken. He knew. We shook his head. "No." The room paused around the accusation. "Not long enough, but enough." Baird said, "Move Miller." "On 3, Hernandez repeated harder. 1, 2, 3, we levered. Hernandez pulled. Miller screamed again, but this time his boot slid free with a sucking sound. She dragged him backward over the threshold, and EMS grabbed him under the arms. His left ankle bent wrong inside the boot. He clamped both hands over his own thigh and swore in short bursts. One rescued, one still in. Lewis tried to crawl, but his trapped arm would not follow. The collapsed rack had pinned him across the shoulder and ribs. Beneath the rack, one of the bulging trim tubs had split open. Inside were pieces of meat packed too irregularly to be butchered cuts. Not clean cheeks, not oxtail, not trim. Something with fabric in it. A strip of blue shirt. A plastic ID clip. A watch still strapped around a severed wrist. For a moment, my mind refused the arrangement. Then it clicked into place with a violence that made my stomach empty itself. I turned and vomited into the corner drain. Nothing but coffee and acid. The meat in the freezer had not been breathing. Someone had packed parts of a person into trim tubs with warm animal offal. Trapped air, bacterial gas, thaw, the failing freezer, and Lewis's own shallow breath from behind the collapsed rack had made the packages pulse and fog the glass and move just enough to seem alive. Not supernatural. Worse, human. Tom saw the watch and made a sound like he had been punched. Baird whispered, "Nobody touches that tub." Lewis's head lifted. "Danton owner killed Nate. Lewis saw," he coughed. "Not Lewis, me. I saw. He made me load it. Said if I talked." His voice thinned out. We said from the prep room. I didn't know what was in them. Officer Park turned on him. "Do not move." We raised both hands. "I didn't know." Lewis dragged in another breath. "You took cash." Wee's face crumpled. Tom looked at him. "You told me Danton had overstock." "He said it was off books," we said. "He said no questions. I thought it was condemned beef, maybe deer, maybe illegal slaughter. I didn't know it was." He swallowed hard. "I didn't know." The conflict resolved there in one way, but not the useful way. We knew enough now. Enough to stop pretending. Enough to make the freezer a crime scene. Enough to turn Weeze from witness into suspect or accomplice. But Lewis was still pinned, and the smoke from the freezer controls was getting darker. Tom came back from the hall. Powers off. The alarm died. The quiet after it was huge. Then Ron shouted. Smoke S still in the wall. Could be residual. Could be insulation. Fire could spread through old butcher shop walls fast. My father's plant had taught me that. Hot wiring, relayed reports. Men saying after the weekend. Small wrong things. I looked at the control box, at the smoke, at Lewis trapped under rack and evidence and meat, and something inside me narrowed to a point. We move the rack, I said. Baird snapped. You cannot contaminate evidence. He dies. Evidence can wait, Park said, agreed. Rescue first. Hernandez came back in despite Miller's blood on her sleeve. Voss joined her. I stayed because I knew where the rack feet were supposed to sit and where the drain dip would throw our balance. Tom stepped up too. Grace shouted, Tom, no. He looked back at her. It's my fault. Then don't make it worse. I already did. That was the first honest thing he had said all morning. We took one step forward. Park drew her baton halfway without theatrics. Back. He stopped. The rack was heavier than it looked, loaded with half-thawed boxes and tubs. One leg bent under Lewis's shoulder. We could not lift it straight. We had to tilt it toward the left wall, while Voss pulled Lewis by his belt, and Hernandez supported his head and neck. Do not pull his bad arm, Baird said. No kidding, Voss muttered. I planted my boots wide. My right foot slid toward the center drain. Grace appeared beside me with a handful of coarse salt from the curing shelf. She threw it across the freezer floor. It scattered white over the red slush. Traction. Of course. Love you, I said without thinking. Don't die, she snapped. Tom Hernandez, and I got hands on the rack. The metal burned cold through my gloves. Voss crouched by Lewis. Ready, he said, Lewis's good eye fixed on me. Door, he whispered. It's open, I said. No, he shut me in. Who? Lewis's gaze rolled again. Weiss was crying now. Silent, awful tears running into his beard. Him, I asked. Lewis blinked once. We said, I didn't know he was in there. Nobody answered him. No one could afford to. Lift, Hernandez said. We lifted. Ack rose an inch. Lewis screamed into the floor. Pull, Hernandez shouted. Voss pulled. Baird stepped in just far enough to guide Lewis's injured arm clear. Tom's bad knee buckled. He went down, taking part of the rack with him. The metal dropped. I shoved my shoulder under it. Pain flashed white down my back. For 1 second, I held it. Not because I was strong. I was. Because terror can make a body into a brace for 1 second before it starts breaking. Hurry, I gasped. Voss pulled again. Lewis slid free. Hernandez grabbed him under the chest. Baird caught his head. They hauled him toward the door, his boots dragging through slush and scraps of cardboard. My shoulder gave. The rack slammed down. A metal corner clipped my forearm as I fell back. I felt skin open under the glove, a hot line in all that cold. Grace caught my apron and yanked me across the threshold. The freezer door swung after us. The meat hook brace skidded. The door slammed shut with a force that shook frost from the frame. For half a second, everyone stared. Then something inside hit the other side of the door. Not alive, not trying to get out. The collapsed rack settling, the remaining rail giving way. The freezer eating its own contents in the dark. Still, nobody moved toward it. EMS had Lewis on the prep room floor now. They cut away his shirt, packed warm blankets around him, checked his airway, started talking in fast, calm phrases. Hypothermia, crush injury, blood loss, possible sepsis. His lips moved. Baird leaned close. He said, Nate, Officer Park heard. Nate who? Lewis swallowed. Driver, Gordon S., saw Tubbs, the same Nate who had called Wheeze. Park spoke into her radio, voice controlled and urgent. We need welfare check on a Nate associated with Gordon's distribution. Possible witness. Possible victim. Also detain Wesley Calder at Haskett and Son. Wheeze did not run. Maybe he was too tired. Maybe guilt finally weighed more than fear. Voss stepped behind him and cuffed him gently, which somehow made it worse. Tom watched, bloodless. Wheeze, he said. Wheeze looked at him. I thought it was just bad meat. Tom's mouth opened. No words came. Ron yelled from the back hall, smoke's thinning. Powers killed. The building did not burn. Not then. Miller was loaded onto a stretcher, pale and furious, his ankle splinted. Lewis followed minutes later, barely conscious, oxygen mask fogging with each shallow breath. That fog almost broke me. Real breath, human breath, the thing I had thought I'd seen on the freezer glass that morning. Officer Park told us the shop was now an active crime scene and public health site. Nobody was leaving until statements were taken, but nobody was going back into the freezer without a full team. The door stayed shut. Behind it, there were no more knocks, no more bumps, no more breathing. Just the slow drip of thawing water finding the floor drain, one drop at a time, steady and small and impossible to ignore. I sat on the prep room floor with my back against the stainless table, while Grace wrapped my forearm in gauze. My whole body shook now that it was allowed to. My shoulder pulsed where I had braced the rack. My thumb had bled through 2 gloves. Eli sat nearby, still in his shock blanket, staring at the freezer door like it might open by itself if he blinked. Tom stood alone by the office, not owner, not boss, just an old man in a dirty white coat, looking at the place his father had built and the door where his shortcuts had finally become visible. Grace tied off the bandage too tight. Ow, I said. Good, she said. You're alive enough to complain. I laughed once, and it came out wrong. Outside, through the front windows, traffic kept moving along West 8th. A bus sighed at the stop. A woman walked past with coffee. The barber next door turned his music up, some old soul song bleeding through the wall like nothing had happened. But inside the shop, every normal thing had changed shape. The knives on the magnet, the rolls of butcher paper, the case lights, the freezer door, especially the freezer door. The conflict had ended, technically. Lewis Bell was out. Miller was out. Wheeze was in cuffs. The contaminated product was contained. The police had their crime scene. The health department had its nightmare. But the meat in the freezer was still behind that door. And now we knew exactly why it had seemed to breathe. That was worse than not knowing. They took the freezer apart over 3 days. Not emptied, not cleaned, taken apart. That distinction mattered to me later, after I had slept 2 hours at a time and woken each time with my right hand clawed around the edge of my mattress, convinced I was holding a heavy steel door open. A cleanup crew empties a room. Investigators dismantle it. They removed the door first, then the rail system, then the collapsed rack in labeled sections. They photographed every bracket, every dent, every strip of torn plastic shroud. They bagged screws. They swabbed the drain. They cut the rubber gasket out with utility knives and folded it into evidence paper like it had secrets in the seams. I watched none of that happen in person. Officer Park told us to leave after our first statements, and for once nobody argued. My forearm needed 8 stitches. It sounds worse than it was. The cut ran along the outside of my left arm where the rack corner had clipped me. Long but shallow, more ugly than dangerous. My shoulder was sprained from bracing the rack. My thumb had split open under the glove and needed glue. They gave me a tetanus shot, antibiotics, and a printed sheet about signs of infection that I read 6 times in the hospital waiting room, even though Grace kept telling me to put it down. "You're going to memorize it into happening," she said. She sat beside me at UPMC Hamot with her arms folded, still wearing her butcher coat under a borrowed sweatshirt from EMS. There was dried sanitizer on her boots and a red crescent under one fingernail where she'd torn it, helping pull me back from the freezer threshold. "You don't have to stay," I said. "I know. Your kids. My sister has them." Grace. She looked at me then, and whatever sharp thing she had been using to hold herself together slipped for half a second. "I saw you go in there." I didn't know what to do with that, so I looked at the vending machine across from us. Someone had bought all the peanut M and MS. The empty spiral sat there twisted and useless behind the glass. "I wasn't trying to be heroic," I said. "I know. That's what scared me." A nurse called my name before I could answer. The ER was busy with normal injuries. A boy with a swollen wrist from soccer. An older man coughing into a towel. A woman in scrubs crying quietly into her phone near the water fountain. Normal suffering kept happening around us, indifferent and steady, which felt rude at first, then merciful. Nobody looked at me and knew what I had seen. Nobody smelled the freezer on my clothes unless they got too close. When the doctor cleaned my forearm, I stared at the ceiling tile and counted little brown water stains until my vision blurred. He said, "You work in food service. Butcher shop." "Ah," he said, then glanced at the wound again like the word had changed the cut. I almost laughed. Almost. Louis Bell survived. That was the first thing Officer Park told me when she called 2 days later to ask follow-up questions. He had hypothermia, broken ribs, a fractured collarbone, crush injuries to his left arm, and an infection starting under the towel he'd wrapped around the hook wound. His arm was bad. Park would not tell me how bad, but she went quiet in a way that told me enough. Firefighter Miller kept his foot. Grace sent me that text because she somehow knew it was the thing I was most afraid to ask. Miller's ankle is wrecked, but he's keeping the foot. He called Tom an idiot from the hospital bed. Thought you'd want to know. I did want to know. I read it 3 times, then set my phone face down. Tom called me too. I didn't answer. Not the first day. Not the second. On the 3rd, I listened to his voicemail while standing in my kitchen at 4:40 in the morning, because my body still believed that was when butcher shop morning started. "Nora," he said, and then breathed for a while. I don't know what to say. I keep starting over. The police took my phone, so this is from Marcy's. I'm sorry. That doesn't cover it. I know it doesn't. You told me something was wrong, and I kept making it smaller because I needed it to be smaller. That's on me. There was a rustle, like he'd pressed his hand over the receiver. "Lewis is alive because of you," he said. "Miller too, probably. Grace says I shouldn't call again unless you ask, so I won't. I just wanted you to hear it from me." He hung up. I stood there in my kitchen while the refrigerator hummed and the coffee maker clicked itself warm. Then I deleted the voicemail. Then I cried so hard I had to sit on the floor. Not because I forgave him. I didn't. Not then. Because sorry does not undo a door opening. The investigation spread wider than any of us had understood that morning. Danton Meats shut down immediately. State police found the owner, Richard Danton, in Ohio 2 days later at a cousin's property outside Ashtabula. He had $12,000 in cash, a burner phone, and a story about panic that fell apart before lunchtime. Nate Palmer, the Gordon's distribution driver Lewis had mentioned, was found alive in a motel off Route 6, badly beaten, hiding because Danton had threatened his family after Nate saw blood in the loading bay. The remains in our freezer belonged to a man named Caleb Worth, 39, male, a maintenance contractor who had been working overnight at Danton's plant on an emergency refrigeration repair. The newspapers said there had been a fight. Then they said there had been blunt force trauma. Then they stopped saying much because the lawyers started moving. I never met Caleb. I knew his name anyway. Everyone in Erie knew it by the end of the week. His photo was on local news sites and Facebook posts, a smiling man in a ball cap holding a walleye. He had 2 sisters. He coached Little League. He had fixed cold rooms and compressors for businesses all over Crawford and Erie County, probably places where people complained about prices and late invoices, and never imagined the guy with the tool bag might become a headline. Ron DeMarco called me the day Caleb's name came out. "I knew him," Ron said. "I sat on my couch with my stitched arm propped on a pillow. I'm sorry. He was a good tech, better than me with digital controllers." Ron cleared his throat. "I should have known the compressor wasn't the main failure." "What do you mean?" "At your shop. It didn't seize normal. Somebody had messed with the sensor loop. Not enough to kill it right away. Enough to make it cycle wrong until it overheated." I sat up slowly. "Who? Police can figure that out. But you think?" "I think whoever packed that freezer wanted it cold long enough to hide things, then warm enough to make everything look like spoilage and collapse." He coughed. "Or maybe I'm an old man who watches too much cable news. Don't repeat me." I did repeat him to Officer Park. She said, "We're aware of possible tampering." That was all. Weiss Calder was charged with obstruction, evidence tampering, and transporting improperly labeled meat across county lines. Later, after Lewis could speak longer than a few words, more charges were added. Weiss insisted he didn't know there were human remains in the load. Maybe that was true. Maybe he had only accepted cash, ignored Lewis's fear, watched him get shut into a freezer van or storage room or loading area, and convinced himself it was none of his business. There are levels of not knowing. I learned that. Tom was not charged with anything violent, but his world still came apart. The health department suspended the shop's license. The state opened an investigation into his purchasing records. Restaurants canceled accounts before anyone asked them to. People stood outside Haskett and Son taking pictures of the sign. Someone spray painted "Meet Murder" on the boarded front window, which was both cruel and stupid, and somehow that made it worse. Grace quit in writing. Her letter was one paragraph. She sent me a photo of it before she emailed it to Tom. I cannot continue working in a place where safety concerns were dismissed. Unlabeled product was purchased, and employees were placed at risk. I hope you cooperate fully with investigators. Please mail my final check. That's very formal, I told her. I wanted to write "eat glass," she said. This seemed more useful. Eli quit too, though he did it by text message, apologizing 7 times. He moved back in with his mother in Northeast for a while. Later, he got a job stocking shelves at a grocery store where nothing hung from hooks over his head. He sent me a photo of his healed palm once, the scar a thin, pale curve. "Still hate floor drains," he wrote. I understood. Dana kept Bay House open through the recall mess by throwing out anything even possibly connected to us. She lost money, a lot, but no customers got sick, not from our product anyway. She called me once, late evening, after I had ignored 3 unknown numbers. "I'm not calling about Haskett," she said. "Okay, I'm calling because Marco keeps asking if you're alive." "I am. Good. Also, for what it's worth, you saying no at the counter made me pull everything faster. You probably saved me from serving more." I didn't know what to say. Dana did. "Don't make a speech, just heal." Then she hung up. For 2 weeks, I could not open my own freezer without standing to the side first. That is not an exaggeration. I would grip the handle, step back, pull the door with 2 fingers, and let the cold air wash out before I looked inside. There were frozen peas in there, ice cube trays, a bag of cheap chicken breasts I threw away because the frost on the inside of the package had formed a cloudy oval, and I couldn't make myself touch it. The world gets ordinary again in insulting little ways. Bills arrive. Hair needs washing. Trash pickup stays on Wednesday. My stitches came out on a Monday. The nurse said the wound looked good. I thanked her like she had personally negotiated with my skin. My shoulder stayed stiff longer. Some nights it ached deep under the blade, and I would wake thinking I was still holding up the rack while Lewis slid free underneath it. I saw Lewis once after, not on purpose. It was 6 weeks later at the courthouse in Erie, after I had given a formal statement to the district attorney. Grace came with me because she said I got weirdly polite around authority figures and might agree to something stupid if left unsupervised. Lewis was in the hallway outside another office, sitting in a wheelchair with a brace around his left arm and shoulder. He had lost weight. His face had the sunken look of someone whose body had spent every spare calorie trying not to die. He saw me. I stopped walking. Grace stopped beside me. For a moment, the courthouse sounds thinned out around us. Shoes on tile, elevator chime, a lawyer laughing too loudly near the security checkpoint. Lewis lifted his good hand. Not a wave exactly. An acknowledgement. Lifted mine back. Neither of us spoke. There was too much between us for hallway words. I had seen him under a rack, half frozen beside human remains. He had seen me standing in the freezer doorway with a metal bar and terror all over my face. Sometimes survival makes strangers intimate in a way nobody asked for. Grace and I walked outside afterward. It was cold, real cold, like wind cutting between buildings. Normal cold, clean cold. "You okay?" she asked. "No." "Yeah," she said. "Me neither." We stood on the courthouse steps and watched traffic move along Peach Street. A delivery truck went by with cartoon stakes painted on the side. Grace saw it too. We both looked away at the same time. Haskett and Son never reopened. For a while, there were rumors that Tom would sell the building to a sandwich chain or a vape shop. Then winter came, and the windows stayed boarded. The barber next door moved 2 blocks east. The tax office put up a sign saying clients should use the rear entrance, though I never saw anyone go in. In March, I walked past the old shop for the first time. I told myself I was just taking a longer route after a doctor's appointment, which was a lie simple enough to live with. The sign was still there, faded red letters over dirty white. Haskett and Son Butchers. Someone had scraped off most of the spray paint, but a shadow of it remained if you knew where to look. Front windows were covered from the inside with brown paper. I stood on the sidewalk with my hands in my coat pockets. A bus pulled up at the stop. The brakes sighed. For 1 second, I was back on that morning before everything opened up. The woman with coffee, the cold air at my ankles, Tom saying bad seal, Eli dropping butcher paper, Grace telling her mother the state of Pennsylvania had rules about fever. Then the bus pulled away, and I was only me again. Almost. I walked around to the alley. I should not have, I know that. But my flaw did not vanish because it had been useful once. I still notice small wrong things. I still follow them. The back receiving door had been padlocked from the outside. The police tape was gone, but adhesive strips remained on the frame, gray with dirt. The concrete near the threshold had been pressure washed so thoroughly it looked lighter than the rest of the alley. Behind the building, near the old grease bins, sat Weiss' refrigerated van. Not impounded, not moved, just parked there with flat front tires and a cracked windshield, as if everyone had forgotten it after taking what they needed from inside. The refrigeration unit on top was dead. The side panel still showed the ghost outline of magnetic lettering that had once read Haskett and Son Local Quality Meats. I stood there longer than I should have. A gust came off the lake and pushed trash along the alley. A loose receipt scraped across the pavement and caught under the van's rear tire. Then I heard one tap, metal on metal. I did not move. Another tap from the van, slow, spaced, hollow. My first thought was impossible. My second was rat. That was more likely. A rat in the refrigeration unit. A loose fan blade shifting in the wind. A chain tapping against the undercarriage. Any number of boring things. The third tap came lower, near the rear doors. I took one step back, then another. I did not open the van. That may sound obvious to you. It sounds obvious to me now. But there was a version of me, not long before, who would have needed to know. Who would have walked closer. Who would have told herself that small wrong things had to be understood before they grew teeth. That day, I let one remain small. I walked out of the alley and did not look back until I reached the corner. The old butcher shop sat quiet behind me. Boarded windows, dead sign, empty doorway, nothing moving where I could see. The tapping did not follow. A month later, the van was gone. I asked Officer Park about it once, when she called to tell me the first court date had been delayed. "What van?" she asked. "We's S refrigerated van, behind the shop." A pause. "That vehicle was processed and towed in October." I was standing in my apartment hallway with a laundry basket against my hip. "No, I saw it in March." Another pause, shorter this time. "Are you sure it was the same van?" "It had the lettering. Could have been a similar unit. Maybe." She did not push. Maybe because she believed me. Maybe because she didn't. "Do you want me to check?" she asked. I thought about the alley, the flat tires, the receipt caught under the wheel, the tap from inside. "No," I said, and I meant it, mostly. I work now at a grocery store in the prepared foods department. Nothing glamorous. I roast chickens, label soups, slice turkey on a machine that gets cleaned every 4 hours, whether anyone likes it or not. There are logs for everything. Temperatures, sanitizer concentration, cooler checks, waste disposal. People roll their eyes at me because I fill them out in full. Every line, no shortcuts, no same as above. Let them roll their eyes. Sometimes a package puffs up. Sometimes a cooler fogs. Sometimes a machine makes a noise it did not make yesterday. When that happens, I stop. I write it down. I tell someone. And if they say it's probably nothing, I say, probably is not a procedure. That usually gets me a look. I can live with looks. The ordinary world is still ordinary most days. Coffee burns. Customers complain. Radios crackle. Knives dull. Buses sigh at curbs. Meat sits under lights, red and silent and completely dead. But every so often, when I open the walk-in early and the cold comes out low across the floor, I wait before stepping inside. Just one breath. Mine. Then I listen for another. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, I'm a plumber. What I pulled out of the drain wasn't hair as told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away and don't leave early. The first thing I noticed was that the drain coughed back. Not gurgled, not burped. Every plumber knows those sounds. Clogged line has a whole vocabulary if you listen long enough. Wet clicking from trapped air. A low glug when a vent is blocked. That hollow plastic knock when water finds a bend and loses patience. This was different. I had the snake maybe 8 feet into the kitchen cleanout when something down in the pipe pushed against it from the other side, firm enough that the cable jumped in my gloved hands and slapped the inside of the cabinet with a metallic twang. Then the smell came out. Old grease, mostly. Rotting food. Dish soap gone sour. All normal. Under it, though, there was something briny and warm, like a bait bucket left in the sun. I sat back on my heels and listened. From somewhere under the floorboards came a slow, rubbery scrape. My name is Caleb Mercer, 38, male, And I've been a plumber in southern Maine long enough to stop being surprised by what people send down drains. Wedding rings, dentures, aquarium gravel, drywall mud, cigarette butts, a wad of cash once, wrapped in a sandwich bag and swollen like a dead fish. I work for myself out of a white Ford Transit with Mercer Plumbing and Drain Service on the side in peeling blue letters. Most days, that freedom feels good. Some days, when I'm lying on my stomach in a stranger's mouse-chewed crawlspace, wondering if my phone has enough signal to call for help if a joist gives way. It feels like a bad joke I'm playing on myself. The house belonged to a woman named Lena Whitcomb, 41, female, a pediatric nurse who lived on a narrow road outside Harpswell, the kind of road that runs between spruce trees and salt marsh until you start to feel like the ocean is waiting at every bend. She had called me at 6:12 that evening, apologizing before I even said hello. "I know it's late," she said. "I really do. But the kitchen sink is backing up into the dishwasher, and now there's stuff in the downstairs shower." "What kind of stuff?" I asked. A pause. Paper rustled near the receiver. "Brown water, some food pieces, I think. I'm sorry, that's disgusting." "Disgusting keeps me employed," I said. She gave one sharp little laugh, the kind people make when they're trying not to panic in front of a stranger. By 7:04, I was parked behind her Subaru, my headlights shining across a clapboard house painted the color of wet bone. The place had been added onto at least twice. You could see it in the roof lines, the original cape in front, a low kitchen extension on the back, then a mudroom tacked onto that like someone had run out of money and ambition at the same time. Beyond the back fence, the land fell toward a tidal creek. The tide was out, and the exposed mud held the last bruised light of the evening. The air smelled of pine needles, cold stone, and marsh rot. Lena opened the door before I knocked. She had her hair tied in a knot with a pen stuck through it, and she was wearing blue scrub pants with a gray sweatshirt that said Maine Medical Center across the chest. She looked tired in the specific way nurses look tired, upright, functional, and hollowed out behind the eyes. "Caleb," she asked. "That's me. Thank you for coming. Seriously." She stepped back to let me in, and a girl of about 12 hovered behind her in the hall with a phone in one hand and a dish towel in the other. "This is Sophie," Lena said. "Sophie Whitcomb, 12, female, my daughter. She's been helping by telling me every 30 seconds that the house is gross." Sophie did not look embarrassed. "It is gross." "Fair assessment," I said. That got almost a smile out of her. The kitchen was bright in that overcompensating way older houses get at night, when every overhead light is on and still, the corners look dim. The sink was a deep porcelain farmhouse basin, nice but cracked around the drain. A yellow sponge floated in 2 inches of gray water. Small pale scraps drifted around it, onion skin maybe, or soaked bread. The dishwasher had leaked a crescent of cloudy water across the floor, and someone had thrown towels down to stop it from reaching the hallway. Every few seconds, the sink drain made a faint tick. Tick, tick, not loud, not dramatic, just steady enough that once I noticed it, I kept noticing it. "Garbage disposal?" I asked. "No," Lena said. I hate those. My ex used to put everything through one like it was a wood chipper. Good instinct. I do rinse plates, though. I know I probably shouldn't. Everybody does something they shouldn't. Sophie leaned against the counter. Mom put quinoa down there yesterday. Lena closed her eyes. Sophie. What, you did? I smiled and set my tool bag down. Quinoa's not usually a war crime. Lena watched me open the cabinet beneath the sink. Is this going to be expensive? There it was. The real question under most service calls. Not what's wrong, but how badly is this going to punish me for already being tired? I'll take a look first, I said. Could be a trap clog. Could be the branch line. If water-s coming up in the shower, though, it might be farther down. Her mouth tightened. How much farther? Let's not borrow trouble yet. I try not to say that too often. My father used to say it, and he was the kind of man who borrowed trouble, spent it, and sent the bill to everyone else. Frank Mercer was a union plumber, tough hands, bad knees, worse temper. He taught me the trade, and also taught me how small a house can feel when one person decides the air belongs to him. I don't like tight spaces because of him. That sounds too neat, but it's true. Closets, crawl spaces, utility chases, anything with a low ceiling and no clean exit. He once locked me in the basement coal room for mouthing off when I was 9. 10 minutes maybe, long enough for the dark to grow a shape. I don't tell customers that. I just make jokes and keep my flashlight charged. The trap under Lena's sink was PVC, newer than the cabinet. I set a bucket beneath it, loosened the slip nuts, and caught the expected sludge. Black-gray water poured into the bucket, carrying rice, coffee grounds, and what looked like the tiny bones from canned salmon. Sorry, Lena said again. You can stop apologizing. I've had worse. People say that to be polite. I once pulled a Barbie head out of a toilet at a dentist's office. Sophie perked up. Why was there a Barbie at a dentist's office? Excellent question. No one confessed. I cleaned the trap, checked the horizontal line, and found nothing that explained water backing into a shower. That meant the clog was downstream of the kitchen branch, or in the main. Not ideal, but not unusual in an old house near the water. Roots love old clay pipe. Grease loves bellies in the line. Time loves making fools of homeowners and tradesmen alike. Where's the downstairs bathroom? I asked. Lena led me through a narrow hall past framed school photos, a wicker basket of unmatched gloves, and a corkboard crowded with appointment cards. The bathroom sat off the mudroom. It had beadboard walls, a tiny frosted window, and a shower stall with a plastic curtain printed with blue anchors. In the shower pan, water stood around the drain in a brownish puddle. Something pale clung to the strainer. At first glance, it looked like hair. Long strands, wet and tangled, caught in the little holes. People shed hair. Drains collected. Nothing more ordinary. But when I crouched and shone my light, the strands didn't shine like hair. They were dull beige gray, with tiny darker bands along their length. Mom, Sophie said from the doorway. Lena put a hand on her shoulder. Stay back. I reached into my bag for needle nose pliers. Anyone here have long blonde hair? Lena touched her dark knot. Sophie shook her head. Previous owner, I asked. I bought the place 2 years ago from a retired couple. The wife had white hair, I think, but not. She stopped. The pliers closed on the tangle. I pulled gently, The strands stretched. Hair doesn't really stretch. Not like that. It gives a little, sure, then snaps or slides free. This elongated with a wet resistance, like sinew. The shower drain made a soft, sucking noise, and more of it surfaced through the strainer holes in a slow cluster. Sophie whispered, "You." I let go. The material slipped back down half an inch, not falling so much as retreating with the draining water. A truck passed out on the road, tires hissing on damp pavement. Its headlights swept the bathroom window, turning the frosted glass briefly white. In that second, all three of us were reflected in the mirror above the sink. Lena rigid with her hand on Sophie's shoulder, Sophie's eyes wide but curious, and me crouched there with pliers in one hand, trying to arrange my face into the calm, practical expression people pay for. "Could be roots," I said. Lena looked at me in the mirror. "Roots. Fine feeder roots can get through pipe joints. They come in like hair sometimes. Inside the house, if the line runs under the slab or through the crawl space before it exits, yeah. Roots don't care about your floor plan." That was true, mostly. Roots can be pale. Roots can be stringy. Roots can clog a line so badly that wastewater backs into low fixtures. Roots do not usually stretch. Still, the human brain is a generous liar when the alternative is standing in a stranger's bathroom. And admitting something about a drain has made your hands sweat inside nitrile gloves. I checked the basement next. Lena's basement stairs were steep and painted gray, with a rope handrail on one side and exposed plaster on the other. The bulb at the bottom flickered when she pulled the chain. The space below was half basement, half crawl, with old granite foundation walls and a poured concrete patch where somebody had done work years earlier. Copper supply lines ran neat along the joists. The waste stack was cast iron from the second floor down to the slab, then switched to black ABS near a cleanout, about 3 feet above the floor. A dehumidifier hummed in the corner, full tank light blinking red. "That thing's always full," Lena said. "I empty it and it fills again overnight. Old basements do that. They also smell like low tide. Some do." She folded her arms. "You're very committed to everything being normal." I looked at her then. She had said it lightly, but not as a joke. "Normal's usually what it is," I said. "Usually." Behind us, Sophie called from upstairs. "Can I make toast?" "No," Lena shouted back. "Do not use water. Toast doesn't use water. Just don't touch anything." Sophie muttered something I couldn't make out. A cabinet shut. Lena rubbed both hands over her face. "Sorry, she's 12. Everything is an argument or a documentary. She seems sharp. She is. Too sharp sometimes." Lena looked at the pipe. Her dad was supposed to take her this weekend. He canceled again. So now she gets to spend Friday night watching sewage rise out of a shower. I nodded like that was just conversation, but I heard the tightness in it. The frustration held on a short leash. Lena was afraid of losing control of the house, the kid, the bill, the whole careful arrangement that let her keep moving. People think fear always looks like trembling. Mostly it looks like irritation with nowhere safe to go. I knew that look. I unscrewed the cap on the basement cleanout. Pressure hissed softly behind it. I paused. "That bad?" Lena asked. "Maybe just trapped air." I eased the cap the rest of the way. A thumb-thick stream of foul water spilled out and hit the bucket I'd placed beneath it. Mixed in were little flecks of grease, black grit, and 3 more strands of the grayish material. They hung over the lip of the pipe and trembled in the moving water. Lena stepped back. "Those are roots. I don't know yet." My honesty surprised both of us. I set up the drain machine near the cleanout. It was a compact sectional unit, old but reliable, with a foot pedal and a coil of cable thick enough to chew through most residential clogs. The motor gave its familiar electric growl when I tested it. That sound usually calms me. It means process. It means there is a thing to do, and if the first thing doesn't work, there's another thing after that. I fed the cable into the cleanout. 3 feet, 6, 8. That was when the drain coughed back. The cable jerked. The cabinet slap I mentioned earlier had actually happened later upstairs when I checked the kitchen line again. But the first jump came here in the basement. It hit hard enough to rattle the machine on the concrete. The exposed bulb swung slightly, making the shadows of the joists move across the foundation wall. Lena said, "Was that you?" No. The dehumidifier clicked off. The basement seemed to widen around the absence of its hum. Above us, through the floorboards, Sophie's footsteps crossed the kitchen. A chair scraped. Somewhere in the wall, water ticked down a pipe in slow drops. I held the cable with both gloved hands and tried to feel what it was touching. A clog has weight. Roots grab and chatter against the blade. A collapsed pipe feels like hitting a wall. This was pressure, then release, pressure, then release, like the end of the cable was being squeezed. My throat went dry. "Do you have a septic system?" I asked. "Town sewer," Lena said. "At least that's what the listing said. There's a sewer bill. Any recent construction. Digging. Fence posts. Landscaping. No. I mean, the neighbors had work done near the road last month. Fiber internet, I think. That caught my attention. Utility work and old sewer lines are a bad combination. A bored conduit can pierce a lateral. A crushed section can collect every bit of waste until the line becomes a packed artery. And if the house sat near a tidal creek, groundwater could infiltrate through a damaged joint and bring all kinds of organic mess with it. There, a reasonable explanation. Ugly, expensive, but reasonable. "What happens now?" Lena asked. "I can try to clear it from here. If it's roots or grease, we might get flow back tonight. If the pipe's broken, I'll recommend a camera inspection tomorrow, maybe excavation, depending where the break is." "Excavation," she repeated, as if tasting a word she knew would cost money. "I'm not there yet." A soft thump came from inside the pipe, not the cable, the pipe. Lena heard it. Her face changed, just a small tightening around the eyes. I withdrew the cable a foot. The motor whined. The cable twisted, then came free with a wet pop that sprayed my sleeve and the concrete. Wrapped around the cutting head was a dense wad of the grayish strands, thicker than what I'd seen in the shower. It clung to the metal in loops. Mixed into it were dark specks, a piece of red plastic, and something that looked, for 1 second under the swinging bulb, like a tiny, translucent claw. I turned the light closer. It was only a shrimp shell, probably. Sophie appeared halfway down the stairs before either of us heard her coming. "Mom," Lena spun. "I told you to stay upstairs. There's water in the sink again." How much? A lot. From above came a sound like a pot boiling over, then a wet slap onto tile. Stood too quickly, and my shoulder clipped a low copper line. Pain flashed down my arm. Kitchen, Sophie nodded. I grabbed the clean-out cap and screwed it back on fast, not tight enough for permanent, tight enough to stop the basement from becoming part of the problem. The cable head lay on a rag at my feet, wrapped in that fibrous mass. It shifted slightly as the cable unwound its tension. Lena saw me look at it. "Can you fix it tonight?" she asked. There was no blame in her voice. That made it worse. I thought about the tide outside, about the road getting dark, about the clean-out, the shower, the sink, all connected by hidden lines under the house. I thought about my camera scope in the van, the one I rarely used after dark, because inspecting a pipe properly takes patience, dry hands, and a clear head. I thought about calling it, telling Lena she needed a restoration company, a municipal sewer tech, maybe the water district in the morning. And I thought about the way that cable had been squeezed. "I can keep working," I said, "but I need to open the outside cleanout if you have one. If we're lucky, I can attack the clog from the yard and push it toward the main instead of back into the house. And if we're not lucky, then we stop using every fixture, shut off water to the house, and you and Sophie stay somewhere else tonight." Sophie looked from me to her mother. Like a hotel, Lena gave a humorless laugh. With what money? I didn't say anything. Tradesmen learn the shape of other people's limits. You hear it in the jokes they make when there isn't anything funny. Rain began ticking against the basement windows. Just a sprinkle at first, fine and needling. The kind that makes old gutters start whispering. I packed the drain machine with more care than I felt and carried the cable head up in a plastic bucket. In the kitchen, gray water had risen higher in the sink and spilled over the towels onto the floor. A few more pale strands floated in it, curled like vegetable peelings. Lena stood by the back door with a flashlight and her phone. "There's a round cap near the fence," she said. "I always thought it was sprinkler stuff, but there aren't sprinklers. That might be it." Sophie hugged herself, trying to look bored and failing. "Can I come?" "No," Lena and I said together. The girl's jaw set. "I don't want to be alone in here." That landed differently. Lena looked at the kitchen sink. The water ticked against the porcelain. The drain made one soft click, almost polite. I could open the outside cleanout and maybe solve the backup. Or I could tell them to leave now, lock the door, and wait until morning, when everything would be easier to explain to a dispatcher, an insurance company, a city crew. But leaving meant the line might keep backing up through the lowest fixture, ruining the house inch by inch. Staying meant working blind in the rain beside a tidal creek, with something in the pipe that did not behave like grease, roots, or anything else I had pulled out of a drain. Lena looked at me, not helpless, not yet, just asking which bad option was the less stupid one. I picked up my flashlight, the long flathead screwdriver I used for stubborn caps, and the bucket with the cable head still inside it. "Put boots on," I said, "both of you. Stay behind me and don't touch the water." Lena hesitated with her hand on the doorknob. Outside, the rain strengthened, pattering against the mudroom roof and the dark glass of the window. Somewhere below the kitchen floor, the pipe answered with one slow scrape. Then Lena opened the door. The rain made the backyard look flatter than it was. That sounds odd, but it's the best way I can describe it. In daylight, I'm sure Lena's yard had shape, a slope down to the fence, a little dip where the grass turned to marsh weeds, the dark line of spruce beyond the creek. At night, under the porch light and my flashlight beam, everything became one slick black sheet. Grass shone, mud shone, the puddles shone. Even the old fence posts looked wet enough to have been pulled from a river. I went first with the screwdriver in one hand and my flashlight in the other. The beam jumped every time my boots sank. Behind me, Lena followed with her phone light on, one arm out like she was keeping Sophie physically attached by force of will. Sophie had put on yellow rubber boots with cartoon frogs printed on them. They came halfway up her shins and squeaked with each step. "Stay on the stones," Lena said. "There are like 3 stones. Then stay on those 3. Sophie muttered, "This is why Dad has an apartment." Lena stopped so abruptly that Sophie bumped into her back. "Not now," Lena said. It wasn't loud. That made it sharper. I pretended to be very interested in the ground. The outside cleanout cap sat near the back fence, half hidden under wet leaves and a loop of dead grass. It was 4-inch PVC, white once, now stained green around the threads. Somebody had installed it after the original line, probably during some renovation. The top was flush, with a small concrete collar that had cracked on one side. Beyond the fence, the tidal creek moved in the dark with a quiet sucking sound. Rain stippled its surface. Somewhere farther off, a buoy bell clanged once, then again, dull and uneven. "Is that the sewer thing?" Sophie asked. "Looks like it," I said. Lena leaned over my shoulder. "Why is it so close to the marsh? Old houses get updated in weird stages. Sewer lateral probably runs from the house through here to the road. The road is the other way, right? So maybe this cap is on a bend or an access point from old work. Maybe." I glanced up. Lena caught it. She was smart enough to hear the uncertainty and tired enough not to appreciate it. "Shouldn't there be a map?" she asked. "There might be one at the town office. At 8 o'clock on a Friday, exactly." She looked back at the house. Through the kitchen window, the light over the sink had turned the glass into a yellow square. Every few seconds, the water inside made the pipes tick under the wall. Even out in the yard, I could hear it. Or I thought I could. The time-sensitive part of the problem was simple. The line was still backing up. If the clog sat between the house and the street, every gallon already in the pipes was looking for the lowest escape. If someone flushed upstairs, if the water heater discharged, if the washer decided to run a cycle because someone had bumped the dial earlier, wastewater could come through the shower, the sink, the dishwasher seam, maybe even the basement cleanout if my cap job didn't hold. And the rain was picking up. Rain matters. A damaged sewer lateral in saturated ground can take on groundwater fast. Enough infiltration can overwhelm an already blocked line, forcing dirty water back toward the house. A broken pipe near a tidal area can do even stranger things without needing ghosts or monsters or anything that can't be explained by gravity, pressure, and bad luck. I set the bucket down. wad of gray strands clung to the cable head inside it. Rainwater hit the mass and made it twitch as tension released from the coiled cable. Sophie saw it. "That's moving." "It's not," I said too quickly. "It just did. Cable memory. Metal twists, then untwists, make stuff shift." "Stuff," Lena repeated. I pushed the screwdriver under the lip of the clean-out cap and tried to turn it by hand first. It didn't move. I adjusted my grip and put more shoulder into it. Still nothing. "Stuck?" Lena asked. "Threads probably packed with dirt." "Of course it is." I took channel locks from my back pocket and fitted them around the square nut on top. The cap groaned, not from below, from old plastic and grit giving way. I stopped after a quarter turn. A hiss slipped out. Lena stepped back. "That's bad. That's pressure. Is pressure bad? It's information." "That is not an answer." "No," I said. "It's not good." The hiss became a faint, wet bubbling around the cap threads. Dark water welled in the crack of the concrete collar, then disappeared into the grass. The smell rose with it, stronger now. Sewer gas, grease, that bait bucket saltiness, and a chemical edge I didn't like. Lena pulled her sweatshirt sleeve over her nose. Sophie gagged and turned away. "Go inside," Lena told her. "No, Sophie," I said no. The girl's voice wobbled on the last word. She heard it and set her jaw like she hated herself for giving anything away. Lena softened for half a second. "You can stand on the porch. That's still alone. I can see you. You'll be looking at sewer water." The clean-out cap bubbled again. I tightened it back down a hair to stop the leak. Nobody needs to be right next to me for this. Lena looked at the house, then at Sophie, then at me. I could see the calculation run through her. Leave her daughter near whatever was happening inside, or keep her outside near an open sewer line in the rain. There wasn't a choice that felt like parenting. Were only risks arranged in different rooms. "Porch," Lena said. "Door open. You keep your boots on. If I say go to the car, you go to the car." Sophie started to argue, saw her mother's face, and didn't. She sloshed back toward the porch, shoulders hunched against the rain. That left Lena and me by the fence. "Tell me exactly what you're doing," she said. "I'm going to open this clean-out slowly. If the blockage is downstream, pressure may release here. That means dirty water could come up." "How much?" "Could be a little, could be a lot." "Define a lot." "Enough that you'll want to move uphill." Her eyes cut toward the house. "And if the blockage is between this cap and the house, then opening it here might let the house drain toward us. That sounds like the better option. Unless it's under pressure and shoots out. You do this for a living, usually with more daylight." A humorless laugh escaped her. The rain tapped harder on her phone screen until she tucked it in her sweatshirt pocket. I opened the van and got a face shield, a heavier pair of gloves, and the small inspection camera case. I also pulled out 2 traffic cones and set them in the yard more out of habit than usefulness. My boots slid once near the fence, and I caught myself on the post. The post moved, not much, enough. I shone the light down. Mud had washed away from the base. The fence line sagged slightly toward the marsh, and the soil around the clean-out collar had a shallow depression. Fresh, too. Rainwater pooled in it and drained through a small hole near the concrete. "Lena, what? Has this ground always sunk here?" She came closer, careful now. "I don't know. I don't come back here much at night." During the day, I guess it's always been uneven. Uneven and sinking are different, she swallowed. How different? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed in my jacket. I checked it with the clean part of my wrist. No caller ID, just service area at the top and one bar. A voicemail notification appeared and vanished. Then a text from my dispatcher app came through late, though I don't have a dispatcher, just automated call forwarding. MISSED call, HARPSWELL municipal water, and sewer after HOURS. I stared at it. Lena saw my face. What? Town sewer called. Why? I don't know. Call back. I tapped the number. It rang twice, then dropped. No service. Of course, Lena said again. The house behind us made a sound like a sink filling too fast. Sophie shouted from the porch. Mom, we turned. Water had begun to creep under the mudroom door. Not much. A glossy line spreading across the threshold from inside the house toward the back steps. Lena ran. I followed, slower, because I knew what wet grass could do to a person carrying tools. She reached the door, yanked it open, and stepped back with a sharp curse as gray water slopped against her boots. Don't go in barefoot, I said. I'm not barefoot. Don't touch it with your hands. I know what sewage is, Caleb. Sophie stood on the porch bench, one hand gripping the door frame. Her face had gone pale in the porch light. It came out of the shower, she said. It made this like gulp sound, and then it's okay, Lena said. It's not okay. I know. The downstairs bathroom was now the lowest point announcing itself. Water spread from the shower stall across the little tile floor, carrying flecks of food waste, toilet paper pulp, and more of the pale strands. They collected along grout lines and curled against the baseboard. I stepped just inside and shut off the bathroom supply valves as a precaution, then moved to the kitchen and checked the sink. The basin was nearly full again. We need to stop all water use, I said. Main shut off too, just in case. No one's using water. Water heaters can discharge. Toilets can leak through flappers. Ice makers refill. Old houses find ways. Where's the shutoff? Lena asked. Basement, probably near where the service enters. She looked toward the basement door. There it was, my private little weakness, waiting exactly where the job needed me to go. The basement itself was bad enough, but the shutoff might not be in the open section. Houses like this, the water service often entered through the old foundation, tucked in the crawl where the ceiling dropped and the dirt floor narrowed under joists. I could already picture the space, damp insulation hanging like dirty laundry, spider webs, old mouse traps, my shoulders scraping wood if I turned wrong. No clean exit. I felt that old coal room pressure at the back of my ribs. Lena said, You okay? Fine. You don't look fine. I'm thinking. You look like you're trying not to throw up. I'm a plumber. That would be terrible branding. She almost smiled. Almost. We went down to the basement. The smell was stronger there now. The cap I'd tightened had begun to seep around the threads, small beads gathering and dropping into the bucket beneath. The bulb overhead flickered once, then steadied. I found the water line along the front wall. Copper came in low from the foundation, then vanished behind a stack of old storage bins and a rolled-up rug. The main shutoff was not visible. Move these, Lena asked. Careful, Keep gloves on if you have them. She ran upstairs and came back with yellow dishwashing gloves, then began dragging bins aside. Christmas ornaments, old textbooks, a box labeled Marquess Office in black marker. She shoved that one harder than the others. The rolled rug was damp at one end. When I lifted it, a dozen pill bugs scattered across the concrete. The shut-off valve was behind it, green with corrosion, tucked below a joist. I reached for it, twisted. It didn't move. Curiously, Lena said, old gate valve might be seized. You can force it. I can break it, so don't. That's the goal. I sprayed penetrating oil from my bag and waited, counting seconds under my breath, because counting is what I do when tight spaces start to press in. The basement seemed lower than before. Rainwater pattered against the small window. Above us, Sophie paced across the kitchen and back. Each footstep translated through the joists into a soft, anxious thud. The phone in Lena's pocket rang. She startled and nearly dropped it. Unknown number. Answer. She put it on speaker. Hello. A man's voice crackled through, broken by static. Mrs. Whitcomb, this is Paul Danner, Harpswell Water and Sewer After Hours. Lena looked at me. Yes, we got an alarm from the lift station off Basin Point Road. Are you experiencing any sewer backup? Yes, she said. Very much yes. Okay, don't run any water. Avoid contact with contaminated water. We've got a crew delayed by a road washout, but the call cut into a buzz, then came back. Need to ask if you have any contractors on site. Lena held the phone closer. A plumber, Caleb Mercer, a pause. Is he opening exterior cleanouts? I leaned toward the phone. This is Caleb. I cracked the cap, but tightened it back. There's pressure. Do not open that line fully, Paul said. The basement seemed to contract around those words. Why? I asked. We're seeing reverse pressure in that section. Heavy inflow, possible obstruction near the main. If your lateral's compromised, opening a yard cleanout could discharge contaminated water or destabilize surrounding soil. Destabilize how much? Static chewed at his answer. Paul, Lena said. Paul. His voice returned in fragments. Old drainage ditch behind properties. Some laterals undocumented keep occupants out. If water rises, crew ETA maybe 90 minutes, maybe more, 90 minutes, Lena said. The call dropped. No service. For a few seconds, none of us spoke. Then the basement cleanout cap burped. A small jet of water sprayed sideways, hit the bucket rim, and spattered the concrete. Lena jumped back. I grabbed a wrench and tightened the cap another fraction, but the threads were already wet and gritty. It held, though not confidently. 90 minutes, Lena said. The house will be full by then. Maybe not full. Don't manage me. I'm not. You are. You keep saying things that sound less bad than what's happening. That stung because it was true. Above us, Sophie called. Mom, the lights flickered. The bulb over our heads answered by dimming to a dull orange and then brightening again. Lena whispered, no. The rain had become a hard, steady drumming now, gutters pouring. If the power went, we would lose light. Maybe the sump if she had one, maybe heat, maybe phone charging. The dehumidifier was useless. But a sump pump could mean the difference between a wet basement and a contaminated basement if groundwater started coming in. Do you have a sump? I asked. I don't know. Pit in the floor, pump. Usually near a corner, we searched. Behind the furnace, under a plywood cover weighed down with paint cans, we found it. A sump pit half full of water and actively rising. The pump cord ran to an outlet on the joist. It clicked on while we watched, hummed, then stopped after 2 seconds with a strained buzz. The water in the pit did not drop. "That's bad, right?" Lena asked. "Yes." I crouched and lifted the float by hand. The pump buzzed again, but didn't move water, jammed, burned, or clogged. Another time-sensitive problem, layered neatly on top of the first one, like the house had decided to become a training manual for disasters. "If the sump fails," I said, "groundwater comes up. If sewer backs up, wastewater comes out. If both happen together, we need you out of here. We can sit in the car." "Good. My car is blocked by your van. I'll move it." I reached for my keys. They weren't in my jacket pocket. For one dumb second, I patted the same pocket 3 times, as if the keys might appear out of embarrassment. Then I remembered setting them on the kitchen counter when I'd washed my gloves earlier. Before I could say it, Sophie screamed. Not a horror movie scream. A short, furious, terrified sound. Lena bolted upstairs. I followed. Sophie stood on the kitchen island, one frog-booted foot in a fruit bowl, pointing toward the back hallway. The water on the floor had spread into the kitchen now, thin but moving. From the downstairs bathroom came a thicker surge, accompanied by a wet, dragging noise. A clump of gray strands had pushed up through the shower drain and slumped over the lip of the stall. Longer this time, heavier. It was tangled around something red. Not plastic scrap now. A strip of material, maybe cloth, maybe rubber, with black printed letters partly visible under the muck. Lena started toward it. I caught her arm. "Don't. That's from my house. Maybe. I've never seen it. Then definitely don't touch it." She pulled free, angry because fear needed somewhere to go. "My daughter is standing on the counter, Caleb." "I know." "Then stop talking like a manual and do something." The power went out. The kitchen vanished, except for the smear of rain on the windows and the pale glow of Sophie's phone flashlight bouncing wildly off the ceiling. A second later, my own flashlight clicked on in my hand. Lena's breath came fast beside me. In the dark, the house made all its small, wet noises louder. Drip from the sink, tick in the wall, water spreading under cabinets. And from the bathroom, a slow sliding sound as the wad at the drain shifted with another push from below. I found my keys on the counter by touch, slick where mist or wastewater had reached them. I wiped them on my shirt. "We're getting to the car," I said. "Now, my purse," Lena said. "Leave it. My wallet, medications, leave it." She looked at Sophie, then nodded. We moved toward the mudroom. I went first, testing each step, because contaminated water hides everything: broken glass, loose nails, floor vents, electrical cords. My flashlight hit the back door window. Outside, my van's headlights were off. But through the rain, beyond the fence, another light moved near the marsh. Small, white, bobbing, a flashlight. Lena saw it too. "Is that the sewer crew? Too soon." The light stopped near the outside cleanout. Then it dipped, as if someone crouched beside it. I slapped the mudroom light switch out of habit. Nothing. I tried to see through the rain-streaked glass. A dark figure stood by the fence, hood up, one hand near the cleanout cap. "Hey," I shouted through the door. The figure turned its head toward the house. Sophie whispered from behind us. "Who is that?" I didn't answer, because I didn't know. The figure bent again. Metal scraped faintly across plastic. They were opening the cap. The stranger at the fence didn't stop when I shouted. He had both hands on the clean-out cap now, shoulders hunched under a dark rain jacket. The hood pulled so low I couldn't see his face. My flashlight beam hit him through the mudroom glass and broke into pieces on the water running down the pane. He looked less like a person than a smudge that had learned how to move. "Hey," I yelled again. "Get away from that." He turned the cap another quarter rotation. The hiss reached us even through the door. Lena grabbed Sophie by the sleeve and dragged her back from the mudroom threshold. "Who is he?" "I don't know." "Is he with you?" "No." "Then why is he touching my sewer line?" There were a lot of good questions that night. Almost none of them had answers. The layout of the house mattered then, and I had to think of it like a diagram, instead of a place where a child was crying on the kitchen island. The mudroom door opened onto 3 wooden steps. Those steps dropped to the small stone path across the backyard. The outside cleanout sat about 30 feet away, near the sagging fence, just before the ground sloped down toward the tidal creek. My van was parked on the gravel drive along the side of the house, blocking Lena's Subaru nose first near the kitchen windows. The basement stairs were off the hallway behind us. The flooded bathroom was between the mudroom and kitchen. Every root was short. Every root was wet. The stranger crouched lower. Metal scraped again. "He's going to open it," Lena said. I handed Sophie my flashlight. "Keep that pointed at the floor, not your eyes. Stay on the island until I say move." Her hands shook around it. "You're going outside. I'm going to stop him." "That sounds like a bad idea." "It is." Lena stepped in front of me. "No, we go to the car. If he opens that cap with reverse pressure in the line, the yard could turn into a fountain. If the ground gives, he could go into the ditch or break the lateral worse. We may not get to the car." "You said don't touch it. You said don't go near it. I'm amending that." "Caleb." I looked at her, and for a second the argument thinned out. She wasn't just afraid of the water anymore. She was afraid of being the adult who chose wrong. I knew that kind of fear. It makes simple instructions feel like traps. "I'll stay uphill of it," I said. "I'll make him back off." "And if he does?" The hiss outside sharpened. I didn't answer. I shoved my keys into my front pocket, pushed the mudroom door open, and stepped into the rain. The first attempt was stupid because it was simple. Tell the man to stop. I took the back steps fast, one hand on the railing. My boots splashed into the grass. The rain hit my face shield so hard it made a constant plastic ticking against my forehead. The stranger didn't look at me until I was halfway across the yard. "Leave the cap alone," I shouted. He flinched. That gave me hope for about half a second. People doing something malicious don't usually flinch like guilty kids. He turned, and my flashlight caught part of his face under the hood. White male, maybe mid-50s, gray stubble, cheeks shiny with rain. His eyes looked panicked, not drunk, not blank, not theatrical, panicked. "This your house?" I asked. He shook his head. "It's in my line too." "What? My basement S coming up," I thought. He glanced at the cleanout. "I thought if I opened this, it would drain here." "Jesus, no, tighten it back." "I can't. It's spraying." cap was tilted in the threads. Dark water bubbled around one side, foaming into the cracked concrete collar. The smell hit me thick enough to taste. I moved closer, staying slightly uphill, and saw he'd cross-threaded it while trying to open it in the dark. "Back up," I said. "My wife is at home," he said. "She's got oxygen. The floor's wet near the cords." That stopped me. "What's your name?" "Jerry Lasco. 56, male." He said it like he was answering a cop, then blinked, as if he'd heard how strange that sounded. "I live 2 houses over. Gray Ranch. I saw your lights." Jerry Lasco, 56, male, was a neighbor from down the road, soaked through in a black rain jacket and jeans tucked badly into work boots. He had the raw, hollow look of a man who had spent the last hour discovering that his house, his plans, and his confidence had all been built on softer ground than he thought. He wasn't a threat in the way I'd feared. He was worse in a more ordinary way, scared, improvising, and wrong. "I need you to step away," I said. "I need it to drain." "It won't. Reverse pressure means it comes out, not in." "How do you know?" "Because it is currently coming out." The cap burped. A fist-sized pulse of wastewater slapped onto the grass between us. Jerry stumbled back and nearly fell. I knelt, bracing one boot on the concrete collar, and tried to seat the cap. The threads were gritty and slick. I turned clockwise. It caught, slipped, caught again. My gloves were wet inside now, cold water running down my sleeves. Behind me, Lena shouted from the porch, but the rain swallowed the words. The cap seated halfway. Then something thudded in the pipe below. The cleanout kicked under my hand. I lost my grip. The cap spun loose one full turn, and a jet of foul water shot sideways across the grass. Not high, not cinematic, but forceful enough to knock my wrist back and spatter my face shield. Jerry swore. I shoved the cap down hard, using my body weight, and cranked it with both hands until it finally grabbed. It held, barely. That was a partial success, not a solution. We stopped the neighbor from opening the line, but now we knew the backup wasn't just Lena's house. The municipal main was involved, or at least multiple laterals were sharing the same obstruction. The trap was wider than one clogged kitchen drain. Jerry wiped rain from his face. "What do I do?" "Shut off water. Stay away from contaminated water. If cords are wet, kill power at the breaker only if you can reach it dry. She can't walk without the concentrator. Call 911. I tried. It rang and rang. Lena reached us then, despite what I'd told her. She had Sophie's phone in one hand, its flashlight on, and a towel wrapped around her mouth like a mask. Sophie stood on the porch behind her, hugging herself and watching the yard. "Harpswell EMS is volunteer," Lena said to Jerry, voice tight but professional. "Try again. Tell them oxygen-dependent adult, electrical hazard, sewage backup. Use those words." Jerry nodded, fumbling with his phone. The ground under my right boot shifted. Not collapsed, shifted. A soft downward settle, like stepping on a rotten pumpkin hidden in grass. I pulled back fast. "Everyone move toward the house," I said. Lena heard the change in my voice and obeyed. Jerry didn't. He was staring at his phone, one bar flashing in and out. "Jerry," I snapped. Now he moved. Behind us, the cleanout collar made a small cracking sound. Not loud, just enough. We got back onto the porch as the grass around the cap sagged another inch. Rainwater drained toward it in thin black lines. The cleanout still held, but the ground didn't look like ground anymore. It looked like a lid. Inside, Sophie had climbed down from the island and stood on one of the kitchen chairs, which she had dragged into the driest corner. "Can we leave now?" "Yes," Lena said. I said it at the same time. "We try." That was the second attempt. Get them into Lena's Subaru by moving my van. Simple again. Everything that night looked simple until you put your hand on it. I went out the side door toward the gravel drive, moving along the narrow strip between the house and a row of dripping cedar shrubs. My van sat behind Lena's Subaru, angled slightly because I'd parked fast when I arrived. The driveway sloped down toward the road, but the road itself was maybe 100 feet away through a tunnel of trees. No streetlights, just rain and the occasional white blink of my hazard cones still standing uselessly in the backyard. Lena and Sophie followed under the eave, with Jerry trailing because his own house was down the road and his wife was still there. Nobody wanted to be the person left alone. I unlocked the van. The interior light came on weak and yellow. For one ridiculous second, seeing the coffee cups, invoices, and roll of blue shop towels made the whole situation feel like a job again. A bad one, but still a job. Then I turned the key. The engine clicked once. Nothing. I tried again. Click. No crank. Lena stared at me through the rain. "You're kidding." "I wish. Your van is blocking my car. I'm aware." "Why won't it start?" "Battery maybe, starter. Loose terminal." "Can you fix it?" "I can try." Sophie laughed once, high and brittle. "Great, cool, perfect." I popped the hood. Rain immediately began dripping into the engine bay. I found the battery with my flashlight, checked the terminals. The negative cable had corrosion around the clamp, but it wasn't loose. I jiggled it anyway because men like me have been trained by the universe to jiggle things when we are out of ideas. Jerry said, "I've got jumper cables." "In your truck, at my house." Nobody spoke. From the backyard came another muffled crack. Lena turned toward it. "Stay here," I said. "I am so tired of being told to stay." "I know." "No, you don't. My house is flooding. My daughter is standing in sewage water. There's a stranger in my yard. The power is out. And every time I ask you a question, you give me the version that keeps me from screaming." That one landed clean. Sophie said, softer, "Mom." Lena pressed both hands to her face. "I'm sorry." "No," I said. "You're right." She dropped her hands. "I am scared," I said. The words came out harder than I expected. "Not of the drain, not exactly. I don't like tight spaces. Basements, crawl spaces. I get through it because that's the job, but I am not calm right now. I'm doing steps because steps are what I have." Rain ran off the raised hood between us. Lena looked toward the house. "Then give me the next step." "Neutral. We pushed the van enough to clear your car." The driveway gravel was wet and rutted, but it was downhill toward the road. I climbed in, set the van to neutral, and took off the parking brake. Lena and Jerry pushed from the front corner while I steered through the open door, 1 foot out to brake. The van rolled 2 feet, then stopped with a dull crunch. The rear tire had sunk into the edge of the gravel, where rainwater had undermined the shoulder near the drainage ditch. Again, I called. They pushed. Tire spun in mud though the engine was off, just the wheels sliding under weight. The van shifted sideways, closer to Lena's Subaru instead of away from it. "Stop," I said, too late. The rear bumper kissed the Subaru's front grille with a plastic pop. Lena closed her eyes. "I'm sorry," Jerry said, though it wasn't his fault. We had cleared maybe 8 inches. Not enough. I tried the engine again. Click. Nothing. Second attempt failed. The van blocked the car, and now the driveway itself was getting soft. New fact: the ground wasn't only failing near the backyard cleanout. Water was moving under the property, finding ditches, voids, old trenches, anything loose enough to surrender. The misdirection came right after that. Sophie screamed from inside the house, not the short sound from before. This one tore through the rain. Lena ran for the door so fast she slipped on the wet step and slammed her knee into the frame. She cried out, but kept moving. I followed, grabbing her elbow to keep her upright. Jerry came behind us, breathing hard. Sophie was in the kitchen, standing on the chair again, pointing toward the hallway ceiling. "There's someone upstairs," she said. Above us, from the second floor, came 3 slow knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Lena froze. "You said your ex canceled," I whispered. "He did. Anyone else have a key?" "No." The knocks came again, followed by a dragging sound across the upstairs floor. All the practical explanations lined up and then fell over. A burglar, a squatter, Jerry's unknown accomplice, someone moving through the house while we'd been outside. My mind grabbed at every human possibility, each worse than the last, because it meant we had been focused on the wrong danger. I picked up the flathead screwdriver from the counter. It was not a weapon. It felt like one. "Stay behind me," I said. Lena grabbed a kitchen knife from the block. Not a chance. We moved to the bottom of the stairs. The upstairs hall was dark. My flashlight beam climbed the wall, caught framed photographs, a smoke detector, the edge of a laundry basket overturned on the landing. Then another knock. This time I saw the source. Water dripped from the ceiling near the top stair, hitting the wooden banister cap. 3 fat drops in sequence. Knock, knock, knock. Above it, something shifted in the wall with a long scrape. Not footsteps. Pipes. The upstairs bathroom, likely tied into the same waste stack, was backing up too. The dragging sound was water moving through the wall cavity or under the tub, pulling air through a partially blocked vent. Sophie began to cry, angry and embarrassed. "I thought it sounded like someone," Lena said quickly. "I heard it too." The explanation helped. It also didn't. A person upstairs would have been one kind of problem. Sewage reaching the second floor was another. The system wasn't just backing up at the lowest fixture anymore. Pressure was moving through branches and vents. That meant the obstruction and reverse pressure were worsening. My phone buzzed again, startling me so badly I nearly dropped the screwdriver. A voicemail had downloaded from earlier. Harpswell Water and Sewer. I played it on speaker. Paul Danner's recorded voice was clearer than the live call had been. "Caleb Mercer, this is Paul Danner with Water and Sewer. If you're at the Whitcomb property, do not access the rear cleanout. We have records showing an abandoned storm culvert crossing behind those lots. Heavy rain may have exposed or undermined sewer laterals. Also, We had a contractor report missing drain cleaning material from a job last week, root control cable, fibrous retrieval packing. Some of it may have entered the system. It can snag and move under pressure. Call me back when you get this. The message ended. Nobody moved. Fibrous retrieval packing. Something that could look like hair. Something synthetic or treated. Something used in sewer work and lost into a line. That explained part of it. Maybe all of it. The gray strands weren't alive. They were industrial material, swollen with waste, moving because water pressure moved them. The red strip could be labeling from a contractor's line or equipment tag. It should have made me feel better. Instead, it meant a contractor had lost material into the sewer system recently. The town knew about it, and somehow that material was now jammed in or near Lena's lateral, while the rain drove pressure backward through the neighborhood. Lena's voice was flat. They knew, maybe not that it was here. They knew something was in the system. Yes, Jerry said, my wife. We all looked at him. He held up his phone. No answer. It rang, then nothing. Lena wiped rain and sweat from her forehead. Her knee had started bleeding through her scrub pants where she'd hit the doorframe. We need to get to her. We need to get Sophie out first, I said. My wife can't breathe without power, Jerry said. And we don't have a working vehicle. There's the road. Lena looked through the kitchen window at the driveway. Beyond the van and Subaru, the gravel ran down toward the dark road. Water crossed it in sheets now. How far to your house? She asked Jerry. 2 houses, maybe 300 yards. In this rain. She has oxygen tanks in the closet, he said. Portable ones. She can switch if I get to her. His voice cracked on if. That was the trap tightening around us. Lena couldn't leave Sophie alone. Jerry couldn't abandon his wife. I couldn't move the van. And the house was becoming less safe by the minute. The municipal crew was delayed. Emergency calls were unreliable. The sewer system was under reverse pressure. The ground near the cleanout was failing. The sump was dead. Power was out. Steps. I needed steps. Lena, I said, get Sophie onto the front porch, not the back. The front is higher and closer to the road. We're out of water. The front door sticks. Force it if you have to. Where are you going? To the van. It doesn't start. My camera, headlamp, and tow strap are in there. Maybe the strap can help us shift it. Maybe I can see if the road's passable. And Jerry, I'll go with him after I get gear. Jerry shook his head. I'm going now. No, you're not. My wife. You run blind down that road and fall into a washout. She's still alone. And now we have 2 emergencies. He hated me for it. Could see that. I didn't blame him. We moved. The front of Lena's house faced the narrow road through a short, sloped yard with 2 maples and a mailbox shaped like a lighthouse. The porch there was only 3 boards deep, but it stood higher than the mudroom. Lena yanked the swollen front door until it opened with a scream of old paint. Sophie stepped onto the porch clutching her phone and a backpack she must have grabbed without anyone noticing. What's in the bag? Lena asked. Chargers, socks, your medicine, granola bars. Lena stared at her daughter, then pulled her into a hard one-armed hug. Sophie let her for 2 seconds. Then the ground shook, not like an earthquake, like something heavy had dropped nearby. From the backyard came a deep, wet collapse. We all ran to the side of the porch and looked around the corner. The area around the rear cleanout had sunk. The fence leaned toward the marsh, two posts tilted at drunken angles. Where the concrete collar had been, there was now a dark, irregular hole roughly the size of a kiddie pool, swallowing rainwater and belching sewer stink. The cleanout pipe jutted from one edge at a crooked angle, cap still attached, but no longer sealed to anything stable. In the same moment, my van shifted. The rear tire, already sunk in the driveway edge, dropped another few inches as the ditch beside the gravel slumped. The van tilted toward Lena's Subaru, metal groaning softly. The path to her car narrowed to nothing. Then, from inside the house, the basement door banged open. Water pushed up the stairs, not flowing down. Up, a dirty surge rolled into the hallway, carrying gray strands, bits of insulation, and a plastic bottle cap spinning fast in the flashlight beam. Lena whispered, "The basement." I knew what it meant before my mind wanted to say it. The basement cleanout had failed, or the groundwater had overtopped the sump pit, or both. The lower level was no longer a place we could use. The backyard was collapsing. The driveway was blocked and unstable. The road might be reachable on foot, but Jerry's wife was trapped in the opposite direction, downhill, past the failing sewer line. Then my van's alarm chirped once, weakly, as if the dying battery had found one last complaint. The vehicle slid another inch toward the ditch. Inside it, locked in the rear compartment, were my headlamp, camera scope, tow strap, respirator, and the long-handled hook I used for pulling debris from drains. The tools we needed were still reachable, but only if someone crossed the sinking driveway before the van went over or pinned the Subaru completely. Sophie said, very quietly, "We can't leave, can we?" No one answered. The rain hammered the porch roof. The backyard hole swallowed water with a steady throat like gulp. Down the road, from the direction of Jerry's house, a faint alarm began to beep. Oxygen concentrator, battery backup, smoke detector, medical device. I didn't know. Jerry did. He stepped off the porch into the rain. This time, none of us could stop him without following. Jerry stepped off the porch like gravity had made the decision for him. "Jerry," Lena shouted. He didn't turn. The rain swallowed him in 3 strides. His flashlight beam bounced low across the road, frantic and white, catching the wet mailbox, the ditch water, the slumped shoulder where my van leaned like a tired animal. He was aiming for the road and the gray ranch 2 houses down, where that faint alarm kept beeping through the weather. Beep, beep, beep. Not loud, not close, but steady enough to cut through the rain. I went after him because there wasn't a version of the next 5 minutes where I stayed dry and safe and still got to call myself useful. "Caleb," Lena called. "Front porch," I yelled back. "Keep Sophie there. She's not staying if you both go." I looked over my shoulder. Sophie stood beside her mother, backpack straps over both shoulders, face white in the spill of her phone light. Lena's knee had bled down into one sock, a thin dark line washed pale by rain. The front door behind them stood open. Inside, the hallway floor reflected the moving water coming up from the basement. There was no good place left to put them. "Then stay on the high side of the road," I said. "No ditches, no grass, pavement only." The first real problem was my van. It blocked half the driveway and had tilted farther toward the ditch, rear axle sunk in muddy gravel. If it slid another foot, it would pin Lena's Subaru against the shrubs and maybe tear open whatever soft ground was underneath. Inside the van were the things that turned panic into options: headlamp, respirator, tow strap, long-handled hook, camera scope. I couldn't reach Jerry's wife, help Lena's house, or move safely near the collapse without at least some of them. So I stopped chasing Jerry and ran to the van. He heard me stop and turned. "What are you doing?" "Tools. My wife, I know." He took one step toward me, torn so violently between two directions that he looked like he might come apart right there in the road. Then the alarm from his house beeped again. He turned and kept going. The van rocked when I climbed onto the running board. Mud sucked at the rear tire. The whole vehicle gave a long metal creak, and for a second I pictured it tipping into the ditch with me hanging from the side like an idiot in a training video. "Easy," I whispered, though vehicles don't care about encouragement. My keys shook in my hand. I dropped them once. They hit the running board, skittered, and stopped at the lip. I grabbed them before they fell into the muddy water below. Small things become enormous when you are afraid. The rear doors opened with a wet pop. Everything inside had shifted toward the downhill side: cable cases, buckets, a box of fittings, the camera case wedged under a coil of hose. I hooked one foot against the bumper and leaned in. My shoulder screamed where I'd hit the copper line earlier. The smell from my gloves rose every time I moved. I got the headlamp first, then the respirator, then the long-handled hook. The tow strap was buried. "Caleb," Lena shouted from the road. I twisted around. She and Sophie had left the porch and were on the pavement now, moving carefully along the crown of the road. The road sloped gently toward Jerry's house, with drainage ditches on both sides swollen black by runoff. To the left was Lena's front yard and house. To the right, more trees and the low ground leading behind the houses toward the creek. Jerry was maybe 60 yards ahead, limping now, one hand out for balance. Behind Lena's house, something cracked again. Deep, wet. The van shifted under me. I grabbed the tow strap and threw it onto the driveway. The strap uncoiled like a dead snake in the rain. I dropped down after it, slipped, and landed hard on one knee. Pain burst up my thigh. Gravel cut through my work pants. For 2 seconds, all I could do was breathe through my teeth. Then Sophie yelled, "The van!" I rolled away. The rear wheel dropped. The van slid sideways into the ditch with a slow, ugly groan, not fast, not dramatic, just heavy and unstoppable. The open rear door swung and slammed against the side panel. Mud and water surged around the tire. The front bumper pushed harder into Lena's Subaru, crumpling the grille with a plastic crack. I had gotten out with the tools. The cost was the vehicles. "Everybody off the driveway," I shouted. No one argued. We moved down the middle of the road after Jerry. The pavement was slick beneath the rain, but it held. That mattered. The yards didn't. On either side, water sheeted through grass toward the ditches. Somewhere under that ground were laterals, trenches, old culverts, the hidden plumbing of a neighborhood that had been pretending to be solid for years. Jerry's house was the second one from Lena's, a gray ranch with a low roof, and a ramp leading to the front door. A generator sat under a little plastic shelter near the side wall, but it was silent. The porch light was out. The only illumination came from Jerry's flashlight beam jerking across the siding and the red blink of an alarm in a front window. He reached the ramp and slipped, catching himself on the rail. "Marie," he shouted. Marie Lasco, 58, female, appeared as a shadow behind the storm door before we reached him. She was small, wearing a pink robe over pajamas, one hand gripping a portable oxygen tank by the handle, the clear tube hooked under her nose. Her other hand pressed to the glass. Jerry pulled the door open. "Thank God. The concentrator died," she said. Her voice was thin, breathy, but controlled in the way people with chronic illness learn to be controlled because panic wastes air. "Basement's flooding. Breaker box is down there. I didn't go." "Good," I said. She looked at me. "You the plumber, unfortunately." That got the smallest smile from her, gone immediately. Inside Jerry's house, the smell was worse than Lena's. Warmer. The ranch sat lower, closer to the drainage ditch. Water had already crept across the front hall from the basement door, and it carried the same gray strands in loose clumps, along with black grit and bits of fibrous packing that looked, in the headlamp beam, almost like animal fur. Marie coughed once. Jerry moved toward her, but she lifted a hand. "Don't hover. Get the tank from the bedroom closet, the green one." He went. Lena helped Marie step onto the porch, then onto the ramp. Sophie opened her backpack and pulled out a folded pair of socks like she'd packed for a disaster she didn't believe could happen. "Your feet are wet," Sophie said to Marie. Marie looked down, surprised to find herself standing in soaked slippers. "Well, that's annoying." Sophie held out the socks. "Keep those, honey. Take them." Marie took them. That short lull should have helped. It didn't. It just gave the next sound room to arrive. From beneath Jerry's front yard came a thud. Then another. A section of grass near the ditch puffed upward, as if air had burped beneath it. Brown water bubbled through. I turned my headlamp toward it. The drainage ditch between Jerry's yard and the road was no longer just rainwater. It was carrying sewer water too, gray-brown and foamy, with long streamers of the fibrous material snagging on weeds. The abandoned storm culvert had become a path of least resistance. Pressure from the sewer main was pushing through damaged laterals, into the old culvert, then into yards and basements. The central threat wasn't the hair. It was infrastructure failure. The hair was the plug, the net, the thing catching grease and wipes and roots until pressure found every weak seam. Jerry came back with the green oxygen tank. "We need to leave." "We can't take the ditch side," I said. "The road, maybe." A new noise rose from behind us in the direction of Lena's house. A heavy rush, like someone dumping a bathtub through a wall. Lena turned. Her house was dark except for our moving lights. Water was now coming out through the open front door, down the steps in a dirty sheet. "Oh," she said, "just that." Oh, the word carried everything in it. The mortgage, the towels, the photos, Sophie's school papers on the corkboard, the box labeled Marquez office. Every small thing that made a house more than lumber. Sophie gripped her hand. I could have said the restoration company might save some of it. I could have said flooring can be replaced. I could have said anything people say when the damage is already done and they want to sound kind. I didn't. Marie's tank hissed softly as she adjusted the regulator. Where do we go? The road toward the main intersection dipped between Jerry's house and the next property. That dip was already under several inches of moving water. The road back toward Lena's house was higher, but the driveway collapse and backyard sinkhole were spreading toward that side. We had maybe one passable route: stay on the crown of the road, go uphill past Lena's house, and reach the slightly higher bend near the old church half a mile back. From there, maybe we'd get cell service. Maybe a neighbor's truck. Maybe nothing. Then Paul Danner's truck appeared. Not a rescue. Not yet. Headlights cut through the rain from the uphill bend, slow and bouncing. An amber roof light flashed weakly. The truck stopped about 100 yards away, unable or unwilling to come closer. A figure stepped out with a high visibility jacket and a handheld spotlight. Paul Danner, late 40s male, was broad-shouldered and soaked before he even closed his truck door. His voice carried through the rain. Stay on the road. Do not enter the yards. We've got an oxygen patient. Lena shouted. I see you. Come uphill. Jerry started forward with Marie. The ditch between Jerry's ramp and the road surged. Water undercut the edge of the asphalt with a sudden bite. A strip of pavement cracked and dropped into the ditch between us and the uphill route. Not wide, maybe 3 feet, but it exposed black water underneath, moving fast through the culvert void. Marie stopped. I can't step that. Jerry looked at me. Carry her. No, Marie said sharply. Honey, no, you'll fall. She was right. Jerry was exhausted, shaking, one bad step from dragging both of them into contaminated runoff. Lena's knee was bleeding and stiff. Sophie was 12. Paul was too far away to reach us without crossing the same break from the other side. I looked at the tow strap in my hand. Paul, I shouted, can you anchor a strap? He lifted one arm. To my truck. I threw one end of the strap toward him. It fell short by 20 feet. Damn it. The rain slapped my face shield. My hands were numb. The hook. I still had the long-handled hook. I tied the strap to the hook with a knot ugly enough to embarrass anyone who owns a boat, then swung it once, twice, and through. The hook skidded across the broken asphalt and stopped near Paul's boots. He grabbed it, ran the strap to the front toe point of his truck, and pulled it tight. Hold this, I told Jerry, passing him the strap on our side. Not around your hand, grip it. If you fall, let go. He nodded. We made a hand line across the broken section. Paul on one side, the truck behind him. Me at the edge, Jerry behind Marie, Lena behind Sophie. Marie first, I said. Marie looked at the gap. The portable tank hissed. Her slippers were gone now, replaced by Sophie's dry socks already soaking through. I hate this, she said. Reasonable, I said. She gripped the strap with both hands and stepped. Her first foot landed on the far edge. The second slipped. For one clipped moment, everything narrowed to her hand, sliding on the wet strap. Jerry shouted. I lunged and caught the back of her robe. My bad shoulder flared white hot. Paul yanked the strap tight. Marie's knee hit the asphalt on the far side, but she stayed out of the water. Cost paid. Skin off her knee. My shoulder worse. Jerry sobbing once, ashamed of the sound. "Move," Paul shouted. "Keep moving." Sophie next. She did it fast, too fast, but Lena held the back of her backpack, and I steadied her elbow. She jumped the gap and stumbled into Paul, who set her upright like she weighed nothing. Lena tried to go next. Her injured knee buckled at the edge. She made a small sound through clenched teeth and grabbed the strap. I caught her waist. "I'm fine," she said. "You're not." I said, "I'm fine. Use my shoulder. You just hurt it. Use the other one." She leaned on me. We crossed together, one awkward step, then another. Her weight hit me hard when her knee failed again. But Paul reached out and took her before we both went down. That left Jerry and me. The road behind us gave another crack. Jerry turned toward his house. "Don't," I said. "My wedding album." "No, my wife's pictures, her mother's rings." "Jerry." He stared at the dark front door of his ranch. The water inside had risen enough to reflect the red alarm blink in long, broken lines. It was the look people get before they make a terrible, understandable choice. Marie saw it from Paul's side. "Gerald Lasco, if you go back in there, I will divorce you from the emergency shelter." He laughed, a wet, broken laugh that folded into a cough. "You would. I absolutely would." That saved him more than anything, I said. He crossed, slow, clumsy, safe. I was last. I took one step onto the cracked edge, strap in my left hand, hook in my right. The edge failed. Right leg dropped to the thigh into the void. Cold, contaminated water clamped around me. Not a current strong enough to sweep me away, but strong enough to pull at my boot and fill it instantly. Pain stabbed my knee where gravel had already cut it. The fibrous strands wrapped around my ankle like wet rope. I heard Sophie scream my name. I jammed the hook across the pavement and caught the far lip. My shoulder almost gave. Paul leaned back against the anchored strap and shouted something I couldn't hear. The strands tightened. For a 6-second, it felt exactly like a hand. Then my headlamp beam dropped onto the thing around my leg, and I saw it clearly, gray synthetic packing, swollen and braided with wipes, roots, and grease. Wrapped into it was the red strip. This close, I could read the black letters. Danger, retrieval line, do not cut. Contractor equipment. Lost in the municipal sewer. The thing I'd pulled out of Lena's drain wasn't hair. It was a man-made net, and the broken system had dragged it through every weak point until it found us. I could not pull my boot free. "Cut it," Lena shouted. I had no knife. Sophie did. She ripped open her backpack and pulled out a small orange-handled utility cutter. "For school projects," she yelled, as if anyone had asked. "Throw it," I shouted. She threw it badly. It hit the road, bounced, and slid toward the broken edge. Lena dropped to one knee despite the pain and slapped her hand over it before it went into the water. She shoved it toward Paul, who kicked it across to me. I caught it with 2 fingers. The cutter was tiny, cheap. The blade came out 1/2 inch. It was enough. I sawed at the gray strands around my ankle. They resisted, fibrous and slick, then parted one by one. My glove slipped. The blade nicked the back of my hand. I kept cutting. The road shifted again. "Now," Paul yelled. The last strand snapped. I hauled my leg up, lost my boot to the void, and rolled onto the far side as the section of road behind me crumbled into the ditch with a wet clap. Water surged through the new opening, carrying the red labeled strip away into the dark culvert. For several seconds, I just lay on the asphalt with rain hitting my face shield, one boot on, one socked foot exposed, my shoulder blazing, my hand bleeding. Sewer water soaked up to my hip. Conflict resolved, one way or another, is rarely clean. Paul got us to his truck, but he didn't drive us over the damaged road. He backed uphill slowly, everyone packed into the cab and bed under emergency blankets from his kit. Marie sat in front with the oxygen tank between her knees. Sophie sat on Lena's lap despite being too old for it and didn't complain. Jerry kept one hand on the back of Marie's seat the whole time, as if touch could keep her breathing. Behind us, Lena's house and Jerry's house sat dark in the rain, both of them taking water. Paul radioed county dispatch from higher ground. This time the call went through. He used words that made the situation official: sewer surcharge, lateral failure, roadway undermining, medical evacuation, contamination exposure. Fire and EMS would come from the other direction. Public Works would close the road. The sewer crew would isolate the section if they could. If they could. At the bend near the old church, we stopped under a streetlight that flickered but stayed alive. I climbed out of the truck bed and almost fell because I'd forgotten I was missing a boot. My sock made a wet slap on the pavement. Lena caught my elbow with one hand. I caught hers with the opposite hand because her knee buckled again. For a second, we were both just holding each other upright. Sophie looked at the blood on my glove. "You need stitches. Probably. You're bad at this job." I laughed once, then stopped because it hurt. Down the hill, through the rain and trees, something heavy gave way underground with a muted boom. No fireball, no scream, just earth, pipe, and pressure rearranging themselves where nobody could see. All of us turned toward the sound. Paul lowered his radio. Nobody said it was over. The immediate danger had passed because we were out of the houses and off the broken section of road. Marie had oxygen. Sophie was safe. Jerry had not gone back for photographs. Lena was standing barely. I had both legs, minus one boot. But the rain kept falling, and somewhere below Harpswell's dark yards, that red labeled retrieval line was still in the system, still catching, still pulling, still waiting for pressure to decide where it wanted out next. By the time the ambulance reached us, the rain had softened from a hard drum to a steady whisper, like the weather was embarrassed by what it had done. We were gathered near the old church on the bend, all of us under the flickering streetlight, except Paul, who kept walking back and forth with his radio pressed to his ear. The church was white clapboard with green shutters, and a sign out front announcing a Saturday bean supper that suddenly seemed like a message from another century. Across the road, wet maples shook themselves in the wind. Water ran along the curb in little brown ropes. I sat on the back bumper of Paul's municipal truck with one boot on, one sock soaked black, and a foil emergency blanket around my shoulders. My hand was wrapped in gauze from Paul's first aid kit, already spotted through red. The cut wasn't deep enough to scare me, but it was dirty. That was the word the paramedic used later too, dirty. Not dramatic, not heroic, just dirty. Lena sat beside me, her bad leg straight out, her scrub pants cut open at the knee with trauma shears. She kept looking downhill toward her house, then away, then back again, like she was checking whether a building could disappear if left unattended. Sophie stood between her mother's knees, still wearing her yellow frog boots and the backpack with one strap broken. She had stopped crying. That worried me more than the crying had. Jerry and Marie were in the cab of Paul's truck. Marie had the green oxygen tank upright between her feet, one hand on the regulator and the other wrapped around Jerry's wrist. Jerry kept apologizing to her in a low voice, not for one thing, for everything, for the basement, for the oxygen, for stepping off the porch, for almost going back for the wedding album. Marie answered each apology with, "I know," which sounded less like forgiveness than a way to conserve breath. The ambulance came from the far side of the church with no siren, only lights washing red across the wet road and the white church wall. 2 EMTs stepped out carefully, already looking at the ground before they looked at us. That told me Paul had said the right words over the radio. Contamination, undermining, medical oxygen, multiple exposures. The first EMT was Darla Nguyen, 34, female, a compact woman with rain dripping from the bill of her cap, and a voice that carried calm without wasting warmth. The second was Owen Rusk, 27, male, tall and narrow, with a medic bag slung over one shoulder and eyes that kept returning to the dark dip in the road downhill. They moved like people used to bad nights, which is to say they didn't rush until they needed to. "Who went into the water?" Darla asked. Paul pointed at me. He did, up to the thigh, cut hand. "Anyone else?" "Splash exposure," Lena said, before I could answer. My knee wound may have been exposed. Sophie's boots were in it, but no skin contact that I saw. Marie's feet got wet before socks. Jerry had splash on his pants. Darla looked at her. "You medical, pediatric nurse. Good. Then you know I'm still checking everyone." Lena nodded once. "I know. They started with Marie because breathing beats everything." Owen checked her oxygen saturation while Jerry hovered close enough to be in the way. Marie swatted him lightly with 2 fingers. "Gerald," she said, "let the man see the numbers." I know what you're just." Her oxygen was lower than anyone liked, but stable enough with the portable tank. Darla cleaned Marie's scraped knee and wrapped her feet in dry pads from the ambulance. Sophie watched the whole thing with a strange attention, the way kids watch adults when they are deciding whether to believe the world has rules. Then Darla came to me. "Glove off," she said. I peeled it away. The glove made a sucking sound, and the cut on the back of my hand opened again, a red mouth in pale skin. Darla didn't wince. Professionals almost never do. "When was your last tetanus?" "Not recent enough to impress you." "Hospital," I figured. "Any of that water in your mouth or eyes?" Face shield caught most of it. Most. Some spray, maybe. She looked at me over the top of her headlamp. "Hospital." Still figured. Owen cleaned my hand with enough saline to make me reconsider every choice I'd made since arriving at Lena's house. The pain was bright and ordinary, which almost made me grateful. Ordinary pain has edges, It begins somewhere and ends somewhere. Fear doesn't. A county deputy arrived next, then another, then 2 fire trucks that had to park near the church because the road downhill was now closed. Nobody treated it like a crime scene at first. It was a public works failure, a flood response, a contamination event. Orange cones appeared. Reflective jackets moved in the rain. Someone put flares near the church driveway, but they hissed and smoked in the wet. Deputy Carla Haynes, 46, female, asked each of us for a statement while Darla worked. Carla had the flat, tired kindness of a rural cop who knows everyone's emergencies eventually become paperwork. She wrote in a little pad sealed inside a plastic evidence bag, her pen moving slowly because her fingers were cold. "You saw the neighbor opening the cleanout," she asked me. "Trying to. Did he damage it?" "No, it was already under pressure and the ground was already soft." Jerry, standing nearby, heard that and closed his eyes. Carla looked at him. "Mr. Lasco, I'm not assigning blame right now." "I opened it," he said. "I heard you tried to. I shouldn't have." "No," Marie said from inside the ambulance, voice thin but sharp. "You shouldn't have, but you came back." That shut him up better than anything the deputy could have said. Paul Danner walked me through what they knew while we waited for transport. He had mud up to his shins and a smear of something dark across one sleeve. He looked older under the streetlight than he had in the rain. "Lift station alarm hit at 7:26, he said. "High level, then pump fault. We had rainwater inflow we shouldn't have had. Crew went to check the main. Road washout blocked them at Basin Point. Then calls started coming in. How many houses? 4 confirmed backups, maybe 6. Yours was the first plumber call we knew about. Not my house." He glanced at Lena. "Right." She was close enough to hear. She didn't correct him. Her face had gone still in a way I didn't like. "And the retrieval line?" I asked. Paul exhaled through his nose. "Contractor doing route control last week on a different segment. They reported lost material, but said they recovered most of it." "Most? Yeah. And nobody warned residents. We didn't know it migrated this far." Lena looked at him then. "You knew enough to leave Caleb a voicemail." Paul accepted that without defending himself right away. That mattered. I knew enough to warn the plumber once I saw the address and the old culvert layer in the records. After my kitchen was already flooding. "Yes," he said. The word sat there, small and ugly. The legal part began before sunrise, not in a courtroom way. No dramatic accusations, no handcuffs, no shouting in the rain. It began with Paul photographing the broken road, the collapsed backyard, the water line on Lena's front steps. It began with Deputy Haynes asking whether anyone had taken pictures of the gray material. Sophie raised her hand without speaking and showed her phone. She had taken videos of the shower drain, the kitchen floor, Jerry at the cleanout, the gray strands in the ditch, the red strip wrapped around my ankle before I cut myself free. Lena stared at her daughter. "When did you? When you told me to stay on the porch." "Sophie, what? You always say document things." Lena laughed once, then covered her mouth. It wasn't funny. It was just too much not to come out sideways. Deputy Haynes had Sophie airdrop the videos to an official county device. Paul asked for copies too. Lena said, "Through my attorney. which surprised Paul, Jerry, and maybe Lena herself. Sophie's mouth twitched like she was proud. By 3 a.m, we were at the hospital in Brunswick. Fluorescent lights, vending machines, dry floors, the sudden cruelty of normal things. They took Marie to a monitored room because of her breathing. Jerry stayed with her until someone made him change out of contaminated clothes. Lena got her knee irrigated and glued. I got my hand cleaned again, numbed, and stitched. 6 stitches, a tetanus shot, antibiotics, instructions printed on paper with little diagrams of infection signs. The nurse who discharged me asked what happened. Drain clog, I said. She looked at my missing boot, my cut hand, my sewer-soaked pants sealed in a red biohazard bag, and my face. Bad one. Top 5. I saw Sophie in the hallway around 4. She was sitting in a plastic chair with her backpack on her lap, awake, while Lena dozed beside her with one hand still gripping the girl's sleeve. Sophie had changed into hospital socks and a sweatshirt from the lost and found bin. The frog boots sat in a clear bag under the chair. "You okay?" I asked. She looked at my bandaged hand. "Are you? Mostly. You lost your boot." I'm trying not to get emotional about it. She almost smiled. Then she said, "Was it really just sewer stuff?" That was the question, wasn't it? "Yes," I said, "bad sewer stuff, broken pipe stuff, contractor mistake stuff, rain and pressure and old maps. That's a lot of stuff." "It is. So it wasn't alive." "No," she looked down at the bagged boots. "It moved like it was. Water makes things move wrong when it's under pressure." My science teacher would love that sentence. Tell her I said it with authority. Sophie nodded, then looked toward her sleeping mother. "Our house is ruined, isn't it?" I thought about saying I didn't know. Technically, I didn't. Restoration companies can do amazing things with pumps, fans, disinfectant, and money. But I had seen water come through the front door. I had seen the basement push upward. There are kinds of damage that don't leave when the floor dries. "It's badly damaged," I said. "Your mom's going to have a lot to deal with. She already does." "Yeah." Sophie picked at the edge of a hospital wristband. "I should have listened more. You did good." I screamed. So did I internally. That got the smile for real, brief and tired. Lena woke and saw me sitting there. "You're still here, waiting on a cab, your van, probably part of the landscape now." She rubbed her eyes. "I'm sorry." "Nope, we're not doing that." "I am. Okay, I accept one sorry. That's your limit." She leaned her head back against the wall. "Paul said the town will put us in a hotel tonight. Emergency housing. Maybe longer. That's good. It's something." Her voice was flat again, but softer than before. Shock, fatigue, pain medication, and the first inch of grief. She had been all motion all night. Now motion had stopped, and the bill was arriving. A week later, I drove past Harpswell in a rental truck I hated. My van had been pulled out by a wrecker, declared a loss by my insurance, and photographed by 3 different people who all used the phrase pre-existing ground instability, like it was a spell. Lena's Subaru had a crushed front end, but was repairable. Jerry's ramp had warped. Marie was back on oxygen at a hotel in Bath, mad about the pillows. The county closed the road for 4 days, while Public Works dug up the failed section and found the old storm culvert exactly where the records said it might be, except crushed, packed with roots, wipes, gravel, and yards of gray synthetic retrieval fiber braided into a rope as thick as my forearm. They recovered the red warning strip too. Most of it. That was the word again. Most. The contractor's insurance got involved. The town's attorney got involved. Homeowners' insurance got involved and immediately began behaving like homeowners' insurance. Lena called me once, not to ask for plumbing advice, but to ask if I would write down everything I remembered while it was fresh. I did. 6 pages, typed with my bandaged hand throbbing by the end. I didn't exaggerate. I didn't need to. The official report, at least the part Paul let me read later over coffee in a Dunkin' Donuts off Route 1, used calmer language than any of us deserved. Sanitary sewer surcharge, obstruction by foreign fibrous material, compromised lateral connections, stormwater infiltration, localized roadway undermining. There was no line for what it feels like when your boot is in black water and something synthetic tightens around your ankle with the patience of a machine. Lena and Sophie stayed in the hotel for 3 weeks, then moved into a short-term rental in Brunswick, while the house was stripped down to studs on the first floor. Lena sent me a picture one afternoon of Sophie standing in front of the rental kitchen sink, holding a sign made from printer paper. No quinoa in drains. I laughed when I saw it. Then I sat in my truck for a minute longer than necessary before starting the engine. I still do plumbing. People ask me that sometimes when I tell the story, like one bad job should be enough to make a person change trades. It doesn't work like that. Bills keep coming. Pipes keep clogging. Old houses keep pretending they are not old. But I bought a better respirator. I replaced my headlamp with 2 headlamps. I keep a bolt cutter in the truck now, and a spare pair of boots, and a laminated card with the after-hours numbers for every municipal sewer department in the counties I work. I check maps before I open rear cleanouts near marshland. If a customer says the drain is backing up and the yard is sinking, I don't touch a thing until the town answers the phone. And I don't joke as much when people apologize for the mess. A month after the Harpswell job, I got called to a bakery in Freeport for a slow floor drain. It was early morning, still dark, the ovens warming the room and flour dust softening the air. Owner led me to the back prep area, where water pooled around a stainless drain cover. Probably just dough, she said. Probably, I said. I took off the cover. Inside, caught on the edge of the trap, was a single pale strand. Not gray like Lena's. Not exactly. Thinner, beige. Maybe twine from a flour sack. Maybe mop fiber. Maybe nothing at all. I hooked it with needle nose pliers and pulled. It came free easily, no stretch, no resistance. Just a harmless little thread, slick with drain water. The bakery owner said, "Is that bad?" I looked at it for longer than I should have. Behind me, the oven timer beeped. A delivery truck hissed by on wet pavement outside. Somewhere under the floor, water made its normal, ordinary, explainable gurgle. "No," I said, and dropped the strand into a trash bag. Not bad. But before I ran the snake, I called the town anyway. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I'm a window washer for skyscrapers. I saw something looking back from the 40th floor is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first wrong thing I noticed was the pigeon, not the bird itself. We got pigeons on every ledge in downtown Chicago, fat gray freeloaders with missing toes and the confidence of landlords. This one sat on the mullion outside the 39th floor of the Ellison Tower, puffed up against the lake wind, watching my reflection in the glass while I worked a squeegee down a pane the size of a garage door. The wrong part was the smear behind it. A pale, wet handprint pressed against the inside of the 40th floor, window directly above me. Fingers spread wide, palm dragged slightly downward as if someone had slipped. It was too high to be from a kid, too clear to be a cleaning mark, too fresh to belong on a vacant office floor that building management had sworn was empty until the new tenant moved in next month. My name is Caleb Burke, 34, male, born in Milwaukee and stubborn enough to make a living hanging off buildings in other people's weather. I wash high-rise windows because it pays better than most jobs that don't require a degree, because I like work where the rules are physical and honest, and because, if I'm being completely straight with you, I've always found it easier to trust rope than people. The funny thing is, I'm not afraid of heights. Everybody assumes that's the main requirement. It is. Heights are just distance. What gets to me is the idea of being trapped in open air with no quick way back in. The harness locks you to the world, sure, but it also makes every mistake take longer to finish. When you're 40 stories up, even a simple problem, a jammed descender, a bad gust, a radio that won't answer becomes intimate. There's nowhere to pace, nowhere to slam a door. You just dangle there with your own breathing loud in your hood. That morning started ordinary enough to make me trust it. It was late October, the kind of Chicago morning when the air off Lake Michigan smelled like cold coins and diesel exhaust, and the sidewalks below were full of people walking fast with their collars up. The Ellison Tower sat on Wacker Drive near the river, all blue-black glass and steel ribs, the sort of building that looked expensive even before the sun found it. Traffic made a constant wet hiss below us. Somewhere on the street, a bus braked hard and coughed. Up on the roof, the wind moved around the mechanical units in low, steady moans. Louis Morneau, 29, male from Cicero, was already checking the main rig when I came through the roof access door with 2 paper coffees tucked against my chest. Louis had been my rope partner for almost 3 years. He was compact and wiry, with forearms like twisted cable, and a habit of humming old corridos under his breath when he was nervous, which he would deny even if you recorded him doing it. "You're late," he said without looking up. 3 minutes. 4. "Your coffee's getting donated to the roof drain." He held out one gloved hand. "Then I forgive you. Marta Kowalski, 42, female, our site supervisor, stood near the parapet with a clipboard pressed to her jacket. She was Polish-American, raised in Avondale, and had the dry patience of someone who had spent half her life telling men not to do stupid things with machinery. Marta didn't climb any more after a shoulder tear, but she knew every anchor point in the loop by memory and could spot a Mies threaded buckle from 30 feet away. She tapped her pen against the clipboard. Weather window closes at 11. After that, gusts hit 32 from the northeast. You two take the east face down to 38, then reset. No hero hours today. Hero hours are time and a half, Lewis asked. They're paperwork, Marta said, and me explaining to OSHA why your mother is crying in my office. That was Marta. Jokes shaped like warnings. The Ellison job was supposed to be easy money. 4 partial drops on the east face, mostly exterior grime from a summer of construction dust and river fog. The building had recently lost a financial tenant on floors 38 through 41, and a biotech firm was moving in after renovations. Until then, those floors were closed, lights off, furniture gone. Building security had told us the interior contractors wouldn't start until Monday. A clean, empty stack of glass. That was the phrase the property manager used. Clean, empty. I remember that because I repeated it to myself later, like an idiot. Derek Voss, 51, male, the building's chief engineer, came onto the roof just as Lewis and I were clipping our secondary lines. He had a red face, a Cubs cap pulled low, and the permanent squint of a man who spent his days looking at boilers, gauges, and tenants who thought thermostats were personal insults. You guys need freight access again after lunch, he asked Marta. Depends on wind, she said. Why? 40's locked out. He rubbed the back of his neck. Security panel keeps throwing a door alarm up there, but there's nobody on the floor. Probably a bad contact. Renovation crew yanked half the sensors last week. Lewis glanced at me. Door alarm on 40, Derek shrugged. Ghost in the machine. Marta did not smile. Don't say ghost to people hanging off your building. Figure of speech. Derek lifted both hands. Anyway, if you see anything weird through the glass, don't call 911 because a tarp moved. Define weird, I said. He looked at me then, and for half a second the joking fell out of his face. Lights, movement, anything that looks like a person. Security's already jumpy because of the alarm. That should have lodged in my head. It did, but not deep enough. Work has a way of smoothing concern into routine. You check your harness. You check your partner. You check your rope path, your knots, your suction cups, your bucket, your squeegee rubber. You say the same small things you always say because the ritual matters. Main line, Lewis said. Loaded. Backup. Clear. Descender. Locked. Radio. I pressed the button on my chest. Caleb to roof. Marta's voice crackled back. Roof, here's Caleb. Lewis leaned close and tugged my shoulder strap harder than necessary. Still ugly. Still short. Still making more money than your brother. That one landed softer than he meant it. My younger brother, Sean, had been calling all week about our mother's furnace, about who was paying for what, about how I always acted like I was one bad month away from disappearing. Lewis didn't know that part. He only knew I avoided calls, hated owing favors, and had a talent for turning help into an accusation. I gave him the finger. He grinned, alive and rude, good to go. Then we stepped backward over the parapet. There's a moment when your boots leave the roof, and the building takes your weight through rope and steel. Even after years, my stomach always notices. Not fear, more like the body asking for clarification. Below, the river was a strip of dull pewter between buildings. Cars looked like beetles in tight lanes. Office workers moved behind glass in other towers, pale shapes holding mugs, checking phones, living inside gravity like it was guaranteed. We dropped slowly past the 42nd floor first. The top offices still had furniture, conference tables, rolling chairs, monitors wrapped in plastic. The lights were low, but not off, just enough emergency glow to turn the rooms gray. My squeegee squeaked over the first pane, water running in clean vertical ribbons. Soap smell mixed with cold air and the faint rubber sent from my gloves. Lewis worked 15 feet to my left, singing under his breath. "Your radio's open," I told him. He stopped. "No, it's not. It is in my heart. Shut up and clean." For 20 minutes, everything was simple. Drop, wet, scrub, pull, wipe the blade, shift left, repeat. The sound of traffic rose and fell when the wind moved. A helicopter thudded somewhere north, probably news or hospital traffic. My fingers settled into rhythm. On the 41st floor, the offices were darker. Empty cubicles stood in rows, stripped down to metal frames and ghost rectangles on carpet where desks had been. A few contractor tarps lay folded near the elevator lobby. Nothing moved except our reflections and the clouds sliding behind us. Then we reached the 40th. The glass changed, not physically. Same tinted panels, same aluminum mullions, but there was a quality to the inside light that made my hand pause mid-wipe. The floor beyond the window was supposed to be vacant, and it was mostly. No desks, no chairs, no computer monitors, just a broad, open space with concrete columns, exposed ceiling tracks, bundled wires hanging like vines, and plastic sheeting taped over part of the inner wall. But one strip of overhead lights was on. Not bright, just a thin row of fluorescents buzzing over the north end, making a shallow pool of light near the interior hallway. The rest of the floor stayed dim. It gave the whole place the look of a store after closing, when someone forgot one aisle. I pressed my radio. "Roof, Caleb," Marta answered at once. "Go. You know lights are on inside 40, a pause. Static ticked softly. "Say again. 40th floor, east side. North strip. Fluorescents are on." Derek's voice came in behind hers, farther from the mic. "That's not right." Lewis drifted a little lower, boots braced against the glass. "Maybe cleaning crew. No crews scheduled," Marta said. "Derek's calling security. Keep working if nothing else is happening. Keep working." That's another thing about jobs like mine. You learn the difference between dangerous and not my problem. A light on inside a vacant floor is weird, sure, but it doesn't cut your rope. It doesn't change wind speed. It doesn't mean you stop a contracted drop unless someone with authority tells you to stop. So I kept working. The pigeon landed on the mullion above me about 5 minutes later. It fluttered in hard from somewhere higher, wings snapping against the glass. Its claws scraped metal. It had a small plastic zip tie around one leg, dirty white, maybe from trash or a nest. It stared past me rather than at me, head twitching. "Buddy," I muttered, "you're in my lane." Lewis laughed through the radio. "You talking to birds now? Better listeners than you." I tapped the glass lightly with my knuckle to scare it off. The pigeon didn't move. Instead, it leaned forward, its orange eye fixed on the window above my head. That was when I looked up and saw the handprint. At first, my brain sorted it into normal categories: construction dust, cleaning residue, someone's old greasy palm from weeks ago. But the print was too distinct. The edges still had moisture shine. 5 fingers, a heel of the hand, a downward smear maybe 4 inches long. There were tiny beads of fluid gathered at the bottom of the drag mark, catching the thin interior light. Not blood, not from that distance, not through tinted glass. It looked clear or maybe slightly cloudy. Sweat maybe, condensation. A worker on the inside had touched the pane, except we'd been told no one was inside. "Lewis," I said. My voice came out flat enough that he stopped humming. "What?" "Look at the pane above me. 40. 2 sections right of the column." His platform creaked as he shifted. "I see it. What's it look like to you?" A handprint, fresh, another pause. Wind clicked one of his carabiners against metal. "Yeah." The pigeon suddenly launched off the mullion and dropped past us in a frantic tumble before catching air. Its wings made a hard clap, clap, clap that sounded much too loud against the glass. Inside the 40th floor, something knocked. One sound. Not big, not theatrical. A dull tap from somewhere beyond the pane, like a broom handle hitting drywall. Lewis and I both froze. My squeegee hung in my hand, dirty water dripping from the rubber blade onto the toe of my boot. It pattered there, tiny impacts I could feel more than hear. I pressed the radio. "Roof." We heard a knock inside 40. Marta didn't answer immediately. "Marta." "I heard you," she said. Her voice had tightened. "Derek S. with security. Hold position." Holding position sounds simple when you're standing on carpet. Hanging outside a skyscraper, it means keeping your legs braced against a vertical wall while the wind tries to rotate your hips, and your harness cups your weight in places you don't discuss politely. After 30 seconds, your calves start making demands. After a minute, the building feels like it's breathing. Below us, Chicago kept going. Horns, brakes, a siren far off, rising and fading. People crossing at the light with coffees and tote bags. No idea 2 men were pressed to the glass above them, staring into a dark office floor because of a handprint. "Could be a contractor," Lewis said, not like he believed it, more like he wanted the words available. "Locked floor." Derek said sensors were messed up. "Yeah, you see anybody?" I looked carefully through the window above me. My own reflection interfered. Pale face under a hard hat, safety glasses, dark hood tight around my jaw. Behind that reflection, the interior space stretched back toward the core of the building. Columns, hanging wires, plastic sheeting, a yellow extension cord coiled near a pillar, dust on the concrete, a red ladder lying on its side. No person. Then the overhead strip flickered. The buzz came through the glass faintly, a weak electrical insect sound. The lights blinked once, twice, then steadied. In that blink, something seemed to shift near the inner hallway. A shape, tall enough to be a person, dark enough to be a shadow thrown by plastic. I blinked hard and leaned closer, my helmet almost touching the pane. Nothing. My radio crackled. Derek's voice came through this time. Caleb, Lewis, security says no badge access on 40 since last night at 6:12 p.m. Motion sensor is offline because of renovation. Door contact alarm is still active at the service stair. Marta cut in. We're suspending the drop. Relief hit me, quick and embarrassing. Then Derek added, can either of you get eyes on the northeast corner before you come up? Security camera up there is covered. Marta snapped, Derek, I'm not asking them to enter. Just look through the glass. The stair door alarm keeps triggering and clearing. If someone's stuck or hurt, call CPD, Marta said. I'm calling building security first. Police response for a door sensor on a vacant floor could take. Marta, I said. I don't know why I interrupted. Maybe because I could see the northeast corner from where I hung. If I shifted about 6 panes over and dropped another 10 feet. Maybe because of the handprint. Maybe because my private flaw has always been confusing self-reliance with control, believing that if I can see a problem with my own eyes, I can keep it from becoming someone else's leverage over me. What? She said. I can check the corner from outside. No entry. 5 minutes. Lewis turned his head toward me. Caleb, just eyes. Marta didn't respond. The wind moved under my jacket and pressed the fabric against my ribs. The handprint above me began to lose definition at the edges, drying into the glass. Lewis lowered his voice, though the radio still picked it up. We don't know what that is. Exactly. That's not a reason. From the roof, Marta said, both of you come up. Derek spoke over her, sharper now. If there's an injured person in there, we need to know where. EMS won't even know which elevator bank to use until... Enough, Marta said. A small sound came from inside the floor. This one was closer. A scrape, slow, metal over concrete. Lewis muttered something in Spanish. I watched the dim interior, every muscle waiting for my brain to make sense of the shadows. Near the north end, behind the plastic sheeting, a vertical seam opened where the taped edge had pulled loose. The plastic breathed outward slightly, then settled. Air pressure, HVAC, a loose tarp. All explainable, still wrong. Marta came back on, clipped and controlled. Caleb, Lewis, ascend now. We'll let security handle the interior. I lifted my ascender, ready to start the slow climb. Then my phone vibrated inside my chest pocket. It startled me badly enough that my right boot slipped a few inches on the wet glass. My harness caught my weight. The rope creaked. My shoulder knocked the pane. Easy, Lewis barked. You good? Yeah. My mouth tasted like coffee and metal. Phone. Leave it. I should have. But the vibration came again, then again. Not a call. A burst of notifications. My brother's name flashed on the watch strapped over my glove cuff, the cheap smart one I used because taking out a phone on rope was stupid. Sean, Mom says furnace guy needs deposit today. Sean, you awake? Sean, don't ignore this again. And below those, one more notification from the building's public Wi-Fi splash page, because my phone had auto-connected when we arrived. ELLISON guest, weak security. Under it, a preview from an unknown local network device. Airdrop from 40F Conference TV. IMG 0417 JPG. I stared at the watch. What is it? Lewis said. My phone just got an airdrop request. From who? I looked through the glass at the empty, half-lit 40th floor. Conference TV on 40. Lewis said nothing. The request timed out before I could do anything, the screen returning to my brother's messages. The wind shoved us gently sideways, our ropes angling together for a second, then separating. Inside, beyond the pane with the drying handprint, the plastic sheet lifted again. This time not like air pressure, like fingers had pushed it from behind. Marta's voice came hard through the radio. Ascend. Now, Derek said, quieter. Can you see the stair door from there? I looked at Lewis. He looked back at me. His face, reflected in the glass, and framed by the dark office behind it, was tight with the anger of a man who already knows the right answer and hates that someone has made it complicated. We had a choice. Climb back to the roof like we were told, leave the handprint and the airdrop and the moving plastic to building security, and hope whoever might be inside could wait, or shift 6 panes north, just close enough to see the service stairwell door, and give Derek the answer he wanted before anyone admitted this was more than a faulty sensor. My hand tightened on the ascender. Lewis's boot squeaked against the wet glass as he moved closer. 5 minutes, he said, and I could hear how much he hated me for making him say it. Above us, the handprint continued drying in the cold morning air, fading from the edges inward until only the fingertips remained. Lewis and I moved north along the 40th floor, like two men trying to sneak past a sleeping animal. That sounds dramatic, but there's no graceful way to traverse glass from the outside when you're hanging off ropes. You don't just stroll sideways. You plant both boots, ease weight into your harness, shift a descender, bump your suction cup, slide your bucket so it doesn't swing into the pane, and then repeat the whole ugly little dance one window at a time. Every movement makes noise. Rubber soles squeak. Carabiners click. Rope fibers rasp through hardware. The building answers with tiny vibrations you feel in your knees. Inside, the plastic sheeting near the north end hung still again. Too still, maybe. Or maybe I was staring too hard. Caleb, Marta said over the radio, you're moving the wrong direction. Her voice had gone flat, which was worse than shouting. Shouting meant she was angry. Flat meant she was already writing the incident report in her head. I'm just getting eyes on the stair door, I said. That is not your job. Derek cut in before I could answer. 40 stair door alarm just triggered again. It's showing open. Lewis looked at me through the reflection in the glass. His mouth barely moved. You hear that? I nodded. Then let them send security. Security can't see the corner. Security has legs. I almost smiled, but it died quick. Above the city, jokes got thin when they had to compete with wind and bad choices. The northeast corner was maybe 30 feet away, hidden from our current angle by a concrete column, and the taped plastic sheet that divided the unfinished office space from the service corridor. The sheet had painter's tape along the top, gray where dust had settled on it, and one loose seam that kept lifting at the bottom in little breaths. Fluorescent tubes buzzed over it, making the plastic shine in dull bands. A fresh handprint, a knock, a scrape, a device inside trying to send my phone a photo. All of it could be explained. That was the problem. Bad sensor. Contractor hiding from trouble. Homeless person who found a way up through a service entrance. Someone hurt. Someone drunk. Someone stealing copper. None of those things belonged to us exactly, but none of them were harmless either. Louis shifted one pane ahead of me, grumbling in Spanish. 5 minutes, he said again. Then I drag your stubborn ass up. You say that like you're not curious. I'm curious about lunch. I'm curious why the bears keep making my father suffer. I'm not curious about vacant floors with handprints. Noted me. His annoyance was real, but so was the way he stayed level with me, matching my pace instead of climbing. That was Louis. He complained like a man trying to keep the world sensible. Underneath, he did not leave people alone on rope. Marta came back on. Derek is sending 2 security officers to 40. You both ascend now. How long until they're there? I asked. A pause. Derek answered. They're coming from lobby level. Main passenger bank is locked out above 37 because of construction. They have to take service to 38 and stairs from there. 4 minutes, maybe 5. Stair alarm is at 40, right? Yes. Then we look for 5 and go up. No, Marta said. You go up now. The wind shoved across the east face hard enough to flatten my jacket sleeve against my arm. My ropes swung left by maybe a foot. I bent my knees and absorbed it, then heard Louis curse as his bucket knocked the glass with a hollow plastic thunk. Wind's building, Marta said. That is not a suggestion. I looked down without meaning to. The river was a narrow, gray cut between buildings. Morning traffic on Wacker crawled below, a line of brake lights and yellow taxis and delivery trucks. 40 floors doesn't look like a number when you're up there. It looks like time, like every second of falling would have room to introduce itself. My right hand tightened around the ascender until my knuckles ached inside the glove. This was the part I hated most. Not the height, not the glass, not even the thought of someone inside. It was the lack of a fast exit. On the roof, I could walk away. On the ground, I could run. Out here, every decision had to pass through rope, metal, friction, and the dull fact that gravity never got distracted. My watch buzzed again. I flinched less this time, but Louis saw it. Don't look, he said. I looked. Another airdrop request. Same source, 40F Conference TV. Same file name, IMG0417JPG. This time, beneath the request, the thumbnail preview loaded for half a second before the screen dimmed from my wrist angle. A gray rectangle, a sliver of window, something orange. It vanished. Phone S doing it again, I said. Decline it. I didn't accept the first one. Great, keep that streak. I raised my wrist, awkward with gloves, trying to wake the screen. Quest was still there. Accept or decline. My thumb hovered over the watch face, useless because the glove wouldn't register. Inside, the plastic sheeting snapped inward, not fluttered, snapped, like someone had yanked it. Louis and I both turned. A shape moved behind it, low at first, then higher. It was not clear enough to be a person. I need that understood. Through tinted glass, morning glare, plastic, and our own reflections, the eye starts building things out of scraps. A fold becomes a shoulder. A taped seam becomes an arm. A shadow becomes intent. But the shape stayed behind the sheet too long. It shifted from left to right along the inner wall, blocking the fluorescent glow as it passed. Then it stopped near the service corridor. Lewis whispered, "That's somebody," Marta heard. "What do you see?" "Movement inside 40, I said. My voice came out smaller than I wanted. "Behind the plastic." "North side," Derek said. "Security is entering 38 now." A sharp sound cracked through the glass. Metal on metal. Then another bang, bang. Not from behind the plastic this time, farther in toward the service stair. Lewis's face changed. "Somebody's hitting the door," he said, "or trying to get through it." From which side? That question sat there. From inside the floor, a third impact came, harder than the first two. The plastic trembled. Marta said, "Caleb, Lewis, ascend. Building security will handle it." Then the lights on the 40th floor went out. Not all at once in the tower. Just that strip. The fluorescent buzz died, and the office beyond the window dropped into the kind of gray that still had shapes, but no edges. My reflection strengthened in the glass. I saw my own face looking back, pale behind safety glasses, jaw clenched. Then emergency lights clicked on inside. Small red units near the core. Dim, battery powered. They painted the plastic sheeting a faint, bruised color. Derek swore. "We just lost power to the construction subpanel on 40. "Is that normal?" Lewis asked. "No. Love when engineers say that." Marta's voice sharpened. "Derek, tell security to wait for police." "I already told them to hold at 38. "Did they?" No answer. Below us, sirens started somewhere west. Maybe unrelated. In a city, sirens are background weather until they point at you. My watch buzzed again. The airdrop request timed out, then returned almost immediately. 40F Conference TV wants to share a photo. This time, the thumbnail stayed long enough. It was taken from inside the 40th floor, facing outward through the same windows Lewis and I were hanging on. In the photo, our ropes cut black lines down the glass, and at the lower edge of the frame, just barely visible, was the top of my white hard hat. Someone had taken the picture from inside within the last minute. I forgot to breathe for a second. "Lewis," I said. "What?" "The photo. It's us." He stared at me. "What do you mean, us?" "Taken from inside. Just now." "Decline it." "Can't with the glove." "Then ignore." A noise came over the radio. Not static. A voice, distant, not Marta or Derek. Male, strained. "Anybody on 40, Marta said. "Say again." The voice came back, broken by concrete and signal interference. "This is Harris Security. We're at the stairwell between 39 and 40. Door won't open. We hear someone on the other side." Derek said, "Harris, do not force that door." Another voice behind Harris, younger, panicked. "They're saying help." I heard help. Lewis pressed closer to the glass, trying to see past the column. "Caleb, we need to go up." He was right. That was the worst part. He was completely right. Our little outside look had become something else. Power failure, security at the stairwell, somebody inside taking photos of us, or using a device that could. None of it required 2 window washers to remain suspended outside a dark floor with gusts increasing. I lifted my ascender again. Then the glass in front of Lewis fogged from the inside. A small oval of breath appeared on the pane opposite him, about face height. Louis jerked back so hard his bucket swung and clipped his shin. Jesus, the oval widened, clouding the tint. A line appeared through it, not a crack, a finger. Someone on the inside dragged one fingertip across the condensation. Slowly, in uneven block letters, they wrote, "Stay." Louis stopped moving. The word held for maybe 3 seconds before the fog began to thin. "Roof," I said, and hated how tight my throat sounded. Someone just wrote on the glass from inside. Marta did not answer right away. Derek did. "What did they write?" Louis said. "Stay." That word did more damage than help would have. Help would mean a victim. Stay could mean warning. Stay could mean bait. Stay could mean someone inside knew exactly what side of the glass we were on and wanted us there. Another impact hit from the service stair area. Bang. The security guard's voice came through the radio, louder now. "Derek, we've got smoke coming under the door." Derek snapped. "Smoke. Light smoke. Smells electrical," Marta said. "Get them out of there." Harris answered. "We've got someone banging from the other side." Then the radio filled with overlapping voices. Derek telling Harris to back down to 38. Marta ordering us up. Louis saying my name. Harris repeating that there was someone inside. The younger guard in the background saying he smelled burning plastic. It all compressed into one ugly knot. Electrical smoke meant the power failure wasn't just a breaker. It meant a hot panel, a short, maybe wires damaged during renovation. A locked or jammed stair door meant whoever was inside couldn't get out that way. Security couldn't get in. Elevators above 37 were locked out. Fire department could solve it, yes, but not instantly. Not before smoke became something thicker. Not before a person trapped on a sealed office floor started making worse decisions. Derek came back, breathless. "Fire alarm panel isn't showing smoke on 40. "Then why does security smell it?" Marta demanded. "Construction zone detectors are bagged for dust protection. They shouldn't be, but they are." Louis gave a bitter laugh. Perfect. Inside the glass, the word "stay" faded until only the bottom of the Y remained. Then another breath mark appeared beside it. Smaller, lower, like someone had crouched. A face leaned near the pane. I saw only pieces at first, forehead, cheek, one eye distorted by tinted glass and reflected sky. The person was close enough that their breath bloomed white on the inside. Their eye moved from Louis to me. Human, that mattered, not a shadow, not a trick of plastic. A person inside the vacant 40th floor. They raised one hand, pressed 2 fingers to the glass, then pointed sharply to our right, toward the northeast corner, toward the service stair. The face pulled back before I could make out age, gender, anything useful. The interior swallowed them. Louis's lips parted. "Did you see?" "Yes." They pointed. "Yes, they want us to look, or they don't want us to leave." "Caleb, I know." He slapped the glass with his palm. Once, hard. "Hey, can you hear us?" No answer. "Are you hurt?" he shouted. His voice disappeared against the pane. From inside, there was no sign the person heard. I grabbed my radio. "Derek, there's definitely someone on 40. We saw a face at the glass." They pointed toward the service stair. "Could you identify them?" "No." "Are they injured?" "I don't know." Marta said, "You are not rescue personnel." "No," I said, but we're the only ones with eyes on that side. You are outside a high rise in rising wind. A gust hit before she finished. It came around the corner of the tower with a low, rushing sound, the kind you feel in the rope before it reaches your ears. My body swung outward just inches, but enough to make my stomach drop. My suction cup tore loose from the glass and spun on its tether. The bucket tipped, dumping dirty water in a glittering sheet that vanished before it reached the street. Lewis's line crossed mine for 1 second. "Hold," he shouted. I braced both boots, knees bending, shoulder burning as the harness loaded unevenly. The ropes separated. My descender knocked my hip. Pain flared there, sharp and immediate. Then the gust passed. Everything settled except my pulse. "Both of you ascend now," Marta said, each word separate. No discussion. I swallowed. My hands felt clumsy. Too much adrenaline makes fingers stupid. Lewis was already clipping his handled ascender higher on the rope. "We're done," I nodded. We were done. Then something dropped from inside the 40th floor and hit the window ledge beneath the pane ahead of us with a metallic clatter. A key ring. It had been pushed through the narrow gap of a small operable vent panel, one of those maintenance vents that opened only a few inches and only with a special tool. The keys bounced once on the exterior sill, caught on a bead of old sealant, and sat there trembling in the wind. Attached to the ring was a red plastic fob with white lettering. "Fire Stair 40E." Lewis stared at it. "Oh no," he said. "No, no, no." Inside, from somewhere near the service stair, the banging stopped. The sudden absence of it was worse than the noise. Harris came over the radio, voice tight. "Derek, whoever was knocking stopped. Smoke is getting worse. We're backing down." Behind him, the younger guard coughed. Derek said, "Copy, back down. Fire department is being called." Marta said, "Already called." Caleb, Lewis, leave the keys, ascend. But the keys were 6 feet to my right, sitting on the outside sill like a dare. If they slipped, they were gone. If they stayed, maybe they opened the stair door. Maybe they belonged to the person inside. Maybe they were useless. Maybe they were the exact thing security needed, and the difference between getting someone out in 2 minutes or waiting for firefighters to cut, pry, and ventilate their way through a problem nobody had even mapped yet. I thought of my brother's texts, the furnace deposit, my mother waiting in a cold house because nobody wanted to say out loud that we were all tired of helping each other. I thought of how often I'd made independence into a religion because needing people felt like giving them a weapon. And here I was, outside a building, looking at keys someone had pushed through glass because they needed us. Lewis saw my face. "Don't," he said. "I can reach them. You can barely reach your own common sense. The keys might open the door, or they might not, or you slip, or the wind takes you, or whoever pushed them out wanted you off your line." He was angry now, scared angry. His jaw worked under his helmet strap. Marta said, "Caleb, answer me." I keyed the radio. "There are keys on the exterior sill. Marked Fire Stair 40E." Derek made a sound like he'd been punched. "Those are override keys. They should be in the fire command box. Could security use them?" "Yes," but Marta cut him off. "No, absolutely not." A new sound came from inside the floor. Not banging, a voice. Muffled by glass, broken by distance, impossible to make into words, but plainly human. A shout from somewhere in the dim interior. Then a second voice answered it. 2 people, at least 2. Louis closed his eyes for one short second. When he opened them, he looked exhausted. "You get 1 try," he said. Marta heard him. "Louis, 1 try," he repeated, not to her, to me. "If you miss, we climb. If wind hits, we climb. If anything inside moves toward the glass, we climb." I nodded. Mouth had gone dry. To reach the keys, I had to shift off my comfortable stance and pendulum right, using the rope angle and 1 boot against the mullion. It was routine in calm conditions. In rising wind beside a dark floor, after a gust had just crossed our lines, it became a narrow little math problem with consequences. Louis moved closer to spot me, anchoring his boots and keeping 1 hand ready to shove my line clear if it crossed his again. "Slow," he said. "I know. Say it back." "Slow." I eased right. The rope took my weight differently. My harness dug into my thighs. The city tilted in my peripheral vision. The keys trembled on the sill, red fob flicking in the wind. Inside the glass ahead of me, the emergency light pulsed once. Then something pale moved near the floor. A hand appeared from below the window line, pressed flat to the inside of the glass. Not the same handprint as before. This one was attached to someone crouching just beneath the sill. A second hand joined it. Then a face rose slowly between them. A man, maybe. Hard to tell through tint and reflection. Close cropped hair, a cut over 1 eyebrow, mouth open. He was staring past me. Not at me, past me. At the ropes. His lips formed a word I couldn't hear. Louis shouted, "Caleb, stop." I froze with 1 arm stretched toward the keys. The man inside raised his hand and pointed upward. I looked up. At first, I saw only our ropes running clean to the roofline. Then I saw the problem. My backup line, the one that should have hung free beside my main, had shifted across a metal corner of the window washing track above the 40th floor. During the gust, it must have dragged into a temporary bracket left from the renovation rigging. The sheath was rubbing against a sharp burr of steel each time the wind moved me. A few white fibers had already frayed loose. Tiny, almost nothing. Enough. "Backup line S on an edge," I said. Louis looked up and swore. "Don't move." But I was already extended, weight angled wrong. Fingers 6 inches from the keys. With smoke somewhere inside, security retreating, wind building, and a trapped man on the other side of the glass, silently warning me that one of the 2 things keeping me alive was being sawed thread by thread against a piece of metal nobody had noticed from the roof. Then the keys slid. Just an inch. The red fob tipped over the edge of the sill. I lunged without thinking. My glove closed around the ring. At the same moment, inside the 40th floor, the emergency lights went out too. The first thing I did after grabbing the keys was make everything worse. That's not me being poetic. My glove closed around the ring, the red fob slapped my wrist, and the little sideways lunge pulled my weight just far enough that my main line shifted against Louis' S. Not tangled, not yet, but close enough that both ropes gave a dry, ugly chirp where they touched above us. "Stop moving," Louis snapped. "I've got them." "Great, frame them. Don't move." Inside the 40th floor, the emergency lights were out now, leaving the unfinished office in gray daylight and reflection. The injured man behind the glass became a half-formed thing, there and not there, his face broken by the shine of the city behind me. He slapped the pane once, hard, and pointed up again. My backup line trembled. I looked up and saw the frayed fibers fluttering near the metal bracket, white threads against black rope. The bracket was part of the temporary renovation rigging, bolted just below the roof track and forgotten there like a bad idea waiting for wind. Every time I breathed wrong, the line kissed that burr. "Caleb," Marta said through the radio, "do not ascend on that backup. Repeat, do not ascend until we clear the edge." "No kidding," Lewis muttered. My right shoulder burned from the reach. My hip throbbed where the descender had knocked into me. I pulled the keys in tight against my chest and clipped the ring to a gear loop before my hand got any smarter ideas. "Roof, what's the move?" I asked. Marta answered fast, which told me she'd already been thinking through options. "Lewis ascends first to the roofline, moves laterally, and tries to free your backup from above. Caleb stays still. No shifting, no reaching, no hero work," Derek broke in. "Those keys need to get to security." Marta barked. "Derek, I swear to God. I'm saying we need a plan. Fire department has been dispatched, but closest truck is coming through morning traffic. Harris and Bell are at 38. They can't reach 40 without that stair key." Bell, then. The younger guard had a name. Lewis stared at me through the glass reflection. "I go up, clear your backup. Then we both go up. Keys go down through the normal way. That's the plan." Behind him, inside the floor, something moved fast across the dim office. A dark shape rushed from right to left behind the plastic sheeting. Lewis flinched so hard his boots squealed. I did too. My body jerked before my brain caught up, and my backup line scraped the burr above with a tiny sound I felt in my teeth. The shape hit the glass. It exploded into wings. A pigeon battered against the inside pane, feathers smacking the window in frantic bursts. Its body thudded once, twice, then dropped onto the interior sill, stunned. The dirty white zip tie around its leg flashed pale. "The bird," Lewis said, sucking in air. "It's the damn bird, the same pigeon." Somehow it had gotten inside the floor. For 3 seconds, neither of us spoke. We just hung there, embarrassed and shaken, while a half-dead bird explained the monster. Marta came on. "What happened?" "Pigeon inside," Lewis said. "False alarm." "Not false," I said, looking past the bird to the man crouched in the dark. "Just not the only alarm." The injured man inside had backed away from the glass. He was holding something to his face now. A cloth, maybe his sleeve. Smoke had become visible near the service corridor, not thick like a movie fire, but enough to soften the bottom half of the plastic sheeting. It rolled low along the concrete, slow and dirty, finding the floor before rising. Attempt 1 was the clean one. Get Lewis up, clear the rope, retreat. It failed before he climbed 10 feet. He set his ascender, weighted it, and pushed upward with practiced rhythm. 1 foot in the loop, stand. Slide the chest device. Sit, repeat. The rope above him tightened, then angled slightly because of the wind curling around the northeast corner. His bucket tapped the glass behind his knee. "Slow," Marta said. "Lewis, keep left of Caleb's mane." I know. He got another 3 feet up, then 5. The backup line above me shivered, not from my movement this time, but from his rope brushing near it. Hold, I said. Louis froze. The frayed section twitched against the burr. One thread snapped free and spun away like a piece of hair. Back down, Marta ordered. I'm barely up. Back down. Louis clenched his jaw. I could see the argument in him. He wanted to obey because he was the careful one. He wanted to keep going because stopping meant admitting the simple plan was gone. He descended slowly, face shiny, with sweat despite the cold. When he came level with me again, he said, "Your rope angle is wrong. If I climb past you, wind pushes my line into yours. I can't clear it without making yours worse." "Copy," Marta said. "Then we rig from roof." "How?" Louis asked. "We send a tagline down, pull Caleb's back up away from the bracket." Derek said, "How long?" "Longer if people keep talking over me." Inside the 40th floor, the man behind the glass staggered toward the north side, toward the service stair. Now that my eyes had adjusted, I could map the place better. The east windows were our line. About 20 feet inside ran a row of concrete columns. Beyond them was open construction space, stripped to floor and ceiling. To the north, plastic sheeting formed a temporary wall, hiding the elevator lobby and service corridor. The service stair door was behind that sheeting northeast corner, maybe 40 feet from us. The conference room, or what used to be one, sat farther south and west, where the airdrop device must have been. Somewhere in that dark interior, at least one other person had answered the first man's shout. The man reached the loose seam in the plastic and bent down. He pulled. The tape tore loose from the top in a long, ripping strip. Smoke rolled through the opening. He stumbled backward, coughing so hard he folded at the waist. Louis keyed his radio. "They're getting smoked out." Derek answered, "Fire is 6 minutes out, maybe more." "Maybe more," Louis repeated, disgusted. Marta said, tagline coming down. "Caleb, stay put. Louis, watch his line." Attempt 2 came down from the roof in the form of a thin yellow throw line weighted with a canvas pouch. Marta lowered it over the parapet, about 15 feet above us, aiming to swing it toward my backup line so Louis could hook it and pull the rope clear of the metal edge. It sounded workable. The wind made it stupid. The pouch dropped, slapped the glass 2 panes to my left, bounced, and spun away. Louis stretched for it with his squeegee handle, missed, caught the handle on his own bucket, and dumped the last inch of dirty water down his leg. "Beautiful," he said through his teeth. "Again," Marta said. The pouch rose, disappeared above the window line, then came down a second time. This time it swung too far right, tapping the glass near the vent panel where the keys had been pushed out. Inside, the injured man saw it. His face turned toward the yellow line, and for one bizarre second, he seemed to think it was for him. He lurched to the vent panel. "No, no," I said, though he couldn't hear. He fumbled with the narrow opening from inside, trying to get fingers through the gap. The panel only opened a few inches outward, hinged at the top. He pushed at it, coughing, then shoved something through. A phone. It slid out of his hand, hit the exterior sill, and bounced. I grabbed for it on reflex. Louis shouted, "Don't." I stopped myself with my hand inches away. The phone teetered on the sill, face up. Its screen was cracked, but lit. A call timer glowed on it. 911-04-38, the man had been on a call. Then the phone vibrated, shifted, and dropped. We watched it fall past us, spinning silver and black until it vanished. "Damn it," Lewis said. Inside, the man stared at the empty vent gap like he'd just lost more than a phone. Then he looked at me. I had the fire stair keys clipped to my harness. He saw them, his eyes fixed there with a desperation that made my stomach turn. The yellow pouch swung again overhead. Lewis managed to catch the line with his squeegee hook. For a second it worked. He looped it around my backup line below the frayed section and pulled outward, trying to change the angle away from the bracket. "Easy," Marta said. "I have it," Lewis grunted. The backup line moved half an inch. The frayed section lifted from the burr. "Good," Marta said. "Hold that." Lewis held. His arm shook from the awkward angle. I finally exhaled. Then the building's exterior maintenance track above us gave a metallic pop. Not loud, but final. The temporary bracket shifted. The burr released my backup line, yes, but the bracket itself sagged outward just enough that the throw line slipped behind it and jammed. Lewis's pull translated into a hard sideways tug on the backup rope, drawing it not away from danger, but across a second sharper edge we hadn't seen. The sheath peeled, a visible strip. "Let go," I shouted. Lewis dropped the throw line. The backup snapped back. The frayed section bounced free of the bracket, then settled against open air, damaged, but no longer cutting. "Partial win," Lewis panted. "Partial," I said. "You're not being sliced anymore." "My backup looks like a dog chewed it." "You want poetry?" asked the pigeon. Marta heard none of the humor in it. "Caleb, your backup is compromised. You do not climb on it. Main line only, minimum movement, until we get a rescue line to you. Main line only. People who don't work rope may think 2 lines are excessive until one gets hurt. Then, suddenly, the second line becomes the only thing you can think about. My main line was still good. My harness was still good. My descender was still locked. But the private arithmetic changed. 1 good line between me and the street. My breathing got loud. I tried to slow it. Couldn't. The city below seemed to sharpen, each taxi and bus too visible, too far away. My hands tingled inside my gloves. I had to look at the glass, at Lewis, at anything but the drop. "You with me?" Lewis asked quietly. "Yeah, you're doing the thing." "What thing?" "Where you pretend you're calm and start making dumb plans." "I'm not making plans. You're touching the keys." I looked down. He was right. My glove had closed around the red fob clipped to my harness. Inside the 40th floor, the smoke thickened near the floor and began crawling higher, flattening against the glass in faint layers. The injured man had moved to another figure now. I could see the second person for the first time, lower to the ground near a concrete column. Smaller build, dark jacket, maybe female, maybe just curled tight from coughing. The man tugged at them under the arms, got them 6 inches, then collapsed beside them. Derek's voice came through, strained. "Harris says the stair door at 40 might be chained from the inside." Marta said, "What?" He saw it through the stairwell vision panel when the smoke shifted. Chain and padlock looped through the crash bar. Lewis stared at the glass. Somebody locked them in. Derek didn't answer. There it was, a new fact that took the whole morning out of accident territory and moved it somewhere colder. A bad breaker could be negligence. Bag detectors could be a shortcut. A locked stair door from the inside, on a vacant construction floor with people trapped behind it, was a human decision. Attempt 3 wasn't really an attempt at first. It was an argument. Derek wanted the keys moved to security. Marta wanted us alive. Louis wanted to climb and punch every person involved in building management. I wanted to stop feeling the red fob against my chest like a second pulse. Can Harris reach the east window from inside 39? I asked. Derek said, no operable windows there. What about the roof? Lower a bag. We can lower a bag, Marta said, and you can put the keys in without moving. But the roof was above us, and the keys had to go down to 38, where Harris and Bell were waiting. Lowering them up first meant more time. Lowering a bag from the roof meant wind. Everything meant wind. Then the injured man inside did something none of us expected. He crawled to the glass and wrote again in condensation, using the side of his fist because his fingers shook too badly. This time the letters came broken and crooked. Cam then, he wiped the fog away with his sleeve and pointed toward the covered security camera in the northeast corner. Camera. The one Derek had said was covered. Louis said, he's not pointing to the stair. He's pointing to the camera. The man inside nodded hard enough to make himself cough. Derek came over the radio. The northeast camera feed is black because it's covered with a contractor dust hood. Can you control it? I asked. It's fixed angle. What's near it? Corner of the service corridor. Stair door, electrical closet. Electrical closet. Power failure, smoke, bag detectors, chain stair, covered camera. The map tightened. Someone had disabled the view of the exact corner where the floor was most dangerous. The man inside slapped the glass again, then held up 2 fingers. He pointed at himself, then toward the shape on the floor. 2 people, at least 2. Then he made a twisting motion with his hand. Keys. I unclipped the ring before I decided to. Louis saw. No, I can pass them through the vent. To him, he knows the floor. He's coughing on the ground. He knows the floor better than Harris. And if he's the reason the door is chained, that stopped me. The thought had been there, crawling under everything, but Louis said it out loud. The man could be a victim. He could also be involved. People in trouble can still be dangerous. People with blood on their faces can still lie. Inside, the man read something in our body language. He pressed both palms to the glass and shook his head frantic. Marta said, do not give the keys to an unidentified person. Derek said, those keys open more than one restricted stair lock. Why would those be on the floor? I asked. Silence. Derek. He exhaled into the radio. Fire command box was logged open yesterday during contractor access. Keys should have been returned. Logged by who? I don't know from here. Another new fact. Somebody had taken the keys before today. The same keys now pushed out through a vent to us. The injured man suddenly ducked. A second later, something struck the inside of the glass above him. A long metal object. It hit with a crack and bounced away. Louis and I both recoiled. For half a second, I thought someone had swung at him. Some attacker in the dark, just out of sight. Then the object rolled into the weak light near the window. the red ladder. It had been leaning somewhere behind the plastic or against a column, and when the injured man pulled himself along the wall, he must have caught it with his shoulder. It toppled and smacked the glass. Realistic, explainable, still enough to make my legs shake. Ladder fell, I said, mostly to myself. Louis looked like he wanted to sit down, which was impossible. Great. Love indoor weather. The man inside crawled away from the fallen ladder, dragging the second person another foot. The smoke reached their shoulders now when they stayed low. That was bad. Smoke should rise, but the ventilation system was moving it strangely, pushing it sideways along the unfinished floor. Derek confirmed it a moment later. HVAC is still running on 40. It may be pulling smoke from the electrical closet across the floor. Shut it off, Marta said. I'm trying. A tone sounded inside the building. Not the fire alarm. A softer mechanical beep that came through the glass in pulses. Then another. Backup alarms. The elevators, Derek swore. Service elevator just went into recall. Fire department, I asked. System fault. It's dropping to lobby and locking out. So Harris can't come back up fast. No, the trap tightened again. We were outside with one compromised rope system. The trapped people were inside with smoke and a chained stair door. Security had backed down to 38 and now had worse vertical access. The keys were with me, clipped to my harness, exactly where they helped nobody. Marta's voice came in, calmer now, which scared me more. Caleb, listen carefully. Fire rescue is coming. We are lowering an equipment pouch. Put the keys inside. We will raise them, transfer them to Derek, and building security will take them down whichever route is available. How long? Don't do that. How long, Marta? She didn't answer. The injured man inside coughed so hard his forehead hit the glass. That sound came through. A dull, intimate tap. He left a small smear on the pane, dark this time. Blood, probably from the cut above his eyebrow. I thought again of my mother's furnace, of Sean saying, don't ignore this again, of all the times I'd treated responsibility as a bill someone was trying to stick me with. And I hated that my brain went there, because it made the next choice feel noble when it was really just desperate. There was a way to get the keys to Harris faster. Not up, down. Louis and I were suspended outside the east face. Harris and Belle were in the service stair between 38 and 40. But if they retreated to 38, they might reach a small maintenance balcony on the east side used for HVAC intake. I'd seen it on the building plan during orientation. Floor 38, northeast corner, recessed behind a louvered screen, accessible from the mechanical room. It wasn't meant for people except engineers, but it had an exterior grille. Maybe a hand could reach through. Maybe keys could be lowered to it from our position. Derek, I said, 38 mechanical intake, east side. Can Harris access it? Derek paused. Yes, maybe. Through mechanical room 38M, Marta said no. I can lower the keys on my tool lanyard. Caleb, straight down 2 floors. Louis stabilizes me. Harris grabs them through the grill. Your backup is compromised. I'd stay on main. You are not hearing me. I hear you. Louis looked at me. His face had gone still. That was worse than anger. No, he said, it's 2 floors. In wind, keys weigh nothing. You're not lowering keys. You're leaning, managing a line, and trusting a security guard to grab a swinging ring through a grill while you hang on one good rope. Inside, the injured man had stopped writing. He lay with his cheek against the glass, eyes half open. Behind him, the second person moved weakly. Derek said, "Harris is at 38. I can send him to mechanical." Marta said, "Derek, if you assist this, I will bury you in court." "Marta," I said, "those people don't have time. And neither do you if that main line gets compromised." I looked up at the roofline. My main rope ran clean, for now. The backup hung beside it, damaged but quiet. The bracket waited above like a little metal tooth. The point of no return arrived without drama. It came as a click, small, mechanical, from my descender. I looked down and saw the problem immediately. The tool lanyard clipped to the key ring had shifted during my reach, threaded under the descender handle, and cinched there. When I tried to unclip the keys, the lanyard pulled the handle half open, not enough to drop me because the safety catch held, but enough to jam the device under load. My main descender was locked in a bad position. I couldn't climb smoothly. I couldn't descend safely. I couldn't shift without risking a sudden slip. I said. He heard something in my voice and went pale. "What?" My descenders jammed. Marta came on instantly. "Say again." Key lanyard caught under the handle. "Device is jammed." Lewis moved closer, then stopped because our lines were too near. "Don't touch it." "I'm not." Inside the floor, the injured man raised his head one last time and looked directly at me. Behind him, through the torn plastic near the service corridor, a faint orange flicker appeared low against the floor. Not reflection. Flame, small, contained, probably from wiring or plastic insulation near the electrical closet. But flame. Marta's voice came through the radio, no longer flat, no longer angry. "Caleb, Lewis, hold position. Nobody moves." That was the point where retreat stopped being an option. Not because we were brave. Because my way up was jammed, my backup was damaged. The fire stair keys were trapped on my harness. Smoke was filling the 40th floor. And the first visible flame had just appeared in the corner everyone needed to reach. The flame on 40 was small at first. That was what made it worse. A big fire would have made the decision for everyone. Flames rolling up the wall, black smoke punching the glass, alarms screaming through the whole building. That kind of disaster has a script. Evacuate. Retreat. Wait for the people with axes and air tanks. This was just a low orange lick behind torn plastic in the northeast corner, maybe no taller than my forearm. It crawled along something on the floor insulation cable jacket, a strip of plastic tarp, and gave off a greasy smoke that moved sideways under the push of the HVAC. Small enough for people to argue about, big enough to kill. "Caleb," Marta said in my ear, "do not touch the descender." I'm not. My right hand was locked around the rope above it anyway, useless and instinctive. The key lanyard had cinched under the handle, holding it half open against the safety catch. Not falling, not climbing, not descending. A bad middle place. Lewis hung 3 feet to my left, close enough for me to see the sweat collecting along his upper lip, despite the cold wind. His eyes kept moving, my jammed device, his own ropes, the glass, the smoke inside, the roofline above. "Can you unweight it?" he asked. "No." "Foot loop. If I stand in it, the lanyard pulls tighter. He looked at the red fob clipped against my harness like it was a live insect. Of course it does. Derek came on the radio. Harris is at the 38th mechanical room. He can reach the intake grill, but barely. Bell S with him. Can they see us? Marta asked. Not from inside. The grill is recessed. I looked down and right. 2 floors below, the building face changed just enough to notice now that I knew where to look. The glass line broke at the 38th floor near the northeast corner, giving way to a dark, louvered rectangle tucked under a maintenance overhang. The mechanical intake. From above, it looked like a mouth set into the tower. Caleb, Marta said, we are lowering a rescue line. You clip in. Then we deal with the keys. How long until the line reaches me? Soon. Her answer had no measurement in it. Inside, the injured man pushed himself onto one elbow. His face was lower than the window ledge now, half hidden by smoke. He slapped the glass once with the heel of his hand. Weak. Not enough to scare anyone. Enough to be heard through my bones. Behind him, the second person moved. A woman, I could see that now, or at least I thought I could. Dark hair stuck to her cheek. She was on her side near the concrete column, one arm curled tight against her ribs. The man crawled back to her, grabbed the shoulders of her jacket, and dragged her another foot away from the smoke. His movements had gone clumsy and slow. The flame found the hanging plastic. It climbed, fast. The sheet shriveled upward with a tight crackling sound that came faintly through the glass. Black edges curled. A bead of molten plastic fell and made a brighter spot on the floor. Lewis whispered, "We're out of time." Marta heard him. Nobody freelances. But we were already past clean instructions. Roof was above us. The keys were on me. Harris was below. 2 people were inside a sealed floor where smoke detectors had been bagged. A stair door had been chained. A camera had been covered, and the ventilation was spreading fumes like it had been designed for it. The central threat was no monster. It was a building full of human shortcuts. A stolen key ring, a covered camera, a chained door, bagged detectors, a sloppy bracket, a job that had been marked vacant because vacancy made paperwork easier, and us hanging outside it paying the price. "Derek," I said, "tell Harris I'm lowering the keys." Marta snapped, "No, you are not. I can't climb. I can't wait. Caleb, if the rescue line gets here, great. But those 2 inside don't have that kind of air." Lewis looked at me and shook his head once, small. Not disagreement, fear. "You lower them," he said. "I manage the swing." Marta swore. I'd never heard her swear on comms before. "Lewis, do not assist." Lewis kept looking at me. "What's the plan?" The plan was ugly. I couldn't unclip the lanyard from my descender without making the jam worse. But the key ring was clipped to the end of that same lanyard. If Lewis could reach across, cut the lanyard below the jam, the keys would come free. We could tie the ring to my smaller tool cord, lower it down toward the 38th floor intake, and hope Harris could grab it through the grill. The problem was the knife. Every rope worker carries one, and every rope worker is scared of needing it. Lewis had a blunt tip rescue knife clipped to his chest. Cutting the wrong thing outside a skyscraper is a mistake with no appeal. "Cut the lanyard," I said. Lewis's mouth tightened. "Near your descender, below the jam. That lanyard is under the handle. I know. You move, I could nick the rope." I won't move. You always move. Not this time. He barked one short laugh with no humor in it, reassuring. Inside, the injured man tried to stand. His knees folded. He landed hard, one shoulder against the glass. The woman grabbed weakly at his sleeve, as if she was trying to pull him down, keep him low. Good. She knew smoke. Louis, I said. He unclipped the knife. The wind eased for 3 seconds, as if the city had inhaled and held it. Louis moved closer, inch by inch. His mane line angled toward mine. He braced one boot against the vertical mullion between us and hooked his other knee slightly inward to stop his hips from swinging. The knife was small in his gloved hand. Bright steel, practical, terrible. Do not breathe dramatically, he said. I'll keep it tasteful. His hand came in under my descender. The blade touched the lanyard. My whole body wanted to recoil. I stared at the glass instead. Beyond my reflection, the fire crawled up the plastic and reached the lower edge of a bundle of hanging wires. Something sparked. A quick blue-white spit. The light stayed off, but a mechanical unit somewhere inside kicked down, then up again, like a giant clearing its throat. Louis saw at once. The lanyard fibers parted halfway. Wind hit, not the worst gust of the morning, but enough. My body shifted right. Louis's knife hand jerked back. Hold still, he shouted. I'm trying. Try harder. His voice cracked on the last word. He swallowed it fast. He reset the blade. This time he cut clean through. The keys dropped. I caught the ring against my thigh with my left hand, pinning it there before it could fall away. The freed end of the lanyard snapped up and loosened around the descender handle. For 1/2 second, relief. Then the descender handle slipped. I dropped maybe 8 inches. Not far, not fatal, but sudden. The safety catch bit. The rope jerked. My harness slammed up into my ribs. Pain flashed white along my side where I'd already bruised my hip. Louis yelled my name. I clamped both hands on the rope, breathing through my teeth. I'm good, I said, though I was. My ribs hurt when I pulled air in. Something in my left wrist had twisted around the key ring, and a hot line of pain ran into my thumb. Marta's voice came through, low and furious. Status. Descender seated again, Louis said. Lanyard cut, keys free. Caleb dropped less than a foot. Caleb, I looked at the key ring in my glove. Still here. Are you injured? Ribs maybe, wrist maybe. Not important. That is not how injury works. No, it was. But it was how urgency worked. Louis pulled a thin black tool cord from his harness, the one he used for his scrubber handle, and tossed the free end toward me. I missed it the first time because my left hand didn't close right. Again, I said. He tossed it softer. I caught it between my palm and chest, teeth clenched. My thumb throbbed. We tied the keys with a knot that would have gotten mocked during training. Rushed, ugly, backed up with a locking carabiner, and 2 wraps of tape Louis ripped from his glove cuff. It would hold, probably. The cord was rated for tools, not rescue loads, but keys weren't heavy. The wind was the weight. Harris, Derek said over comms. Keys are coming down outside east face. Reach through the intake grill if you can. Do not lean out. A different voice came through, strained and close to coughing. Copy. Harris sounded older now than he had 5 minutes before. I lowered the keys. Slow. The red fob spun below my boots, catching flashes of gray light. The cord vibrated in the wind. It wanted to drift away from the building, so Lewis used his squeegee handle to keep it close, nudging it back against the glass when it swung. Inside 40, the smoke thickened until the lower third of the room disappeared. The injured man had gotten the woman against the window now. He pressed her hand to the glass, maybe to keep her awake. Her fingers left faint streaks. The flame behind them ran along the bottom of the plastic sheet and found the yellow extension cord. I remembered it from the first look inside, coiled near the column like a lazy snake. Now it flashed, a bright pop, not an explosion, just an electrical arc, sharp and white, with a sound like a camera flash made physical. The woman jerked. The man ducked over her, shielding her from nothing useful. My keys swung out. "Bring them back," Lewis barked. "I'm trying." The cord had started to twist. The red fob spun faster, turning the key ring into a little pendulum. 2 floors below, the dark mouth of the mechanical intake waited. I could see movement behind the louver's now hands, a sleeve, a face briefly lit by a flashlight. "Harris." "Left," Derek relayed. "Harris says left, his left." "Which is our right," Lewis muttered. He guided the cord with the squeegee handle, arm extended, shoulder shaking. The keys dropped another 10 feet, then 20. My wrist screamed every time I pinched the cord. I switched hands and nearly lost it. "Caleb," Lewis warned, "I have it. You don't. I have it." I wrapped the cord around my forearm and locked it under my elbow. Pain shot up into my ribs. The red fob steadied. Down below, a hand came through the louver gap. Not far enough. "Lower 2 feet," Derek said. I lowered. Another foot. I lowered. The keys tapped the grill, metal on metal. Harris's fingers reached, missed, reached again. The fob slipped between 2 louvers, then popped back out as wind took it. "Come on," Lewis said. "Come on." Inside 40, the injured man suddenly began pounding the glass. Fast, panicked, not at us, toward the northeast corner. I looked past him. Through smoke and reflection, behind the torn plastic near the service stair, a figure moved upright. For one terrible second, I thought it was an attacker coming through the smoke. Someone who had chained the door, covered the camera, started the fire, and was now standing there watching the 2 trapped people crawl. The figure stepped forward. It wore a hard hat. Then it raised both hands. A firefighter. No, too soon. Wrong side. The figure stumbled into clearer view and collapsed to one knee. A third person. Construction worker, maybe. High-vis vest darkened with soot. He had been hidden near the service corridor the whole time, or trapped behind the plastic closer to the electrical closet. He tried to pull something off his belt, radio, phone, tool, but dropped it. Misdirection turned into a worse reality, not a threat. Another victim. Third person inside, I said, near the stair, wearing high-vis. Derek went quiet. Then, very softly, "That's Evan." Marta said, "Who is Evan?" "Our electrical contractor." "The crew wasn't scheduled until Monday," Lewis said. Derek didn't answer. Of course he didn't. The keys tapped the grill again. Harris caught them, got them. His voice cracked through the radio. "I've got the keys." A cheer would have been wrong, so none of us made one. The tool cord went slack. I let my head fall back against the harness strap for half a breath. Then Harris said, moving to stare. Marta said, Harris, wait for fire. No time, Harris answered. Derek said, use the 40E key on the padlock if you can reach it through the vision panel. Don't open into smoke without checking heat. Copy. Inside 40, Evan, the electrician, crawled toward the other two. He made it maybe 6 feet before stopping. The injured man left the woman by the glass and crawled toward him. Don't, I whispered. He went anyway. The smoke rolled over both of them. Lewis pressed his forehead briefly against the back of his glove. God. Now came the part where nothing we did mattered, which was somehow harder than all the dangerous choices. We hung there outside the glass, useless and too close, watching silhouettes crawl through bad air, while people inside the building moved through stairwells we couldn't see. Marta's rescue line dropped from above. It swung into view beside me, thick and clean, with a carabiner and chest sling clipped to the end. It hit the glass once, bounced, and drifted toward Lewis. Secure Caleb to the rescue line, Marta said. Lewis grabbed it. About time, he muttered. He clipped the rescue carabiner to my front attachment point, with the care of a man threading a needle in a hurricane. The click of the gate locking was the sweetest sound I had heard all morning. Locked, he said. Confirm, Marta said. Locked. Caleb is on rescue. My body believed it before my brain did. Some tight band around my lungs loosened. Then the glass behind Lewis cracked. Not shattered, cracked. A white line jumped across the pane from the interior side near the fallen red ladder, running diagonally like lightning frozen in place. Lewis recoiled. What the inside? The high-vis electrician had grabbed the red ladder and shoved it upward, not at us, but toward the ceiling. He was using it to strike something above the plastic sheeting. A sprinkler head, a detector, a duct. He swung again. The ladder slipped from his hands and hit the glass a second time. The crack lengthened. Move away from that pane, Marta ordered. Lewis shifted left. I couldn't move far with the jammed descender and rescue line newly attached, but I pulled my knees in and pushed lightly off the glass, putting inches between my boots and the cracked pane. Inside, Evan swung the ladder again, this time hitting the ceiling grid. A sprinkler head broke. For a beat, nothing. Then water burst down in a hard white cone. Not movie perfect. Not the whole floor coming alive. Just one head, maybe two nearby after heat reached them, dumping water near the burning plastic and electrical closet. It hit the flame with a violent hiss. Steam and smoke billowed. The orange flicker shrank, but didn't vanish. Sprinkler flow, Derek said. Panel just caught it. Alarms active. Finally, the building woke up. A horn began inside. Then strobes flashed in the dim floor, white pulses through smoke. Somewhere below, alarms echoed down stairwells and elevator shafts. The city's ordinary noise got interrupted by something official and urgent. The injured man dragged Evan toward the window. The woman pushed herself up on one elbow. Water spread across the concrete, making dark, reflective pools. Harris came back on, coughing. At 39 landing. Bell S with me. We're going up. Door status, Derek asked. Smoke at 40 landing. We can see the chain through the glass panel. Padlock is on our side of the chain loop. Trying key. There was a long pause filled with alarm horns and static. Then Harris swore, "Key fits, lock stiff. Don't force and snap it," Derek said. "I know how locks work." Metal clanked over the radio. Once, twice. Inside, the trapped people reacted to the sound. The injured man turned toward the stair. Evan lifted his head. The woman covered her ears against the alarm and coughed into her sleeve. The flame near the electrical closet flared again, smaller but stubborn, feeding on something under the panel. Sprinkler water beat around it, but not directly into it. Smoke thickened, then flattened under the sprinkler spray. "Lock open," Harris shouted. A chain rattled, then nothing. "Harris," Derek said, "it's jammed under the crash bar. Chain's off, but door won't release." Evan saw it too from inside. He left the other two and crawled toward the stair, one arm wrapped against his chest. He reached the service door and shoved the crash bar. No movement. He shoved again. The door gave maybe half an inch. Something was wedged at the bottom. "The red ladder," I said. Lewis looked at me. "What?" "No, not the fallen one. Inside, near the stair, there was a ladder earlier. Maybe it slid. Something's blocking the door." Derek relayed it. "Harris, obstruction at bottom interior side. Try pushing and releasing with Evan." "Evan," Harris said. "He's inside." A terrible little silence. Then Harris yelled through the stair door, not over the radio. We couldn't hear the words, but we saw Evan respond. He planted his boots against the wet concrete, grabbed the crash bar, and pulled up while Harris and Bell pushed from the other side. Once, nothing. Twice, the door jumped. Smoke poured through the crack. The woman at the window sagged forward. The injured man tried to pull her away from the glass, but his hand slipped on water. Again, I whispered. Nobody heard me. They did it again anyway. This time, the obstruction shifted. The service door burst inward maybe 2 feet, then slammed against whatever still blocked it. Harris's flashlight beam cut into the floor, bright and shaky. Bell squeezed through first, low, one arm over his face. No air tank, no turnout gear, just a young security guard doing something braver than policy allowed. He grabbed the woman. Harris grabbed Evan. The injured man tried to stand and fell backward. For 1 second, in the strobing alarm light, he looked through the glass directly at me. He lifted one hand. Not thanks exactly, more like acknowledgement. Then Bell hooked him under the arm too and dragged him toward the stair. Smoke swallowed all of them. I hung there, clipped to the rescue line, with my ribs burning, my wrist pulsing, and the cut end of the lanyard fluttering from my harness. Did they get them? Lewis asked. No one answered. Water ran down the inside of the glass in sheets now. It distorted everything. The cracked pane beside Lewis clicked softly as it cooled under sprinkler spray and October air. Derek's radio came back with coughing, shouting alarms. Then Harris, 3 coming down. Need EMS at 38. 1 unconscious, 2 ambulatory with assist. Lewis closed his eyes. Marta exhaled. It crackled over the radio. Caleb and Lewis, she said, voice rough. You are coming up now. Happy to, Lewis said, and laughed once like it hurt. The rescue line took my weight gradually. Marta and whoever she had on the roof began hauling, slow and controlled. Lewis stayed with me for the first few feet, one hand near my harness, as if he could catch me if the whole city let go. My jammed descender scraped upward against the rope until he reached over and stabilized it. Every inch pulled at my ribs. My left wrist had started swelling inside the glove, tight and hot. We rose past the 40th floor. The handprint was almost gone now, washed thin by sprinkler water from the inside and our own dirty water from the outside. The word stay had vanished entirely. The glass showed only reflections: smoke, strobes, Lewis's face, mine. At the roofline, hands grabbed my harness and dragged me over the parapet without dignity. I landed on tar and gravel, rolled onto my side, and made a sound I would later deny making. Marta was above me, helmet crooked, face pale with anger and relief. "You absolute idiot," she said. I tried to answer, but breathing hurt. Lewis came over the parapet 30 seconds later. He sat down hard, pulled off one glove with his teeth, and stared at his shaking hand like it belonged to somebody else. Derek stood near the roof access door, phone to his ear, looking ruined. Below us, sirens arrived for real. Not distant now, close. Multiple units. Air horns at the intersection. The building alarm throbbed through the roof under my spine. Conflict resolved, one way or another. The keys had reached Harris. The stair door had opened. 3 people were out of the smoke, but I kept seeing the injured man's face through the glass. Not grateful, not safe, just aware of us in a way that made the roof feel no more solid than the ropes had. And when Marta cut the damaged backup line away from my harness, the frayed section came apart in her hands with one soft tug. No snap, no drama, just a quiet surrender of fibers that had almost been enough. The first paramedic who looked at me said, "Did you fall?" I was sitting on the roof gravel with my back against a humming air handler, one glove half off, the other still on, because my left wrist had swollen around the cuff. My harness was loosened, but not removed. Marta wouldn't let anyone unclip anything until she had photographed the setup from 3 angles, including the cut lanyard, the jammed descender, and the shredded backup line lying in a coil beside my boot. "No," I said. The paramedic, a woman in her 30s with rain-dark hair tucked behind one ear, looked from my ribs to my wrist to the rope pile. "You look like you tried to." Lewis, sitting 6 feet away with a foil blanket around his shoulders, gave one short laugh and then stopped because even laughing had started to feel like too much. The roof had become crowded in that strange, controlled way emergencies do after the worst part has passed. Firefighters moved with tools and radios, stepping around our buckets and rope bags like they were furniture in a room someone had forgotten to clean. Their boots made blunt scraping sounds on the gravel. The building alarm still pulsed below us, dampened by concrete and steel, until it felt less like a sound and more like pressure behind the eyes. Marta Kowalski, 42, female, our site supervisor, stood near the parapet speaking to a fire captain. She had one hand on her clipboard and the other tucked under her elbow to stop it shaking. I noticed because Marta never shook. Not when wind ruined a drop, not when clients screamed about streaks, not when Lewis once opened a lunch container of fish stew in July and nearly killed us all. But now, Her pen tapped against the clipboard in tiny, irregular clicks. Derek Voss, 51, male, the Ellison Towers chief engineer, was not talking much anymore. He stood by the roof access door with his Cubs cap in one hand, hair flattened underneath, phone pressed to his ear. His face had gone a color I couldn't name. He kept saying, "I understand," and "Yes, they're pulling logs," and "No, I did not authorize that," which sounded less like answers than pieces of a wall being built around him. Luis Morno, 29, male, my rope partner, had a small cut across the bridge of his nose from where his safety glasses had slammed into his face during one of the gusts. He had refused treatment twice, then accepted a blanket because Bell, the younger security guard, had been brought through the roof door coughing so hard he couldn't stand. And after seeing that, Louis seemed to run out of pride. "You're bleeding," I told him. He touched his nose, looked at his glove, and shrugged. "Adds character. You already had too much." "Still short," he said. "It should have sounded normal." It almost did. Then his eyes moved to the coil of my backup line, to the frayed section Marta had pulled apart with 2 fingers, and his face closed again. The paramedic wrapped my wrist, pressed along my ribs, asked me to breathe deep, then told me to stop pretending it didn't hurt. No broken ribs, probably. Bad bruising. Sprained wrist, maybe a small fracture. Hospital would decide. I nodded through all of it, because nodding was easier than admitting I could still feel the half-second drop in my body. Every few breaths, my harness seemed to bite again. My stomach would lift. My hands would clamp. I kept looking for the injured man from the 40th floor. They didn't bring him to the roof. Fire crews took him, Evan, and the woman down through the service route once the stairwell was ventilated enough to move. We heard pieces over radios. One male, smoke inhalation, forehead laceration. One female, decreased responsiveness. One male contractor, possible rib injury, electrical burns minor. Then elevator numbers, staging locations, EMS requests. Everything turned into codes and clipped phrases. People become tasks during emergencies. That is not cruel. It is how they survive. Still, I wanted names. I got them an hour later in the lobby, after a firefighter helped me out of the ambulance because I refused transport until someone explained what the hell had happened. That refusal lasted about 4 minutes before the paramedic told me I could either walk to the ambulance like a grown man or be strapped to a board out of spite. I walked. The lobby of the Ellison Tower smelled like wet wool, electrical smoke, and the lemon cleaner someone had used that morning before the building became a scene. Tenants from lower floors stood outside the revolving doors in coats and dress shoes, staring upward. Office workers held phones at chest height, trying not to look like they were recording. Police tape blocked off the service hall. A firefighter in soot-streaked gear drank water from a paper cup beside a marble planter. The injured man was named Marcus Hale, 38, male, a freelance network technician from Oak Park. The woman was Nina Sato, 31, female, a project coordinator for the incoming biotech tenant. Evan Riley, 46, male, was the electrical contractor Derek had recognized, though Derek later insisted Evan wasn't supposed to be on site until the following week. According to the first version, the polite version, the three of them had gone up early to check cabling for the tenant build-out. A scheduling mistake, a bad door, a shorted temporary panel, a chain on the stair that should not have been there, smoke detectors bagged and not restored, a camera covered and forgotten. According to the second version, which came out in pieces while police separated people into corners of the lobby, Nina had arrived with Marcus because she was worried about missing equipment. Conference room displays, network switches, expensive things small enough to vanish before the official move-in. Evan had agreed to meet them off book because he had found discrepancies in the electrical closet inventory and thought someone was using the vacant floor after hours. That was why there was no badge access. Derek had given Evan a temporary contractor override the week before. Evan had used it before his scheduled date, then brought Marcus and Nina up through a service route to look around quietly. Quietly. That word did a lot of harm. They found the covered camera first, then the missing keys, then the chain on the stair door. They were still arguing about whether to call building security when the temporary panel arced near the yellow extension cord and filled the northeast corner with smoke. Marcus tried the stair. It was chained. Evan went to the electrical closet. Something flashed. Nina fell hard near the column when she tried to drag a ladder away from the wires. The conference room device that sent me the airdrop photo was Marcus's idea. His phone had enough battery for a 911 call, but reception inside the core kept dropping. He used the conference display system to push a photo outward to any nearby Apple device, hoping someone on the exterior crew would accept it and understand there were people inside. "Why write stay?" I asked. The police detective looked at me like she hadn't slept in 3 days, though it was barely lunchtime. Detective Erin Malley, 45, female, worked major accidents and suspicious incidents for CPD, and she had the careful face of someone who knew the difference between a lie and a bad memory. She stood beside me near the lobby wall while a paramedic rechecked my blood pressure, because apparently arguing counted as exertion. "Marcus says he meant stay where you are," she said. "He saw your damaged rope before you did. He was trying to stop you from climbing into it." I pictured the word again, fading on the glass. Stay, not bait, not warning us away from the stair. Just a man choking on smoke, trying to write faster than his hand could manage. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. "Who chained the door?" Lewis asked from beside me. He had followed me down because of course he had, blankets still around his shoulders like an angry grandmother. The cut on his nose had a little butterfly strip over it now. Detective Mal looked at both of us. "We don't know yet." "Someone knows," Lewis said. "I agree." "Someone took the keys too." "I agree with that also." "Someone covered the camera." She held his stare. "Mr. Morneau, I understand you want me to solve the whole thing in the lobby while you're still wearing a harness. I can't. But we're treating this as more than an accident." That quieted him. Not satisfied, quieted. Marta came over then, carrying my cut lanyard in a clear plastic evidence bag, because she had apparently decided the only way to process trauma was to become a crime scene tech. She handed it to the detective, then turned on me. "You're going to the hospital. I'm fine." "You are not fine. Your wrist looks like a bratwurst." Louis glanced at it. "A little. Not helping," I said. "Wasn't trying." Marta stepped closer. Her voice dropped. "You do not get to make me watch that and then pretend you're fine because admitting pain costs you something." I didn't have an answer. That was the thing about Marta. She could thread a safety lecture through the exact hole in your personality. My phone buzzed in my pocket. For a second, the lobby slipped away, and I was back on the rope, wrist raised, airdrop request glowing on my watch. It was Sean, my brother. I almost let it go. Then I thought of Marcus pressing his hand to the glass, of Nina's fingers streaking the pane, of Evan swinging that ladder until water finally came down, of Louis cutting a line beside my descender with his hand shaking and doing it anyway. I answered. "Hey," I said. Sean's voice came through tinny and annoyed. "You alive?" I looked at Louis, at the police tape, at the soot on the lobby floor, at the red fob in an evidence bag on a folding table. "Mostly." What does mostly mean? I swallowed. My throat hurt, maybe from smoke I hadn't breathed, maybe from everything else. "I'm going to send money for Mom's furnace, and I'm sorry I ignored you." There was a pause. "You okay?" No joke, no complaint, just the question. I stared through the lobby glass at the street, where firefighters were packing hoses back into compartments. "Not really." "Hospital? Yeah, I'll call Mom." "Thanks." Another pause. Softer this time. "Don't be stupid." I almost laughed. Too late. After we hung up, Louis pretended not to have listened. Marta pretended she hadn't either. That was kind of them. The hospital took x-rays, wrapped my wrist in a brace, told me 2 ribs were bruised badly enough that breathing would be educational for a while, and gave me paperwork about concussion symptoms, even though I had not hit my head. Louis got his nose cleaned properly. Belle was treated for smoke inhalation and released. Harris stayed longer. So did Evan. Nina spent the night. Marcus too. By evening, the news had a version. 3 workers rescued from electrical fire in Loop High Rise. Window washers assist in rescue. Investigation ongoing. That word again. Assist. Clean and harmless, like we'd held a door. Our company suspended work on the Ellison Tower pending review. Marta filed reports with OSHA, the fire department, the building owner, and anyone else whose inbox deserved to suffer. Derek was placed on administrative leave, though whether he was guilty of anything beyond bad systems and worse trust, I still don't know. The property management company issued a statement about cooperating fully, which is corporate language for everyone has hired lawyers. 2 days later, Detective Malley called me. They had found bolt cutters in a janitorial closet on 39. They had found no clean fingerprints on the chain or padlock because sprinkler water and smoke had ruined most of the surfaces. The fire command box log showed an override key checkout under Evans contractor code at 6:12 p.m. the previous night, but Evans swore he hadn't been in the building then. Security footage from the lobby showed no Evan at that time. Could his code have been copied? I asked. Could have, she said. What about the covered camera? Dust hood was placed by someone wearing a contractor jacket and hard hat the night before. Face turned away from every camera. Convenient. Very. She didn't say more, and I didn't ask what she couldn't answer. A week after the fire, Lewis and I met for coffee near the river because neither of us was cleared for rope work yet, and neither of us knew what to do with daylight. He had stopped humming. I noticed that before I noticed anything else. We sat outside, even though it was cold. The Ellison Tower stood a few blocks away, its east face patched by temporary panels where the cracked glass had been removed. From the ground, the 40th floor looked ordinary again. A band of dark windows. Nothing more. You going back up? Lewis asked. Eventually. He nodded like he expected that. You, eventually, he said. Then, after a moment, not with you if you keep making dumb plans. Fair. I mean it. I know. He stirred his coffee without drinking it. You scared? I looked at the tower. A gull moved between buildings, white against the glass, and for half a second, my eyes tried to turn it into the pigeon with the zip tie. Just a bird, just wings catching dirty wind. Yeah, I said. Lewis seemed satisfied by that. Good, took you long enough. We sat there until the cold got into my brace and made my wrist ache. 3 weeks later, my phone received one more airdrop request. I was at home in my kitchen in Milwaukee, visiting my mother after finally paying the furnace deposit, and then staying to fix the weather stripping around her back door because guilt likes a project. My harness was in my truck. My ropes were at the shop. The Ellison Tower was 90 miles away. I was pouring coffee when my phone lit up on the table. 40F Conference TV wants to share a photo. For a few seconds, I didn't move. The furnace clicked on in the basement. Warm air rattled through the old vents. My mother called from the living room, asking if I wanted eggs. Outside, a neighbor scraped frost from a windshield with short, gritty strokes. Normal sounds. House sounds. I stared at the screen until the request timed out. I told myself it was a saved device name glitch. Some cached network artifact. Some stupid phone thing I didn't understand because I used technology the way I used people. Only as much as I absolutely had to. I did not accept it. I did not decline it. I let it disappear. Then I opened my recent photos, expecting nothing. At the top of the roll was a gray thumbnail I had not taken. I tapped it before I could stop myself. The picture showed the east face of the Ellison Tower from inside the 40th floor, looking out through dirty glass. Water streaks, smoke haze, ropes cutting down the frame. At the lower edge, barely visible, was the top of my white hard hat. Same photo Marcus had tried to send, except this copy had been taken from farther back in the room, wide enough to show the covered camera in the northeast corner, wide enough to show the service stair door, wide enough to show, standing beside that chained door before the smoke got bad, a person in a dark contractor jacket and hard hat, face turned away, one hand on the padlock. I sent it to Detective Malley. Then I set the phone face down and stood there in my mother's warm kitchen, listening to the furnace run like a steady breath through the walls. I had spent years trusting rope because rope was honest. Rope frayed where you could see it. Rope failed for reasons. People were different. Somewhere, Someone had stood on the other side of the glass and watched us hang there. And for once, I was grateful I hadn't looked away. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.